Foreword of Campaigns of the Civil War. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Celine Major. Note to listeners. Footnotes will not be read. However, I will indicate page numbers where maps can be found. I will also change the tone slightly when quotes are involved. Foreword. It has been said that fortune always favors the heaviest battalions, or as Napoleon put it, that Providence is always on the side of the last reserve. Military history shows no real exceptions to this axiom, that wars are won by superior strength, by weight of numbers, if the numbers are properly trained and supplied. The North began the Civil War with all the advantages but two. Her white population outnumbered that of the South by 4-1. She had the greater wealth, all the larger industries, the mineral fields, the shipbuilding yards, and all the navy there was. She had all the rank and file of the regular army and 2/3 of the officers. On the other hand, the South had two advantages which nearly gave her the victory. She was much better fitted for military organization than the North. The great majority of her citizens were country people who could ride and march and shoot. And she had on her side by far the abler generals. The North produced some competent generals in the end: Grant, Sherman, Sheridan, Thomas, not to mention McClellan, Buell, and Rosecrans, who fell by the way. But the South had in Lee and Stonewall Jackson generals who have had few superiors in the art of war. If Jackson had been at the side of Lee at Gettysburg, the South would probably have won her independence. And Lee ranks with Alexander, Hannibal, Caesar, Frederick, and Napoleon as one of the 6 greatest captains of all the ages. It detracts nothing from his glory that he, like Napoleon, finally fell under the accumulated weight of numbers. Notwithstanding all of her many great advantages, however, the North was confronted by a serious problem. 100 years before the outbreak of the Civil War, Chatham had said in the British Parliament, "Conquer a free population of 3 million souls? The thing is impossible." This phrase has become an axiom in politics. The North faced the task of subduing 5.5 million people in deadly earnest, with 3.5 million slaves behind them to do the manual labor, while the whole adult white male population took the field. Was victory possible under these circumstances? It is a popular fallacy that the Great War, which ended nearly a decade ago, superseded, so far as military interest goes, not only Napoleon's campaigns, but our own Civil War. This is not true. Marshal Foch put in practice the main principles that underlay the campaigns of Napoleon. And in the Civil War all the principal strategic and tactical developments of the Great War were foreshadowed. Half a century earlier America had faced most of its problems and brilliantly solved them. While German staff officers have regarded the Civil War as a mere squabble of amateurs, the British Staff College for 2 generations has made a careful study of the battles of North and South, and the French General Staff has recently, 1925, added the history of the American Civil War to the list of subjects studied at the École de Guerre. It is interesting to note to what an extent technical matters in the earlier contest anticipated the latter. In the combats of the Wilderness, the whole technique of trench warfare was foreshadowed. Cavalry for the first time was used as mounted infantry. Many of the modern weapons of war were originated, and the minor tactics on both sides were curiously like those of today. The Civil War will always possess a fascination to the student of history, if for no other reason, because of the 2 great leaders it produced: Lee on the one side, and Lincoln on the other. To Lee can well be applied the epitaph of Bossuet on Turenne: "He could fight without anger, win without ambition, and triumph without vanity." Lincoln has already passed into legend, and no words can enhance his grandeur. He was one of the 2 or 3 greatest men ever born of Anglo-Saxon blood. The biblical saying, "Of making many books there is no end," well applies to works relating to the Civil War. There are histories, biographies, and memoirs too numerous to mention. A list compiled in 1866 gives over 6,000 titles, and this has been enormously increased in the 60 years which have elapsed since the close of the war. Yet, says Major Steele in his recent book, American Campaigns, yet there is no single work that covers the whole war concisely and in a way to satisfy the military student. It may seem presumptuous on the part of a civilian to undertake this task, but the writer is emboldened by the words of Arnold, in his Lectures on Modern History, where he says, "There must be a point up to which an unprofessional judgment on a professional subject may not only be competent, but of high authority. The distinction seems to lie originally in the difference between the power of doing a thing, and that of perceiving whether it is well done or not. As to what is generally called strategy, an unprofessional person may, without blame, speak or write on military subjects, and may judge of them sufficiently. The object of the present book is to give a concise military narrative of the principal campaigns of the Civil War. A discussion of the political differences which brought on the great conflict lies entirely outside the scope of this work." Walter Geer, New York, September 1926. End of foreword. Chapter 1 of Campaigns of the Civil War, by Walter Geer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 1. 1861, Fort Sumter. During the first 70 years of the life of this republic, from the adoption of the Constitution in 1789 to the outbreak of the Civil War in 1861, the control of the government was almost continuously in the hands of the South. Of the first 15 presidents, 8 were from that section of the country, and 5 of these Southern presidents served for 8 years apiece, while not one of the Northern presidents was reelected. Moreover, throughout nearly all this period, the Southerners, with the help of their Northern allies, controlled one or both houses of the Federal Congress; and the major part of the justices of the Supreme Court of the United States were Southerners in every year of its existence. But in 1860 there was a split in the Democratic party, which had so long dominated the 3 branches of the government, and the newly formed Republican party was victorious at the polls. On the 6th of November, 1860, Abraham Lincoln was elected President of the United States. With the exception of some ballots cast for him in the western part of Virginia, now the state of West Virginia, Lincoln received no votes in the slave states. The great majority of the people of the South sincerely felt that they were in danger of persecution and disaster; that the North wished to ruin them. If the Southerners submitted tamely to Lincoln's election, they must expect to see slavery abolished from Delaware to Texas. Only independence could save them. It was then that the Southern leaders finally determined to leave the Union. Since the founding of the government there had been a difference of opinion between the North and the South on the question of the constitutional position of the states within the Union. In the North, it was generally held that the Union was sovereign and the states part of it. In the South, the consensus of public opinion was just the opposite. Every man felt that his first allegiance was to his native state. To her he owed not merely devotion, but life itself. From the date of Mr. Lincoln's election, the intention of the people of South Carolina to secede from the Union was clearly shown, and on the 20th of December the state formally took this action. The convention which passed the ordinance of secession at once appointed 3 commissioners to proceed to Washington to treat with the United States government for the delivery of the forts, arsenals, and other property of the government within the limits of South Carolina. It is impossible to imagine what reception these commissioners would have met at Washington, provided there had been no change in the situation at Charleston prior to their arrival at the capital. But on reaching Washington on the morning of the 27th December, they were confronted by a dispatch from Charleston announcing that Major Anderson had transferred his command from Fort Moultrie to Fort Sumter. Anderson, with 2 small companies, in all about 100 officers and men, had been stationed at Fort Moultrie, on the north side of the harbor of Charleston. The 2 other forts, Castle Pinckney, a small work near the city, and Fort Sumter, erected on a ledge in the middle of the harbor, were not garrisoned. A captain of engineers, Foster, was engaged in putting the latter fort in order for occupancy. Moultrie was commanded by sand hills at a distance of only 160 yards, and was untenable. On the other hand, Sumter was in the middle of the entrance to the harbor, more than a mile from Fort Moultrie on the north, and 2/3 of a mile from Cummings Point on the south. Early in December, Major Buell had been sent from Washington to Major Anderson with verbal instructions, which were afterwards reduced to writing. Anderson was ordered to avoid any act which would tend to provoke aggression, but to hold the forts in the harbor, and, if attacked, to defend himself to the last extremity. On account of the smallness of his force, he was authorized to transfer his command, in case of any act of hostility, to the fort most capable of resistance. He was also authorized to take similar steps whenever he had tangible evidence of a design to proceed to a hostile act. This design Anderson thought that he had discovered, and on the evening of the 26th December, with great skill and address, he transferred his command to Fort Sumter. There can be little question of the fact that he acted entirely within his orders, under the belief that the emergency had arisen which made it his duty to transfer his command to Sumter. That the authorities of South Carolina had not then any intention of attacking or seizing the forts seems to be proved by the presence in Washington of the commissioners sent to treat with the government for their surrender. The commissioners were much excited on receipt of this news. After an interview with Mr. Floyd, the Secretary of War, who assured them that Anderson had violated the understanding given to the South Carolina representatives, they made an attack on the President, charging that the faith of the government had been forfeited by Anderson's conduct. They further insisted that the President should immediately order the evacuation of Charleston harbor by the United States forces. After a very acrimonious correspondence with the President, the commissioners returned to Charleston at the beginning of January. As soon as Anderson's removal to Fort Sumter became known, Governor Pickens seized Castle Pinckney and Fort Moultrie. He then proceeded to repair the damage which Anderson had done to Moultrie on evacuating it, and to put it in condition for use against Sumter, should it become necessary. He also took possession of the arsenal in Charleston, and ordered the construction of batteries on Morris Island and Cummings Point, so as to command the entrance of the harbor, and prevent reinforcements or provisions being sent to Fort Sumter by the government. These steps were most certainly acts of war, and in fact were so regarded at the time by everyone. When the news of these proceedings reached Washington, President Buchanan decided to reinforce Sumter at once. An unarmed steamer, the Star of the West, was chartered by the government and dispatched to Charleston. When this vessel arrived at the entrance of the harbor on the 9th January, it was fired on by the battery on Morris Island, and forced to retire without having reached Fort Sumter. The ship was hit twice, but no one was hurt. Anderson wrote Pickens that, unless this act were promptly disclaimed, he should treat it as an act of war, and the governor replied the same day, assuming entire responsibility. Pickens stated further that he regarded the retention of Sumter by the United States forces as an act of positive hostility. In order to clear up the situation, Anderson informed Pickens that he intended to send an officer to Washington for further instructions. No objections were raised, and Lieutenant Talbot left the same evening. On the 11th January, Pickens sent a formal demand, under a flag of truce, for the surrender of the fort. Anderson refused, but at the same time proposed to send another officer to Washington, accompanied by an envoy to be named by the governor to refer the matter to the President. Pickens assented, and appointed Mr. Hayne the Attorney General of the State. Anderson detailed Lieutenant Hall, and these envoys arrived in Washington on the 13th January. In the meantime, a letter had been received at Washington from Anderson, stating that he had provisions sufficient to last him beyond the 4th of March, and could hold the fort against any force which could be brought against him. The administration of Mr. Buchanan therefore allowed matters to drift until the end of its term of office. For this anomalous situation, Anderson himself was in part responsible. His position is stated in a letter written just before the attack on the fort in April. Had I demanded reinforcements while Mr. Holt was in the War Department, I know that he would have dispatched them at all hazards. I did not ask them, because I knew that, the moment it should be known here that additional troops were coming, they would assault me, and thus inaugurate civil war. My policy was to keep still, to preserve peace, to give time for the quieting of the excitement, in the hope of avoiding bloodshed. While these events were taking place at Charleston, the other Cotton and Gulf States were not idle. In January, Georgia, Florida, Alabama, Mississippi, and Louisiana seceded from the Union, and were followed by Texas on the first day of February. On the 8th February, the 7 seceding states organized at Montgomery, Alabama, the Confederate States of America. A month later they adopted a constitution very similar to that of the United States. Jefferson Davis, of Mississippi, was elected president, and Alexander H. Stephens, of Georgia, vice president of the new Confederacy. Both were able men of large experience in public affairs. In view of the critical situation of affairs, Mr. Hayne was advised, on reaching Washington, to postpone his demand for the surrender of Fort Sumter until the end of January. Then, after some exchange of letters, the administration refused the demand, and Hayne left Washington on the 8th of February. Before his departure, he telegraphed Governor Pickens the result of his mission, and the same day orders were issued for making the necessary preparations to bombard Fort Sumter. But this action was prevented for the moment by a resolution passed on the 12th by the Confederate Congress, giving the new government charge of all questions between the several states and the United States government. Under these circumstances, the authorities of South Carolina reluctantly yielded the control of all military operations in Charleston Harbor to the new Confederate government. Mr. Davis wrote Governor Pickens that he would send an engineer of military skill to take charge, and later advised him that General Beauregard had been selected for the position. That officer arrived at Charleston on the 3rd of March. The next day Abraham Lincoln was inaugurated President of the United States. The opportunity of taking Fort Sumter during Mr. Buchanan's administration had passed away. The policy of the new President was plainly declared in his inaugural address. "To the extent of my ability," he said, "I shall take care that the laws of the Union be faithfully executed in all the States." And he closed with the words, "In your hands, my dissatisfied fellow countrymen, and not in mine, is the momentous issue of civil war. The government will not assail you. You can have no conflict without being yourselves the aggressors." Few men in America, if any, have been the equals of Lincoln in political sagacity, and the calm, serious tone of warning which pervades the whole address shows the characteristic political ability of its author. One of the first questions considered by the cabinet of President Lincoln was the problem of Fort Sumter. On the 29th March a decision was finally reached, and Governor Pickens was officially informed on the 8th of April that "an attempt will be made to supply Fort Sumter with provisions only; and if such attempt be not resisted, no effort to throw in men, arms, or ammunition will be made without further notice." This message again shows the political sagacity of Mr. Lincoln. He unquestionably expected that resistance would be made, and he knew that nothing would more certainly arouse the national feeling of the North than an attack made upon Anderson and his little force. On the 11th April, General Beauregard sent to Major Anderson a formal demand for the surrender of Fort Sumter, which was at once refused. At 4:30 on the morning of the 12th of April, 1861, the Confederate batteries opened fire, and the bombardment continued without cessation until the next afternoon. An ineffective reply was made by the guns of the fort until the supply of cartridges gave out. After gallantly defending the post for 2 days, Anderson accepted the honorable terms of surrender which were offered. On Sunday, the 14th, after saluting his flag with 50 guns, Major Anderson, with his command, was conveyed to the fleet waiting outside the bar, and sailed for New York. It is remarkable how little we know of the inner thoughts of the great men of the world, and how different their actions often seem to their contemporaries, and to historians half a century later. It is very difficult at this point of time to understand the mode of reasoning of the Southern leaders in deciding to force the issue of civil war. "A few men more or less at Sumter," writes Professor Channing, "and food for another month or so, would make little difference in the ultimate course of events. But aggressive action on the part of the Confederates would at once bring on the crisis that true policy forbade." The order to open fire on the fort was given, notwithstanding the fact that Anderson had told the Confederate officers who were sent to demand his surrender that he could not hold out for 2 days if he were not supplied with food. One is amazed today at the lack of political vision shown by the Southern leaders. They little expected the explosion that was to follow. The President's demand for troops to enforce the laws met with a prompt and angry refusal from the border states. Virginia, Arkansas, Tennessee, and North Carolina promptly passed ordinances of secession, and joined the new Confederacy. 3 other states, Maryland, Kentucky, and Missouri, were only kept in the Union by the power of the United States government, and these states furnished many men to the Confederate armies. Thus the lines were finally drawn. 22 states remained united. Opposed to them stood the 11 states which had seceded, and now constituted the Confederate States of America. After the people of Virginia ratified the ordinance of secession on the 23rd of May, the seat of the Confederate government was transferred from Montgomery to Richmond, which continued to be the capital until the end of the war. On land, the theater of the Civil War was bounded on the north by the Potomac, Ohio, and Missouri rivers; on the east and south, by the coasts of the Atlantic and the Gulf of Mexico; on the west by the frontiers of Missouri, Arkansas, and Texas. With the exceptions of the battles of Antietam and Gettysburg, which were fought a short distance north of the Potomac, all the principal military operations took place within the limits mentioned. The terrain thus bounded, approximately 1,000,000 square miles, was widely diversified in its characteristics. The parallel ranges of the Appalachians, running from northeast to southwest, divided the region between the coast and the Mississippi into 2 nearly equal parts. Within this area was comprised every variety of country: mountains, prairies, forests, swamps. The armies were forced to cope with every possible physical obstacle. The frontiers of the Confederacy were far apart. The coast washed by the Gulf of Mexico is 800 miles south of the Potomac. The Rio Grande, the river boundary of Texas, is 1,700 miles west of Charleston on the Atlantic. Across this vast expanse of territory there ran but 6 continuous lines of railway. 1. Richmond, Wilmington, Charleston, Savannah, connecting the Confederate capital with the ports on the Atlantic. 2. Richmond, Lynchburg, Chattanooga, Memphis, New Orleans, and 3. Richmond, Greensboro, Columbia, Atlanta, Pensacola, connecting Richmond with the Mississippi and the Gulf. 4. Louisville, Nashville, Chattanooga, Atlanta, Mobile. 5. Cairo, Corinth, Mobile. And 6. Cairo, Memphis, New Orleans, connecting the Ohio with the Gulf of Mexico. The railroads of the South were not only few in number, but they were also badly laid out for the strategic demands of the war. The lines were short, and were broken at frequent intervals because of the refusal of important cities to let them pass through. Between Richmond and Savannah there were half a dozen changes. The most serious break was at Petersburg, where the line from Richmond stopped at the western edge, and the road to Wilmington began at the southern limit. Some of the gaps were filled during the war, but not in time to do much good. As it was impossible to manufacture new rails, those which gave out were replaced by rails taken from less important routes of traffic. It was the same with the rolling stock. In 1864, the Quartermaster General stated that a train could not run more than 100 miles a day on the main line from Richmond to Georgia, and that a car could not go 500 miles without breaking down. On the other hand, the North in 1861 was oversupplied with railroads, and many of them were on the verge of bankruptcy. The owners were glad to place them at the disposal of the government, and the military engineers rebuilt them as fast as they came under federal control. The soldiers acquired so much skill in making repairs that by 1864 it was an almost futile operation for the Confederates to break a railroad line. As a striking example of the efficiency with which the Northern lines were handled, we may mention the transfer in 3 weeks' time of Schofield's Army of the Ohio, 30,000 strong, from Tennessee to the coast of North Carolina, after the Battle of Nashville in December, 1864. The wagon roads in the Southern states were few and poor. There were no paved highways such as connect the principal places in Europe, But there were numerous navigable streams. Towns were few and far between. Food and forage were not easily obtainable. The great rivers were bridged at rare intervals. Except over a comparatively small area, the Union armies met the same obstacles as did the soldiers of Cromwell and Turenne. The city of Atlanta, the heart of the Confederacy, was 60 days' march from the Potomac, the same distance as Vienna from the Channel, or Moscow from the Niemen. New Orleans was 36 days' march from the Ohio, the same distance as Berlin from the Moselle. Had Napoleon, in the campaign against Russia, remained for the winter at Smolensk, and firmly established himself in Poland, writes Colonel Henderson, Moscow might have been captured and held during the ensuing summer. But the occupation of Moscow would not have ended the war. Russia in many respects was not unlike the Confederacy. She had given no hostages to fortune in the shape of rich commercial towns. She possessed no historic fortresses, and so offered but few objectives to the invader. If defeated or retreating, her armies could always find refuge in distant fastnesses. The climate was severe, the internal trade inconsiderable. To bring the burden of war home to the mass of the population was difficult, and to hold the country by force was impracticable. Such were the difficulties which the genius of Napoleon was powerless to overcome, and Napoleon invaded Russia with 500,000 of seasoned soldiers. Note: a detailed map can be found on page 13. The conquest of the 11 seceding states, which the federal government was about to undertake with an army of 75,000 volunteers, and without the least preparation, was in truth a gigantic undertaking. Without a trained staff, and an efficient administration, an army is incapable of movement. It is no small task to keep a marching column supplied with food and forage, and the problem of transport taxes the ability of the most experienced commander. A march of 100 miles into an enemy's country seems like an easy feat, but unless every detail has been carefully thought out, it may be more disastrous than a lost battle. During the first 5 weeks of the Russian campaign between the Niemen and Vilna, a distance of only 60 miles, Napoleon lost 1/3 of his army from disease. Says Henderson, "To handle an army in battle is much less difficult than to bring it on to the field in good condition." Richmond, the capital of the Confederacy, was situated less than 100 miles south of Washington. This necessarily made Virginia the seat of the war in the East. The South undoubtedly made a mistake in placing her capital so near the frontier. Chattanooga or Atlanta would have been a better choice. But the Union capital was actually on the boundary line. Batteries on Arlington Heights would render Washington untenable. The capture of either of the capitals might have momentous consequences, and prove decisive of the contest. These facts had a controlling influence on the general strategy of the Civil War. The objects aimed at by the opposing armies in Virginia were: 1. The protection of their own capital; 2. The capture of the enemy's capital; and 3. The defeat of the opposing army. The approaches to the national capital were blocked only by the Potomac River; and the entrenched line on the south bank, opposite the city, could easily be turned by marching down the Shenandoah Valley. This avenue for the invasion of the North ran from about the center of Virginia in a northeasterly direction to Harper's Ferry, where the Potomac was easily passable. Throughout all this distance it was feasible, by guarding the mountain passes, or gaps, as they were generally called, to prevent interference by the Federal forces. The valley was fertile and possessed good turnpikes. From Lexington, at its head, to the Potomac, the valley was 140 miles long by about 24 miles wide. Its chief town and strategic center was Winchester, about 26 miles southwest of Harper's Ferry. From Winchester 2 highways lead westward by Romney and Moorfield. 4 lead east and southeast, passing the Blue Ridge by Snickers, Ashby's, Manassas, and Chester Gaps. Through Manassas Gap ran the railroad connecting Front Royal in the valley with Richmond via Manassas Junction. The Baltimore and Ohio Railroad, the main connection between Washington and the West, crossed the Potomac at Harper's Ferry, and followed the course of the river for a distance of 120 miles within the confines of Virginia. On the other hand, the Shenandoah Valley offered no special advantages as a route for the Federal invader. It led away from Richmond, and the Union forces were liable to be taken in flank, or to have their line of communication cut by way of the lower gaps. It would therefore be no easy matter to debouch from the valley and occupy Gordonsville, the key to the railway system of central Virginia. The population of the 22 states which adhered to the Union was over 22 millions. That of the 11 seceding states was but little over 9 millions, of whom about 3 millions and a half were slaves. The slaves, however, instead of being a source of anxiety to the South, as many in the North predicted, proved entirely trustworthy and faithful. They raised the crops upon which the whole South subsisted during the war, and they were largely employed in building fortifications. Regarding the relative numbers of the combatants on the two sides, there are wide differences of opinion. While the Federal statistics are quite complete, official figures are lacking in the case of the Confederacy. Colonel Livermore, who is considered an authority on the question, concludes that there were over 1.5 million on the Union side as against 1 million among the Confederates. Colonel Wood, a Southern writer, puts the Confederate levies at no more than 600,000. As there could not have been more than 1 million men of age for military service in the South, the latter estimate is probably nearer correct. There is no doubt, however, that the Union armies were vastly superior, not only in numbers, but even more in resources and equipment. To offset these advantages, the North labored under many disadvantages. It was generally acting on the offensive in a hostile country, where large detachments were necessary as the armies advanced to maintain communications and hold the territory gained. The self-sustaining power of the South was far greater than has usually been imagined. The area under cultivation was almost equal to that north of the Potomac and the Ohio. The amount of livestock, horses, mules, cattle, and sheep, was actually larger than in the North; and the shortage of the wheat crop was more than balanced by the great harvests of rice and corn. But in material prosperity, the North was far in advance of the South. In accumulated capital there was no comparison between the two sections. The North was full of manufactories of all kinds. The South had very few of any kind. In the North there was also a much larger measure of practical business capacity. The command of the sea naturally fell at once into the hands of the North. All the navy yards, except those at Norfolk and Pensacola, and the entire personnel of the navy, with the exception of a few officers, remained under the control of the government. Moreover, the mercantile marine of the United States, which in 1861 was second only to that of Great Britain, was almost wholly owned in the North. The gravity of the coming struggle was realized by neither party. Men of high ability at the North prophesied that the South would be brought back into the Union within 90 days. Only General Scott declared that its conquest might be achieved "in 2 or 3 years by a young able general, a Wolfe, a Desaix, a Hoche, with 300,000 disciplined men kept up to that number." Notwithstanding the absolute lack of factories and foundries in the South, and the inability to manufacture cannon, powder, and ammunition, the orders first placed in Europe by the Confederate government were on a trivial scale. Before the war, metals, machinery, rails, rolling stock, salt, and even medicine came mainly from the North. The principal staples of the South, cotton and tobacco, brought leather and cloth in exchange from England. There was but one way in which the South could have procured the means of buying abroad the material of every kind of which she stood so greatly in need. Had the government promptly seized all the cotton in the country, paying for it the market price in Confederate money, sent it to England before the blockade was firmly established, and there stored it, to be sold as occasion required, available funds would have been secured to meet the largest requirements. But this wise course, though suggested, was not adopted. The majority of the Southern politicians thought that England and France, a large portion of whose population depended for their livelihoods on the harvests of the South, would not brook interference with their trade, and would never allow the North to enforce the blockade. In the War of Independence, the fleets of France and Spain had come to the assistance of the struggling Americans, and compelled England to let her colonies go. Therefore it was not likely that the North, confronted by the naval strength of England and France, would fail to yield. But in forecasting the future, the history of the past is not always an infallible guide. Virginia, the most important state south of Mason and Dixon's line, was not a member of the Confederacy when the government was established at Montgomery. Her people did not regard the election of a Republican president as a menace, and were not strongly in favor of the secession movement. Many of her leading citizens deprecated the hasty action of South Carolina, and during the earlier months of 1861 there were few signs of unrest. But the crisis was not long postponed. When President Lincoln called upon the state to furnish her quota of troops for the Federal army, Virginia promptly seceded, and as already stated, her action was followed by Arkansas, Tennessee, and North Carolina. As soon as the Richmond Convention passed the ordinance of secession on the 17th of April, 1861, nearly all the officers in the regular army from that state sent in their resignations, and offered their services to the Confederate government. A few officers only, of whom the most distinguished were Lieutenant General Scott and afterwards Major General, George H. Thomas, remained loyal to the Union. Among the officers who then left the Union service were the two most famous soldiers of the Confederacy, Robert E. Lee and Thomas J. Jackson. Lee was born in Westmoreland County, Virginia, 19 January, 1807. He was the son of General Henry Lee, familiarly known as Light Horse Harry, of Revolutionary fame. His mother, Ann Carter of Shirley on the James River, was a direct descendant of Robert Carter, who because of his vast landed possessions and high social position was called King Carter. The Lees were of the oldest, wealthiest, and most patriotic families in Virginia. The original ancestor was Richard Lee, who settled in the Old Dominion as early as 1640. After the Revolution, General Harry Lee served in the Congress of the United States, and was 3 times governor of Virginia. In his funeral oration on the occasion of the death of Washington, he pronounced the immortal words so familiar to every American: "First in war, first in peace, and first in the hearts of his countrymen." Harry Lee died when his son Robert was only 11 years of age. The family, which seems to have had some financial reverses, had moved to Alexandria, where Robert was placed in school, and worshipped in the same church that Washington had attended. At the age of 18 he entered West Point on an appointment secured for him by General Andrew Jackson. He graduated second in his class, and for the next 5 years served in the Engineer Corps. In June, 1831, Robert Lee married Mary Custis, a great-granddaughter of Martha Washington, and the heiress to the beautiful estate of Arlington, on the banks of the Potomac. The Mexican War gave Lee his first opportunity to show his great military talents. General Scott made him chief of staff, and for distinguished services he received the brevet rank of colonel. After the war, General Scott declared that Robert E. Lee was the greatest living soldier in America. In 1852 he was appointed superintendent of the Military Academy, where he made a fine record during his 3 years of service. In 1861 Lee was colonel of the 5th Cavalry in Texas, and was generally considered the ablest officer in the army. He was recalled to Washington, and on the 18th of April was offered by President Lincoln the command of the Army of the United States, which he declined. He resigned his commission on the 20th April, and 3 days later took command at Richmond of the military forces of Virginia. Though opposed to secession, and deprecating war, Lee felt that he could take no part in the coercion of the Southern States. When the issue was drawn, like so many other men of the South, he considered his allegiance to his native state paramount to his loyalty to the nation. In personal appearance and in character, there was a marked contrast between Lee and his great lieutenant Jackson. Lee was tall, handsome, of distinguished manners and courtly address. He was a patrician born and bred. Jackson also was tall, but his form was ungainly, his hands and feet enormous. He was a true son of the soil. He was born on the 21st of January, 1824, in the little town of Clarksburg, now the county seat of Harrison, but then no more than a village in the Virginia backwoods. His father was a lawyer, clever and popular, who had inherited a comfortable patrimony. Generous and incautious, he found it easier to make money than to keep it, and when he died in 1827, every vestige of his property was swept away. The young widow married again, but lived only a year longer, and at the age of 7 the boy Thomas found himself a penniless orphan. In 1842, when he was 18 years of age, a vacancy occurred in the military academy at West Point, which was to be filled by a youth from the congressional district, in which Clarksburg was included, and young Jackson sought and obtained the appointment. Owing to his lack of previous training, Jackson's career at West Point was not distinguished, but by application and hard work, he finally succeeded in graduating 17th in a class of 70, and his rank gave him a commission in the artillery. During the 4 years of his stay at West Point, the young Virginian gained in health and strength, and attained his full height of 5 feet 10. He acquired the erect bearing of the cadets, but never overcame his natural awkwardness, and was always a poor horseman. There was much in the boyhood of Jackson, as there was much in his later career, that recalls Napoleon to mind. Both were devoted to their families. Both were indefatigable students. Both were provincial. Neither was prepossessing. They both had the same love of method and of order. An inflexibility of purpose, an absolute disregard of popular opinion, and an unswerving belief in their own capacity were predominant traits in both. Neither sought sympathy, and both felt that they were masters of their own fate. The sobriquet of "Stonewall," by which Jackson will always be known, was really a misnomer. Undoubtedly he could be steadfast on occasions, but he was stronger in offense than in defense. Like the great Corsican, the quality which above all others marked him was mobility, a swiftness in action which puzzled and generally confounded his adversaries, and which usually secured for him success. Jackson was fortunate from the beginning of his military career. Before the Mexican War, the total strength of the regular army was not more than 8,500 men, and nearly all this force was scattered in small detachments along the frontier to control the Indian tribes. This warfare was monotonous, and there was but little chance to attain military distinction. The first artillery to which Jackson was attached was ordered to the Rio Grande, and later was included in Scott's army of invasion. Jackson distinguished himself in several engagements, and came out of the war a major by brevet. None of his West Point comrades had made so great a stride in rank, and his future in his profession was assured. Many of the generals with whom Jackson was later to be intimately connected, either as friends or enemies, are mentioned in Scott's dispatches. Magruder, Ambrose Hill, McDowell, and Hooker belonged to his own regiment. McClellan and Beauregard served on the staff with Lee. Joseph E. Johnston, twice severely wounded, was conspicuous for his gallantry. Pope was a staff officer. Longstreet was bracketed with Pickett for conspicuous conduct. Porter and Reno did good service with the artillery, and Ewell had 2 horses killed under him at Churubusco. After the war, Jackson's battery was sent to Fort Hamilton on Long Island, 7 miles below New York. 2 years passed without incident, and then Jackson was transferred to Florida, where his stay was brief. In March, 1851, he was appointed professor of artillery tactics and natural philosophy at the Virginia Military Institute. This college, founded 12 years previously on the model of West Point, was located at Lexington, 100 miles west of Richmond. It was attended by several hundred youths from Virginia and other Southern states, and was the training school of many Confederate officers. In all essential respects, the Military Institute was then but little behind West Point. The discipline was as strict, the drill but little less precise. In the well-stocked library of the Institute, Jackson found every opportunity to increase his professional knowledge. He was an untiring reader, and the campaigns of Napoleon were his constant study. He was an enthusiastic admirer of the genius of the Emperor. The swiftness, the daring, and the energy of his movements appealed to Jackson's every instinct. 10 years passed quickly away, and here we find him at the outbreak of the Civil War. Marked intellectual capacity is the chief characteristic of the most famous soldiers. Ney and Blucher were probably the best fighting generals of France and Prussia, but neither was capable of conducting a campaign. Caesar, Frederick, and Napoleon were each and all of them more than mere fighting men. No one of their time rivaled them in strength of intellect. It was this, combined with the best qualities of Ney and Blücher, that made them masters of strategy, and lifted them high above those who were tacticians and nothing more; and it was this that Jackson cultivated at Lexington. Finally, in estimating the relative power of the parties to this conflict, we must take into consideration their respective aptitudes for war. The South undoubtedly possessed a more military population than the North. Not only Virginia, but South Carolina, Louisiana, and other Southern states, possessed excellent military academies. A martial spirit was also cultivated by the conditions of life in the South: riding, hunting, fishing, unusual physical exertions. The aristocratic regime of the slave-holding states was also conducive to a preference for military, rather than civil pursuits, and the young men of the better classes eagerly embraced the profession of arms. They made excellent officers, while those below them in the social scale made admirable soldiers. In the North, on the other hand, there was very little of this enthusiasm for military life. The people there were too busy with schemes for the development of the country, and for the acquisition of private fortunes. The organization of the Confederate army from the first was superior to that of the Federals. Although a few civilians were appointed to the rank of brigadier general, all the chief commands were reserved for the graduates of West Point. The Confederate armies were commanded by officers of the full rank of general; the corps by lieutenant generals; the divisions by major generals; and the brigades by brigadier generals. Distinction of rank was uniformly based upon extent of command, as it ought always to be. In the Union army, on the other hand, armies, army corps, or divisions, indifferently, were commanded by major generals, to the general detriment of the service. Even General Scott was merely a lieutenant general by brevet, and it was not until the autumn of 1863 that he was given the full rank of lieutenant general. The grade of general was not created until 1866. Ignorance of military affairs, and an unworthy jealousy of distinctions of rank, which have always marked our public men, were probably at the bottom of this unwise policy. The Confederacy was fortunate also, at the start, in having the services of some of the most efficient men in the "old army." Adjutant General Cooper, Quartermaster General Joseph E. Johnston, and Commissary General Northrop. Also Colonel Josiah Gorgas, who showed great genius in building up the ordnance service; as well as, in the field, those excellent organizers and disciplinarians, P.G.T. Beauregard and Braxton Bragg. So well did they all do their work, that there were remarkably few changes in the personnel of the higher ranks of the Confederate army from the beginning until the close of the war. The only officer to come to the front at a later date was Robert E. Lee, who did not become prominent until the second year of the conflict. As General Cooper never served in the field, his name is not so familiar to the general public; but those who were in a position to know what he did, will not fail to place him among those who contributed most to whatever was achieved. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of Campaigns of the Civil War, by Walter Geer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 2. April through July, 1861, Manassas. Part 1. When the flag was fired on at Fort Sumter, the nation was powerless to resent the insult. The military establishment was reduced to 13,000 men scattered in distant garrisons. There was no reserve, no transport, no organization for war. The navy consisted of 6 screw frigates, only one of which was in commission; of 5 steam sloops, some 20 sailing ships, and a few gunboats. Although well armed, the majority of the vessels were out of date, and 9,000 officers and men constituted the extent of the personnel. The news of the firing on Sumter reached Washington on Saturday, the 13th of April. The following morning, while Anderson was preparing to evacuate the fort, the President called a special meeting of his cabinet to discuss the situation. With his own hand Lincoln immediately drafted a proclamation calling forth the militia of the several States to the number of 75,000 men, to cause the laws to be duly executed, also convening both houses of Congress in special session on the 4th day of July. This proclamation was published throughout the country on Monday morning, 15th of April. Its effect in the North was instantaneous and universal. All uncertainty was at an end. The people were ready for war, and the response was simply magnificent. Only the "Old Bay State," however, was prepared. For several months Governor Andrew had been giving special attention to the equipment and drill of the State militia, and 5,000 men were ready, of whom 3,000 were fully armed. Within 24 hours the 6th Massachusetts mustered on Boston Common and started for Washington. The regiment reached Baltimore on the 19th April, a date again to be made memorable by the shedding of the first blood in a great American war. In crossing the city between the two stations, which was necessary at that time, the regiment was attacked by a mob of Southern sympathizers, and several lives were lost on both sides. A few hours later the regiment reached Washington, and took up its quarters in the Senate chamber at the Capitol. Until then the city had been guarded only by a small force of regulars and a few companies of local volunteers. The 8th Massachusetts at once followed, under the command of Brigadier General Benjamin F. Butler, well known in Boston as a lawyer and politician, of rather unsavory reputation, who was now become a national character. As the bridge across the Susquehanna at Havre de Grace had been burned, the regiment made its way by steamer to Annapolis, where it met the full and handsomely equipped 7th Regiment of New York. The arrival of these two regiments at Washington for the moment put an end to all apprehension. Without waiting for the meeting of Congress on the 3rd of May, the President very wisely called for 42,034 volunteers for 3 years, for 22,714 men for the regular army, and for 18,000 men for the navy. These men, when enrolled with the 75,000 previously called out, would raise the available army to 156,861 troops, and the navy to 25,600 men. In his message to Congress on the 4th of July, the President recommended that this number be increased to 400,000 men. In these acts and recommendations Mr. Lincoln showed a comprehension of the magnitude of the task before him, which was hardly to be expected from his lack of experience. The work of organizing and directing these forces was at first entrusted to Lieutenant General Winfield Scott, a veteran of 2 wars, but now past his 80 years and 10, and incapacitated by bodily infirmities. Though born in Virginia, he had remained loyal to the Union, and his sound military judgment was of great advantage to the government at this time. The old general was loath to sheathe his sword, but his health soon forced him to resign from active service. Out of the 1,200 graduates of West Point, who at the beginning of 1861 were still fit for service, a fourth were Southerners, and these, almost without exception, cast their lot with the Confederacy. The defection of Robert E. Lee in particular was a sad blow to General Scott, and a great loss to the Union cause. It was necessary to relieve from active duty many other senior officers in the regular army, who were too old for service in the field, and their places should have been filled by promoting the most capable and promising of the younger officers. Unfortunately, however, the President in making many of his appointments was governed too much by political considerations. In the East, Butler and Banks, both men without any kind of military training or experience, were made major generals of volunteers; while in the West, Fremont was appointed a major general in the regular army, and succeeded in Missouri the brave and capable Lyon, to whose courage and skill the preservation of that State to the Union was largely due. On the 24th of May, after the people of Virginia had ratified the ordinance of secession, the Federal troops crossed the Potomac without opposition, and occupied Arlington Heights and Alexandria. A camp was established on the south side of the river, and the line was entrenched from the Chain Bridge to Alexandria. Brevet Major McDowell, then on duty with the War Department, whose highest rank of command had been lieutenant of artillery, was made a brigadier general, and placed in command of the forces in Virginia. Washington now being safe from attack, The Northern newspapers and public began to cry out for a forward movement before the expiration of the term of service of the 3 months' men. General Scott wanted to wait until the men of the second levy could be made ready for the field. But in the face of the newspaper clamor, the government was finally forced to overrule the judgment of the lieutenant general, and he was ordered to make the necessary arrangements for an advance. The military situation at this time was as follows. The main army of the Confederacy, 20,000 volunteers under General Beauregard, was stationed at Manassas Junction, 30 miles southwest of Washington. Beauregard, a classmate of McDowell at West Point, had been an officer in the engineers, and the capture of Fort Sumter had added much renown to his already excellent reputation. At Manassas Junction, on the Orange and Alexandria Railroad, a branch line, coming from Front Royal in the Shenandoah Valley, connected with the main line to Richmond. Near Winchester, in the lower Shenandoah Valley, General Joseph E. Johnston, with about 11,000 men, confronted a Union force of some 18,000 under General Patterson, a veteran of the Mexican War. Although nearly 70 years old, he had recently been appointed a major general of volunteers from civil life, and given this important command. At Aquia Creek, 30 miles southeast of Manassas, there was a Confederate force of 3,000 men under General Holmes. At Fort Monroe, a small Federal force under General Butler was opposed by Generals Huger and Magruder. All the Confederate detachments were under the direction of President Davis at Richmond, who seems to have had General Lee as his military adviser, while General Scott under President Lincoln commanded the Union forces at Washington. There were 2 main roads running south from the national capital, one from Alexandria to Richmond via Fredericksburg, the other by way of Warrenton. The strategic importance of Manassas was due to the fact that it was located on the Warrenton Turnpike and on the main line of railway from Washington to the southern states. Beauregard's position there also guarded the junction of the branch line to the Shenandoah Valley, by which Johnston's army communicated with the Confederate base at Richmond. Manassas Junction lies on a high, open plateau. The Confederate position was protected by some slight field works armed with 50 heavy guns. To the north and east of Manassas, at a distance of about 3 miles, flows Bull Run, with wooded heights in most places close to the banks. The stream is winding and sluggish, and fordable in many places, although here and there the banks are steep and rocky. The Confederate army guarded the various fords, extending on a line about 8 miles long from the stone bridge on the Warrenton road to the railway. In reluctant response to the popular cry for a forward movement, Scott asked McDowell to submit a plan of operations, and he complied on the 24th of June. His plan was to turn the enemy's position, and force him out of it by seizing or threatening his communications. He counted upon Patterson and Butler to contain the forces in their respective fronts. Estimating that Beauregard would still receive reinforcements enough to raise his army to about 35,000 men, McDowell thought that he should have a force of 30,000 of all arms, with a reserve of 10,000. At the same time he urged that he might be allowed to put his regiments into brigades. This fact of itself shows the very rudimentary state of the Union army. McDowell's plan was fully discussed, and finally approved at a council of war held on the 29th June at the Executive Mansion, in which took part the President, his cabinet, and the principal military officers. McDowell stated emphatically that he could not hope to beat the 2 Confederate armies if united, and Scott gave him the positive assurance, "If Johnston joins Beauregard, he shall have Patterson at his heels." It is perhaps unnecessary to state that the operation upon which the Federal authorities had decided was a complicated one, which should never have been undertaken with inexperienced generals and raw troops. It was tempting fortune to subject the issue of arms to the success of a cooperative movement. Instead of relying upon Patterson's ability to detain Johnston in the Shenandoah Valley, the bulk of his army should have been brought to Washington as soon as it was decided to make the forward movement. For this failure General Scott was largely responsible. McDowell was ordered to begin his movement on the 8th of July. But owing to various delays it was not until a week later that his force was raised to the stipulated strength. On the 16th July, McDowell issued his orders to march that afternoon. His army was organized as follows: 1st Division, Tyler. Brigades, Keyes, Schenck, Sherman, Richardson, 9,936. 2nd Division, Hunter. Brigades, Porter, Burnside, 2,648. 3rd Division, Heintzelman. Brigades, Franklin, Wilcox, and Howard, 9,777. 4th Division, Runyon. No brigade commanders, 5,752. 5th Division, Miles. Brigades, Blenker and Davies, 6,207. For a total of 34,320. There were also 7 troops of regular cavalry and 8 companies of infantry under Major Sykes. There were 49 guns, and 7 of the batteries were also of the regular army. McDowell's force aggregated 35,000 men, but Runyon's division was held back to guard the line of communications, and took no part in the Battle of Manassas. On the field, therefore, McDowell had only 30,000 men. Through his spies in Washington, Beauregard was kept informed of the Federal plans, and on the 17th July he telegraphed to Richmond that the advance had begun. Davis immediately ordered Johnston and Holmes to Manassas. That same day, Patterson, after advancing within 9 miles of Winchester, retired to Charlestown, and telegraphed General Scott that Johnston's force was 35,000 strong, although in fact it was not more than 2/3 the strength of his own. This left Johnston free to depart, and on the 18th he marched his army by way of Ashby's Gap to Piedmont, where the infantry was placed in railway cars, while the cavalry and artillery proceeded by road. On the afternoon of the 20th July, he had joined Beauregard with the bulk of his forces. It is hardly worth while to go into the details of the story of Patterson's failure to fulfill the expectations of his chief. As Mr. Ropes says, he was really more to be pitied than blamed. If Scott expected that Patterson would fight Johnston, as he says he did, he should have given him orders to that effect, and he cannot be exonerated from blame for not having done so. McDowell began his advance from Alexandria on the afternoon of the 16th July, and on the morning of the 18th, the greater part of his force of 35,000 men was concentrated at Centreville, 22 miles from Washington, and 5½ miles northeast of Manassas. It should have been possible to have attacked the following morning, but the Federal commander was confronted by many obstacles. The maps were poor, and it was impossible to secure local guides. The army was much larger than any ever assembled on the American continent. The general, his staff, and the troops were alike inexperienced. To deploy 10,000 or 20,000 men for attack is a difficult operation, even with well-drilled troops and an experienced staff, says Colonel Henderson. The troops had received no instruction in musketry, and many of the regiments went into action without having once fired their rifles. Ignorance of war and contempt for the lessons of history were to cost the nation dear. In McDowell's report, he states that it was his intention to attack at once, but he could not get the troops into line earlier than he did. The men were not accustomed to marching, and the supply trains moved with difficulty and in disorder, so that there was a day's delay in getting the provisions forward. Beauregard's army, then called the Army of the Potomac, consisted of 6½ brigades. It was posted in a line about 8 miles long behind Bull Run, from the Stone Bridge on the Warrenton Pike to Union Mills Ford. The bridge was held by Evans' half brigade, and the fords to the east by the brigades of Koch, Bonham, Longstreet, Jones, and Ewell, with Early in the rear. Holmes, on his arrival, was placed in reserve, as were also the brigades of Jackson, Bee, and Bartow of Johnston's Army of the Shenandoah, when they came on the field. From these arrangements it is evident that Beauregard expected the Federals to attempt to cross the creek by the fords to the east of the Stone Bridge. This was indeed McDowell's first intention, but he gave it up on account of the difficulty of an attack on that side. Centreville is on an elevation from which the ground slopes in all directions. The Warrenton Pike runs almost due west, and good dirt roads lead to all the fords. The country toward Bull Run is cut up by small streams, and covered with farms and thick woods, which furnish good cover for troops. On the morning of the 18th, McDowell ordered Tyler, whose division was in the lead, to make a reconnaissance, but strictly enjoined him not to bring on an engagement. Tyler advanced along the road to Mitchell's Ford, and opened fire with artillery on the Confederate forces posted on the south side of the stream. He also sent forward 2 regiments of infantry and a squadron of cavalry into the thick woods along the creek. The troops of Bonham and Longstreet returned the Federal fire at short range, and the Union forces were driven back in disorder. This first affair, small as it was, had a very depressing effect upon McDowell's army, and greatly encouraged the Confederates. This experience confirmed McDowell's impression that it was impossible with his raw troops to carry the line of Bull Run by a frontal attack. His stay of 2 days at Centreville, necessitated by the impossibility of concentrating sooner his loosely organized force, had given time for his engineers to examine the position of the enemy, and on their report he decided to turn the Confederate left by making a detour to the northwest with his right wing. Unaware of the fact that Johnston was already on his way to join Beauregard, he also hoped to prevent their junction by destroying the railway to the valley. McDowell's orders, issued on Saturday, the 20th July, were as follows: Miles' division, with 1 brigade of Tyler's division, and a strong force of artillery, was to remain in reserve at Centreville, and to threaten Blackburn's Ford. The rest of Tyler's division, with 4 batteries of regular artillery, was to advance along the turnpike, and make a secondary attack at daybreak by way of the Stone Bridge. The divisions of Hunter and Heintzelman, about 13,000 men in all, were to make the turning movement. They were to march along the pike to a point 2 miles west of Centreville, there to take a road through the woods to the right, cross Bull Run at Sudley Springs, and move down upon the flank and rear of the enemy. 5 batteries, 24 guns in all, were to accompany this column, the whole under the personal command of General McDowell. As soon as this movement had forced the left of Beauregard's army away from the Stone Bridge, Tyler was to cross and join in the main attack. The division of Miles, 6,200 strong, was to remain near Centreville to guard the communications of the army. As anticipated, no resistance was encountered at Sudley Springs, but the turning column was delayed in starting by Tyler's division getting in the way, and did not reach the ford until 9 o'clock Sunday morning, instead of 7 as was calculated. Note: there is a corresponding map on page 33. After fording the creek and resting perhaps half an hour, the troops resumed their march in a southerly direction. They had proceeded about a mile when the enemy was encountered, posted on some heights near the Matthews house, north of the Warrenton road. This was about 10:30. These troops were part of the demi-brigade of General Evans, which held the extreme left of the Confederate line. Evans, who was an officer of the old army and a good soldier, had soon divined that the Federal attack on the Stone Bridge was only a feint. And before long, he suspected that a movement to his left flank was in progress. His suspicions were confirmed by a courier from a picket of Sudley Springs, and by a "wigwag" message from Beauregard's signal officer, Captain E. P. Alexander. Leaving 4 companies and 2 guns to defend the bridge, and sending word to Cocke on his right, Evans marched the rest of his command, 11 companies and 2 guns to the left, and took up a strong position on high ground about 3/4 of a mile north of the pike, with his left resting on the Sudley road. On Johnston's arrival the day before, in virtue of his superior rank, he had taken command of the Confederate army, but he wisely left the actual direction of the troops to Beauregard. The latter had formed an ambitious plan of crossing by the lower fords, turning the left of the Federals and cutting off their line of retreat. In fact, the 2 generals waited from 8:30 to 10:30, Sunday morning, on a hill in the rear of Mitchell's Ford for this movement to begin. But the order to Ewell, who was to have been the first to cross, had miscarried, and now, as General Beauregard himself puts it, the enemy was about to annihilate the left flank of the Confederate army, and had to be met and checked there, for otherwise all would have been lost. After dispatching orders for the 2 brigades of Holmes and Early to move upward to the Warrenton Pike, Johnston and Beauregard set off at a rapid gallop to join their troops engaged 4 miles away. Ewell, Jones, and Longstreet, at the same time, were ordered "to make a strong demonstration all along their front on the other side of the run," says Johnston. Upon finding Evans drawn up before him, Burnside promptly formed a regiment in line of battle and attacked. Other regiments came forward one after another and were repulsed. There was lack of concert and combined power. The Federal tactics were poor and timid. Porter came to the support of Burnside, but Evans maintained his position alone for more than an hour. Then he was reinforced by the brigades of Bee and Bartow, and from the Henry House Hill, Imboden's battery lent its aid. Meanwhile, the leading regiments of Heintzelman's division had come up, and prolonged the Federal line to the right. Part of both the hostile lines was in the woods and part in the open fields, and at some points the lines were only 100 yards apart. Soon after the arrival of Bee and Bartow, with their 4 regiments, the right of the Confederate position was taken in flank and rear by the brigades of Sherman and Keyes of Tyler's division. Under the mistaken impression that the stone bridge was mined, and defended by a heavy abatis, the Federal troops had found fords and crossed Bull Run about halfway between the bridge and Sudley. Thus enveloped on their right after having maintained their position for over 2 hours against superior numbers, the Confederates at last gave way and fled in confusion across Young's Branch. In the angle south of the turnpike there is a commanding ridge called the Henry House Hill, generally level on top, and some 200 yards across. The inner edge of the ridge afforded some cover both from view and from fire, and formed a good position for a defensive line of battle. Gentle slopes led down from the hill to the valley of Young's Branch. But they were cut up by little ravines and partly covered with patches of young pines. Upon the northwest brow of the plateau stood the Henry House, and 1/3 of a mile northeast of it, on a projecting spur, was the Robinson House, surrounded by dense trees and shrubbery. Both houses were small frame buildings, and neither had any defensive strength. At the rear of the plateau, along the eastern borders, was a thick fringe of young pines, which merged into a dense oak woods of considerable extent, lying on both sides of the Sudley-Manassas road. Jackson, who had marched to the sound of the firing, had formed his brigade in the edge of the pines along the eastern brow of the plateau. He was just in time to support Imboden's battery, which, badly cut to pieces, was withdrawing from the fight. At this moment appeared General Bee. He was covered with dust and sweat, his horse foaming. "General," he said, "they are beating us back." "Then, sir, we will give them the bayonet," replied Jackson, as his thin lips closed like a vice. Inspired with renewed confidence, Bee galloped back to the ravine where his officers were trying to reform their broken companies. Pointing with his sword to the line on the heights above, he cried, "Look! There is Jackson standing like a stone wall. Rally behind the Virginians!" Bee died that day, but his words will live forever. From that hour, Thomas Jonathan Jackson was universally known as Stonewall Jackson. Beauregard and Johnston were now on the ground. The former took personal command of the troops, while the latter rode back to the headquarters at the Lewis house to hurry up reinforcements. It was now about 2:00. General McDowell, who was present, in direct command of the Union forces, decided to complete the victory by carrying the Confederate position on the Henry House Hill. He had allowed Burnside to withdraw his brigade, which was exhausted from the morning's work, but he had in hand for the attack the brigades of Porter, Wilcox, Sherman, and Franklin, a squadron of regular cavalry, and 4 batteries of artillery, about 10,000 men. Tyler, with Keyes' brigade of his division, after a feeble demonstration against the Confederate right, had recrossed Young's Branch, and took no further part in the battle. Schenck's brigade and Tyler's artillery were still on the other side of Bull Run. Howard's brigade had not yet come up. The Confederate force on the hill comprised about 6,500 infantry, Stewart's squadron of cavalry, and 13 pieces of artillery. After the withdrawal of the Confederates from their first position on Matthews Hill, McDowell placed 2 fine regular batteries of Ricketts and Griffin on a hill near the Dogan House, in the angle between the turnpike and the Sudley Road. From this position they swept the summit of the Henry Hill with a destructive fire. Knowing the moral support which artillery always gives to infantry, before assaulting the new Confederate position, McDowell ordered Major Berry, his chief of artillery, to send forward these 2 batteries to a position beyond and to the south of the Henry House. It was a strange procedure to expose these valuable batteries without any infantry support to a close musketry fire, which of course they could not return. Ricketts and Griffin were amazed to receive such an order, but they promptly obeyed, and went into battery near the Henry House, within musket shot of the woods south of it. Here the batteries were charged by Stewart's cavalry, stationed on the left of the Confederate line, and the Zouave regiment, which had been assigned as a support, at once gave way. While Colonel Wilcox was endeavoring to rally the Zouaves, the 33rd Virginia suddenly appeared from the woods at the south, and advanced toward the batteries. At this early date the uniforms in the 2 armies were very much alike, and from the direction of the advance Major Berry thought that this was a Federal regiment sent to their support. He therefore ordered Griffin to withhold his fire. A moment later the doubtful regiment proved its identity by a deadly volley delivered at a range of 70 yards. Every gunner was shot down, several officers fell killed or wounded, and the batteries were rendered useless for the rest of the day. Griffin managed to drag off 3 of his guns, but Ricketts was badly wounded and captured. Although somewhat discouraged by this reverse, McDowell had no idea of giving up the fight. The Federals crossed the valley at Young's Branch, mounted the northern slopes of the hill, and gained the plateau beyond the Henry House. Here the fighting became fierce. The batteries were taken and retaken. The hill at times was covered with the Federal regiments. The enemy more than once was driven back into the woods which bordered the plateau on the south and east, and into which the Federal troops could not venture to follow. For more than an hour the battle raged backward and forward across the plateau, without any material change in the situation. About 3 o'clock Howard came up, but too late to effect the result. Then the Confederates received reinforcements which turned the day in their favor. Early's brigade came up from the lower fords. Kirby Smith's brigade of Johnston's army reached Manassas by rail from the valley, and marched at once to the field. These fresh troops were placed far out on the Confederate left, thus enveloping the right flank of the Federals. As Smith led in his troops, he was severely wounded, and had to turn over the command to Elzey. Beauregard now ordered an advance all along the line, and the effect was decisive. The Union soldiers, without any show of panic, simply broke ranks and started home, retiring for the most part over the roads by which they had come. The retreat was covered by Sykes' battalion of infantry and Palmer's squadron of cavalry, both of the regular army. By 6 o'clock there was not a Union soldier but the dead, the wounded, and the captives on the south side of Bull Run, says Steele. No effective pursuit was made by the Confederates. Never did an enemy make a cleaner escape out of such an exposed position after such an utter rout, says General Alexander. Early in the afternoon President Davis arrived at Manassas by rail from Richmond. Mounting a horse, he rode to the field. To the long procession of stragglers retiring from the battlefield, he cried, "I am President Davis. Follow me back to the field." Not far off, Stonewall Jackson was having a wound in his hand, dressed by a surgeon. Hearing the words of Davis, he shouted, "We have whipped them! They ran like sheep! Give me 5,000 fresh men, and I will be in Washington City tomorrow morning." In fact, Jackson seems to have been the only man to grasp the situation, and realize the great opportunity before them. The President and his 2 generals spent the rest of the afternoon in riding over the field. Although it was not sunset until after 7, and there was a nearly full moon, no serious pursuit was attempted. For this failure to follow up their success the Confederate generals have presented many excuses. "Our army," says General Johnston, "was more disorganized by victory than that of the United States by defeat." McDowell intended to make a stand at Centreville, but the men could not be stopped there, and the Federal army retired within the defenses of Washington. The losses at Manassas, which the Federals call the Battle of Bull Run, were as follows: Federals killed 460, Confederates 387, Federals wounded 1,124, Confederates 1,582, Federals missing 1,312, Confederates 13. The total losses for Federals 2,896, and for the Confederates 1,982. Estimated on the basis of the Confederate losses, probably 750 of the Union prisoners were wounded, which would make the total Federal loss in killed and wounded over 2,300, or approximately 12% of the number actually engaged. The Confederate loss was not quite so large, about 11%. These figures show hard fighting. On the Federal side, Hunter and Heintzelman were wounded, Wilcox wounded and captured. On the Confederate side, Bee and Bartow were killed, Jackson and Kirby Smith wounded. In the organization of its first army, the Confederacy displayed more ability than the government of Washington. Mr. Davis was a graduate of West Point, and had served 7 years in the regular army. He had commanded a volunteer regiment in the Mexican War, and had later been Secretary of War. He was acquainted personally or officially with most of the higher officers of the old army, and his selections for command were generally good. He had the professional soldier's horror of putting troops in charge of men who knew nothing of the business of war. No citizen soldier was given a high command until he had demonstrated his fitness. He did not make the mistake of Mr. Lincoln, with his lack of military experience, and appoint to important commands such men as Banks and Butler. The Union army of 35,000 men was the largest ever assembled on this continent, yet it was not organized into higher units than regiments until just before it left Washington. McDowell's halt of 2 days at Centreville, necessitated by the disorganized state of his army, was fatal. It gave time for the transfer from the valley of Johnston's Army of the Shenandoah, which decided the battle on Sunday afternoon. The strategy of the Federal commander has been approved by many writers. For example, General Sherman says, "It is now generally admitted that it was one of the best planned battles of the war, but one of the worst fought." Colonel Henderson also writes, "The turning movement by Sudley Springs was a skillful maneuver, and completely surprised both Johnston and Beauregard. It was undoubtedly risky, but it was far less dangerous than a direct attack on the strong position along Bull Run." These opinions seem to be based upon an erroneous impression of the formidable strength of the Confederate position, and it is therefore somewhat difficult to agree entirely with these eminent authorities. Colonel Henderson writes, "The Confederates were strongly posted. Even with regular troops, a direct attack on a single point of passage would have been difficult." Mr. Rope says that Bull Run presented a formidable obstacle for such raw troops as those which constituted the United States forces. On the other hand, Captain, afterwards General, Alexander of the Confederate army, who was present at the battle, says, "Our army was weak and badly posted, and could not have withstood a vigorous attack by the force in front of us. Both of our flanks were in the air, and Bull Run could be crossed by infantry in many places. Our center was a large salient whose lines the enemy could enfilade. The ground on their side was commanding and afforded close approach under excellent cover. On our side it was low and gently rising to the rear, giving no cover whatever, except of the woods." In McDowell's report he states that he could not make the attack earlier than he did. "I wished to go to Centreville the second day," he writes, "but I was told that it was impossible for the men to march further. They had only come from Vienna, about 6 miles, and it was not more than 6½ miles further to Centreville, in all a march of 12½ miles. But the men were foot weary." Nevertheless, in the face of this experience of only 2 days before, McDowell laid his plans for 5 of his 8 brigades to make a night march of 9 or 10 miles, by a circuitous route which would take them dangerously far from his other forces. In other words, he took the risk of having his army split in two by a formidable obstacle. The success of his project depended upon his rolling up the left flank of the enemy, and clearing the path for his own forces to unite by way of the stone bridge. It further involved the hazard of forming his line of battle parallel to the Warrenton pike, his line of retreat, or with his back to the stream, or with his face to the rear. In fact, McDowell deliberately took the risk of leaving his small rear guard to maintain his line of communications, and cut loose from his base for the purpose of turning the enemy's left. His main body was further from Centreville than was the Confederate right, and he did not dare to call on his reserves for reinforcements. Unless he won a decisive victory his position would be untenable, and he would be forced to withdraw across the stream. But General Sherman is quite right in saying that the battle was not well fought. From every tactical point of view the attack was badly made. Instead of setting up his headquarters somewhere in the rear and directing the operations as a whole, McDowell was at the very front, and scarcely exercised any influence on the action. As so often happened in the battles of the Civil War, regiments and brigades went into the battle without any sort of order or concert of action. The assaults were all straight to the front. There was no effort to make a flank attack. Although the stone bridge was open, McDowell did not summon his reserves from Centreville, only 4 miles away. He did not call Schenck's brigade, and the batteries with it, across the run. He did not order Burnside back into action. He allowed Keyes to lie idle under cover of Young's branch throughout the afternoon. General Johnston says, "If the tactics of the Federals had been equal to their strategy, we should have been beaten." And General Alexander writes, "The Federal tactics were poor and timid. There was lack of concert and combined power." Colonel Henderson, after paying a tribute to the accuracy of the fire, the fine discipline and staunch endurance of the Federal gunners, who were all old soldiers, says, "The infantry, on the other hand, was not well handled. The attack was purely frontal. No attempt was made to turn the Confederate flanks, although the stone bridge was now open, and Johnston's line might easily have been taken in reverse. Nor does it appear that the cavalry was employed to ascertain where the flanks rested. Moreover, instead of massing the troops for a determined onslaught, driven home by sheer weight of numbers, the attack was made by successive brigades, those in rear waiting till those in front had been defeated; and in the same manner the brigades attacked by successive regiments. Such tactics were inexcusable." Mr. Rope states that the work of Colonel Henderson was not seen by him until his own book was in press, but he met this criticism in advance by the following explanation of McDowell's course. "He did not undertake to coordinate the movements of his divisions and brigades, as he doubtless would have liked to do, because he thought it very doubtful if he could succeed in such an undertaking with raw troops and inexperienced generals, and because, moreover, it would have taken precious time to make the attempt." Later Mr. Rope states, "McDowell could not, with the number of troops at his immediate disposal, turn his adversary's position. He had not a sufficient superiority in force." As bearing on this point, it may be stated that, at the period of the battle on the Henry Hill, Henderson estimates that the Federals had 16,000 infantry available, while both Ropes and Alexander state that McDowell had under his immediate control not much more than 9,000 men, allowing for casualties and stragglers, and taking into account the absence from the firing line of the 4 brigades of Howard, Burnside, Keyes, and Schenck. All the authorities agree that Beauregard was holding the hill with about 6,500 men; but the chances were rather in his favor, as he was standing on the defensive, and the Federal troops, after marching and fighting for 12 hours, were nearly exhausted. The Federal army should have contained a brigade of cavalry, but it had only 7 little troops, and they were mostly split up into small details. The Confederates had 1,800 horsemen, but they were split up in the same manner. With the exception of Stewart's charge on the Zouaves, the cavalry played a very insignificant role in the battle. Beauregard's handling of his troops was equally bad, but fortunately for the Confederacy he had an able associate in Johnston, who hurried up reinforcements at the critical moment, in time to save the day. Out of McDowell's army of 35,000 men, only 18,500 crossed the run; and of these the brigades of Burnside and Keyes took little part in the action. Beauregard had about 32,000 men on the field, but he put only 18,000 into the battle. In very few actions of the Civil War were the numbers engaged so nearly equal, but the Confederates had the advantage of acting throughout on the defensive. Only 2 officers handled their men well: Sherman on the Union side, and Jackson on the Confederate. It was the latter's wise choice of a position on the further edge of the open plateau, and McDowell's failure to take it in flank, which enabled the Confederates to hold out for 4 hours against superior numbers, and made their victory possible. In the opinion of Colonel Henderson, the position chosen by Jackson was the strongest that could be found, a position from which the view is limited, well in the rear of a crest line. The brow of the hill which looks down upon Young's Branch gave an extended view and a wide field of fire upon the advancing Federals, but both flanks would have been exposed. Later, at the battle of Chattanooga, we shall see the dangers of such a position, where the defenders could see the hosts of the enemy preparing for the assault. The catastrophe of Manassas may be termed one of those unavoidable accidents that so frequently occur in war. But for a few days the North seemed dazed. Stocks went down and money went up. Then stern resolve took the place of despair. To the President's call for volunteers there was a magnificent response. The men enlisted with a spirit that has never been surpassed. To the South, on the other hand, Manassas was a Pyrrhic victory. It gave their people a very unwarranted opinion of the superior fighting qualities of their troops. To many the war seemed to be over. Volunteering stopped, and even in South Carolina it proved to be impossible to raise sufficient troops to garrison the seacoast defenses. The government indulged in vain hopes of foreign intervention. Few were wise enough, like General Johnston, to realize that the Southern victory was not due to any degree to lack of prowess in their assailants. Many of the officers engaged in this first great battle of the war subsequently attained high rank in the 2 services. On the Union side, Sherman, Burnside, McDowell, Keyes, Heintzelman, Franklin, Porter, and Howard became army or corps commanders. On the Confederate side, Johnston and Beauregard became full generals, and Jackson, Longstreet, Ewell, Early, and Holmes, lieutenant generals. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of Campaigns of the Civil War, by Walter Geer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 3. February 1862. Henry and Donelson. Decisive as was the victory of Manassas, it is not probable that the Confederates could have captured Washington at that time. 3 of the Federal divisions had taken no part in the battle, and were in good condition for the defense of the capital. President Davis discussed the situation fully with Johnston and Beauregard the night after the battle, and they all agreed that the attempt would be hopeless. While the loss of the battle was a terrible shock to the North, it caused no wavering in the determination to prosecute the war. On the day after the battle, the House of Representatives voted for the enlistment of 500,000 volunteers. The same day, President Lincoln summoned Major General McClellan to Washington, and assigned him to the command under General Scott of all the troops at the capital. In October, Scott insisted on being allowed to retire from active service, and on the first day of November McClellan was appointed Commander-in-Chief of all the armies of the United States. Prior to this date, however, on the 4th of August, at the request of Mr. Lincoln, McClellan had drawn up a memorandum on the object of the war and his general plan of operations. The main campaign, from which he expected the most decisive results, was to be in the East, but he made a number of judicious suggestions, such as that a strong movement be made on the Mississippi, and that the rebels be driven out of Missouri. As the principal military operations of the following winter and spring took place in the West, we shall now turn to the Mississippi Valley. It will be remembered that when the other Southern states seceded and organized the Confederacy, Kentucky wavered in its loyalty to the Union. The governor was for secession, but the legislature was for the Union, so the state at first endeavored to compromise by declaring its neutrality, September 1861. Before we take up, however, the narrative of the military operations which this attitude of Kentucky forced upon the government, it is necessary to trace very briefly the course of events in Missouri. In the summer of 1861, the Confederates made a determined effort to secure control of that state. In August, a Confederate force of 10,000 men defeated Lyon, after a hard-fought action in which that promising officer lost his life. Later, a Union army under General Curtis drove the principal Confederate force under Van Dorn out of the state, and in March, 1862, totally defeated it in an obstinate engagement at Pea Ridge in Arkansas. This decisive battle settled the fate of Missouri, although the large secessionist population in the state never ceased to give some cause for anxiety. It was evident to all intelligent observers that the neutrality of Kentucky could not last. Its position was too important. On the north the state was bounded by the Ohio River, which separated it from the Union States of Ohio, Indiana, and Illinois; on the south by the Confederate State of Tennessee; on the east by Virginia, from which it was separated by the Cumberland Mountains, which could be crossed only at certain passes, of which the most important was Cumberland Gap; on the west by the Mississippi River. Through its borders ran the rivers Tennessee and Cumberland, two most important military thoroughfares. In this territory there were 7 principal lines of railway. 1. Louisville and Nashville, running south through Bowling Green 170 miles to Nashville, where connection was made with 2. Nashville and Chattanooga, joining these two cities, and 3. Nashville and Decatur, leading into Alabama. 4. Memphis and Ohio, running from Bowling Green via Paris and Humboldt 250 miles to Memphis. From Humboldt, a branch line, 170 miles long, led to Columbus; and 2 lines, the Mississippi Central and the Mobile and Ohio, ran into Mississippi. 5. Memphis and Charleston, which passed through northern Mississippi and Alabama to Chattanooga, where it connected with 6. Georgia Central to Atlanta, and 7. East Tennessee and Georgia, the main line of communication between Virginia and the Gulf States. There were a few metalled pikes in Kentucky and Tennessee, but the highways were mainly the ordinary dirt roads, good in summer, but nearly impassable in winter and spring. The neutrality of Kentucky was not long recognized either by the Union or the Confederacy. On the 3rd September, 1861, General Polk occupied Columbus, and 2 days later General Grant took possession of Paducah. President Davis then gave the chief command in the West to Albert Sidney Johnston, who was generally regarded as one of the ablest of American soldiers. He was a native of Kentucky, of New England descent. A graduate of West Point, he had served with distinction in the Mexican War. Likely he had been opposed to secession, but when his adopted state, Texas, seceded, he offered his sword to the Confederacy. He was then in his 59th year, handsome in person and winning in manner, of lofty character, heroic courage, and undoubted ability. Johnston made his headquarters at Bowling Green, the key to the railway system of Kentucky, where he formed an entrenched camp with about 22,000 effectives. His line extended from Columbus on the left to Cumberland Gap on the right. In January, 1862, Columbus, which was fortified, was held by General Polk, with 18,000 men, and there was another fortified camp at Cumberland Gap. General Leonidas Polk was one of the picturesque figures of that time. A nephew of President Polk, he had been educated at West Point, but had soon left the army to study theology. At the outbreak of the Civil War he had been for 20 years the Episcopal Bishop of Louisiana. He soon changed his surplice for the uniform of a major general, and was at once placed in command of the Confederate forces in western Kentucky. Below Columbus, the Mississippi was guarded by 2 or 3 garrisoned forts, and the Tennessee and Cumberland were protected by 2 forts erected just south of the Kentucky border, where the rivers were about 12 miles apart. Fort Henry stood on the east bank of the Tennessee, and Fort Donelson on the west bank of the Cumberland. Better positions could have been chosen, a few miles further down, at a point where the rivers are separated only by a space of 3 miles. But the sites were selected at the time that the neutrality of Kentucky was respected, so they were kept within the limits of Tennessee. These 2 forts were held by General Tillman with 5,000 or 6,000 men. Opposed to Johnston's Confederate forces, General Buell had an army of some 45,000 men, with headquarters at Louisville. General Halleck was in chief command in Missouri with headquarters at St. Louis, and his territorial department included the part of Kentucky west of the Cumberland River. The commands of these two generals were absolutely independent. At Cairo there was also a strong Union fleet of ironclad gunboats under Commodore Foote. On becoming commander-in-chief, McClellan had given this important post in the West to Halleck, whose good fortune was soon to carry him to the supreme position in the army at Washington. Yet he was worse than a mediocre man. He possessed a thorough knowledge of the art of war as it exists in books, and could sit in his study and plan campaigns, but he had no practical experience of operations in the field, and was later to be responsible for some of the most terrible disasters of the war. The situation of the Confederates in Kentucky, as Johnston well knew, was extremely precarious. The capture of Fort Henry and Fort Donelson, and the destruction of the railway bridges across the rivers, would break his lines of communication with the garrisons on the Mississippi; would necessitate his retreat from Bowling Green, and would also probably result in the evacuation of Columbus by Polk. Johnston tried in vain to secure reinforcements. His forces were too small, and the men he had were badly armed. He knew also that the Federal fleet was far superior to anything that the Confederates could assemble in the Three Rivers. The plan proposed by Buell for the opening campaign of 1862 in this theater was for Halleck to ascend the Tennessee and the Cumberland with 20,000 men, supported by the ironclad fleet, while he himself advanced southward along the line of railway to Bowling Green. Halleck did not favor this plan, but wanted the bulk of Buell's forces joined to his own, so that he could move up the Cumberland with an army of 60,000 men, while Buell, with the rest of his command, acted as a containing force in front of Bowling Green. McClellan would not give his approval to either of these plans, but kept urging Buell to advance into East Tennessee, to secure possession of the railroad there, and to support the inhabitants of that region, who were intensely loyal in their sentiments. In December and January there were some minor military operations in this territory, the most important of which was the Battle of Mill Springs. Here, on the 19th January, 1862, General Thomas, with a division of Buell's army, defeated a force of Confederates, and drove it back into the mountains at Cumberland Gap. George Henry Thomas, whom Professor Fiske terms one of the most attractive characters in American history since George Washington, was a native of Virginia. He was educated at West Point, and served with distinction in the Mexican War. Like Lee and both the Johnstons, he was confronted with the painful question of allegiance, but, unlike them, his sense of loyalty prevailed over his love for his native state. It has always been a matter of much debate as to who was entitled to the credit of the plan for the expedition to Forts Henry and Donelson, which struck the first effectual blow at the Confederacy. Halleck claimed the credit, and Sherman seems to accord it to him, but Buell and Grant have also been awarded the honor. On the 29th of January, Halleck received a telegram from McClellan stating that a Confederate deserter had reported that Beauregard was under orders to leave Manassas for Kentucky with 15 regiments. 3 days later, without awaiting further instructions from Washington, or arranging for any cooperation from Buell, Halleck ordered General Grant, with 17,000 men and Foote's ironclads, to ascend the Tennessee and attack Fort Henry, in order to anticipate the arrival of Beauregard's forces. Not until the age of 39 did the call come for Ulysses Simpson Grant, who now enters upon the scene of history. Born in 1822, on the banks of the Ohio, educated at West Point, where he achieved no distinction, present in every battle except one, of the Mexican War, where he gained little reputation, he had been engaged since, without success, in several lines of business. At the outbreak of hostilities in 1861, he was earning a scanty subsistence in the leather trade at Galena, Illinois, a broken, dissipated man for whom no one would have dreamed of predicting a brilliant future. When the President's call for troops came in April, Grant raised and drilled a company of volunteers. Presently he passed to the charge of a district, then to the command of the great depot at Cairo. He was soon a brigadier, and in November, at the head of a little force of 3,000 men, he fought the battle at Belmont. This was only a small affair, but it made him known to his superiors as a leader cool and adroit in the field, and secured for him the command of the Fort Henry expedition. The expedition started the 2nd of February. As there were not enough boats to transport all the troops at once, McClernand's division went first, and landed about 9 miles below Fort Henry. General Grant followed with the remainder of the troops, and on the 5th moved his army by boats up to a point 4 miles below the fort. Fort Henry was a regular bastioned work, enclosing a space of about 10 acres. It was in a bend of the river, so that 12 of its 17 guns had a perfect sweep of the water, but they were nearly at the water level, which made their fire ineffective against the Union gunboats. The fort was badly located. It was not only surrounded by higher ground, but was perfectly commanded by heights on the opposite bank, where the Confederates had built another work called Fort Hayman. At this time General Tillman had about 2,500 men in the 2 forts on the Tennessee, but on the morning of the 6th he sent all of his troops to Fort Donelson, except about 70 men, whom he kept at Fort Henry, under his own command, to hold the fort, and serve the guns until the infantry was well on its way. At 11 o'clock on the morning of the 6th of February, General Grant moved on the forts with his land forces and Foote's fleet, consisting of 4 ironclads and 3 wooden gunboats. At a distance of a mile the fleet opened fire, and 2 hours later Tillman lowered his colors and ran up a white flag. The Union troops were so much delayed by the high water in the creeks and the muddy roads, that the Confederates had time to make good their retreat to Fort Donelson. Immediately after the fall of Fort Henry, 2 of the gunboats proceeded up the river and destroyed the bridge of the Memphis and Ohio Railroad. Then they continued on up the river as far as the Muscle Shoals in Alabama, destroying large quantities of Confederate supplies, and spreading alarm through the whole region. As soon as General Johnston learned of the fall of Fort Henry, he sent about half of his force under General Floyd to Fort Donelson, and with the remainder of his army, some 14,000 men, retreated to Nashville, where he arrived on the 16th of February. There were 2 roads leading from Fort Henry across to Fort Donelson, about 12 miles east, on the Cumberland. The intervening country was cut up by creeks and marshes, hills and ravines, and was heavily wooded. The water was high in all the creeks, and the roads were in very bad condition. Grant wanted to proceed at once to Fort Donelson, but it continued to rain, and his artillery and wagons could not move. He was also delayed by the time necessary for the fleet to run down the Tennessee and ascend the Cumberland, as he did not feel justified in attacking without the cooperation of the fleet. So it was not until the 12th February that his army moved. On that day he started with the divisions of McClernand and C.F. Smith. Another division, which had just arrived under Lew Wallace, and which included a brigade sent by General Buell, went around by water. Before night the neighborhood of the fort was reached by McClernand and Smith, and the troops took up a position surrounding the work. The next day Wallace arrived, the lines were rectified, and some fighting took place. Fort Donelson was a larger and more elaborate work than Fort Henry. The main fort was an irregular bastioned parapet, enclosing a space of about 100 acres, nearly 500 yards long in its greatest dimension. It stood 100 feet above the river, at the eastern end of a ridge, which narrowed down to a mere neck just west of the fort. Note: a map showing their positions can be found on page 54. Except at this point, the ground sloped from the work on all sides. On the north, Hickman Creek, which was unfordable, formed a perfect barrier. On the river side there were 2 water batteries 50 or 60 feet above water level, commanding the river to the north. About 700 yards west of the main work was another ridge, cut through in 2 or 3 places by forks of Indian Creek, and curving from Hickman Creek around to another unfordable stream south of Dover. On the irregular crest of this ridge a line of entrenchments had been constructed, strengthened with abatis. This line, which was 2½ miles long, was what came to be called, later in the war, Rifle Pit, a trench with the earth thrown up on the outer side. Batteries were constructed at 9 points in the line, and armed with the guns of 8 field batteries. The entire line followed the face of ridges from 50 to 80 feet high, except toward the south, where a break was made by the valley of Indian Creek, and faced on valleys or ravines filled with forest and underbrush. The position was a strong one, but possessed the common fault of the Confederate works. It was so large as to need several thousand men to defend it, and a small army in case of an obstinate and protracted siege. "Such conditions," says Mr. Ropes, "made too heavy a draft on the limited resources of the Confederate armies. Thousands of men were shut up in these works who should have been serving in the field with the active armies." This strong position was held by an army of 19,000 men, commanded by General Pillow, an officer of but little merit. Second in command was General Buckner, an excellent soldier, whose relations with Pillow were rather strained. On the 13th February, the day after Grant's arrival, a third general, senior in rank to Pillow, came in and took command. This was John B. Floyd, lately Secretary of War under President Buchanan. He was a man absolutely unfit for such an important command, and Johnston made a great mistake in sending him there. Upon its arrival, the army of General Grant took up its position on another ridge about 600 or 700 yards from the Confederate line, and approximately parallel to it. McClernand's division was on the right, Smith's on the left, and Wallace's, after its arrival the next day, held the center. Grant now had about 25,000 men on the field, the divisions were all closed up, and the line was extended around to the right so as to bar the road to Charlotte and Nashville, the only Confederate line of retreat. General Grant considered the enemy's works too strong to be assaulted successfully by the raw troops at his disposal, and relied upon the fleet to reduce the fort. On the 14th the fleet arrived, and Commodore Foote at once took his ships into action. But the gunboats found no such easy task as the reduction of Fort Henry. The Confederate guns, placed 32 feet above the river, were served skillfully, and their fire was very effective. 2 of the ironclads had their steering apparatus shot away and helplessly drifted down the river out of the action. The other 2 were so badly damaged as to be compelled to withdraw. The whole fleet was put hors de combat, and Foote himself was severely wounded. It would be necessary to send the disabled vessels back to Cairo for repairs, and further cooperation by the fleet seemed for the moment out of question. After he had witnessed the repulse of the fleet, Grant felt that a speedy victory was not to be expected, and looked forward to a protracted siege. To make the situation even more discouraging, the weather had turned intensely cold, the temperature dropping to 20 degrees below the freezing point. The men were without tents, and could not build fires within full range of the enemy's guns. Many of them in their inexperience had thrown away their blankets and were frostbitten, some even frozen to death. The wagons had not all come up, and rations were scarce. Grant says, "The sun went down on the night of the 14th February, 1862, leaving the army confronting Fort Donelson anything but comforted over its prospects." The Confederates also were much discouraged, and Grant's problem was nearer a solution than he imagined. It was feared that the Federal troops would gain the bank of the river above the fort, establish batteries there to command the stream, and thus prevent supplies from reaching the defenders. At a council of war held that evening, the 3 generals decided to attack the Union right at daybreak, with the object of forcing it off the Charlotte road and opening up an avenue of escape. The plan was an excellent one, and it was well executed; but it failed in the end because no orders were issued or arrangements made for an immediate retreat in case of success. The next morning, the 15th, the Federal right wing under McClernand was vigorously attacked and rolled up against Wallace. By 1 o'clock the Confederates had gained their object, and the road to Nashville was open. Then, in the very moment of victory, Pillow, who had directed the attack, made the fatal blunder of ordering the men back into their works. At this hour General Grant arrived on the scene. On account of his wound, Commodore Foote had asked Grant to come aboard his flagship for a conference. It thus happened that the Union commander was absent all the morning. When Grant reached the field, the fighting was all over, and the victorious Confederates were retiring to their works. Grant sent a dispatch to Foote, telling of the events of the morning, and adding, "I must make a charge to save appearances." He asked Foote to make a demonstration with the gunboats and fire a few shells at long range. He said, "This may secure a victory; otherwise all may be defeated. "It is clear," comments Mr. Ropes, "that he did not expect any important result from the charge. It was, he saw, the proper thing to order, but he relied mainly on the reappearance of the fleet to restore confidence to his troops." After sending his message to Foote, Grant rode over to find Smith on his left, and gave the order for an immediate assault on the works in his front. The veteran Charles F. Smith, one of the finest officers in the Union service, led the attack in person, and inspired his raw troops with his own dauntless courage. Fortunately for the attacking party, the Confederate troops who had held this part of the line had not yet had time to regain their entrenchments after the morning's sortie, and the works were easily carried, although the few troops left in this part of the fort defended themselves with great tenacity. The position thus carried by Smith was found to possess unusual importance. It was an angle inside the fort which practically commanded the entire work. In the meantime, under orders from General Grant, Wallace and McClernand had advanced and reoccupied the positions from which they had been driven in the morning. By nightfall, the Union forces again blocked the Confederate line of retreat. That evening another council of war was held within the fort, and it was decided to surrender the works on the best terms possible. Then ensued a remarkable scene. Floyd, who was at that moment under indictment at Washington for misuse of public funds, said that he would rather die than fall into the hands of the Federals. So he passed the command over to Pillow, who in turn transferred it to Buckner, and these two generals escaped up the river on a small steamboat. At the same time, Forrest, with the greater part of his cavalry, succeeded in getting by the Union right and evading capture. At daybreak, Buckner sent a note to General Grant proposing the appointment of commissioners to agree upon the terms of capitulation. Grant wrote back the since famous reply, "No terms except unconditional and immediate surrender," would be accepted, and added that he proposed "to move immediately" upon the enemy's works. Without further parley, Buckner thereupon surrendered his command. "With plenty of food and ammunition," says Major Steele, "there does not appear to have been any adequate excuse for surrendering at that time." The Union losses at Fort Donelson were about 2,600 killed and wounded, 224 missing. It is impossible to give any reliable statement of the Confederate casualties, but they probably did not exceed 2,000 killed and wounded. There are also no reliable figures regarding the number of the garrison or the number of prisoners captured. There were probably some 19,000 men in the fort, of whom about a quarter escaped. Badeau states that rations were issued at Cairo to 14,623 prisoners, which seems to be the most trustworthy statement of the number captured. Mr. Rope says, "About 11,500 men with 40 guns were the fruits of this great victory." Mr. Fisk states, "The surrender delivered up to Grant nearly 15,000 prisoners, with 65 cannon and 17,000 muskets." The capture of Fort Donelson was the greatest military achievement that the American continent had yet witnessed, but its moral and strategic results were out of all proportion to its physical dimensions. The two great rivers were laid open for hundreds of miles. There was a panic at Nashville. The state government fled with the archives and the money in the treasury. Johnston evacuated the city and fell back to Murfreesboro. Just a week after the surrender, a division of Buell's army occupied the capital of Tennessee. On the Mississippi the results were equally decisive. Columbus was no longer tenable, and Polk soon retreated as far as Corinth in Mississippi. At one bound General Grant became a national hero, and this he deserved to be. No criticism can be made of his conduct of the campaign. He had the good sense to rely upon the gunboats to reduce the fort, and, says Ropes, "with a discretion which on similar occasions afterwards he did not always show, he did not waste the strength of his troops by assaulting the unbroken and well manned fortifications of his antagonists. He well merited the praise which came to him from the public, and the promotion which the government at once bestowed upon him." The general strategy of the war in the West may be regarded as a flanking movement on a vast scale, by which, after 4 years, the left of the Confederacy was at last turned and its overthrow accomplished. At the opening of 1862, of course, no such plan was considered. The Federal objective was to break the Confederate line of defense at its most vulnerable point, and the Donelson campaign was an example of what the textbooks call strategic penetration. The two wings of the Confederate army were at Columbus and Bowling Green, 170 miles apart, or less than 1 day in point of time, by rail. The capture of Henry and Donelson, the destruction of the railway bridge over the Tennessee, and the occupation of Clarksville by the Federal forces, broke the line of communication between the two wings of Johnston's army and compelled their retirement. Although this brief campaign was most successful, it had not been free from a certain measure of risk. General Halleck had begun it without any authority from Washington, and without any understanding with Buell either for support or cooperation. Buell was perfectly willing to cause a diversion by advancing in force on Bowling Green, but he was still under orders to invade East Tennessee. He offered Halleck one of his brigades, which arrived in time to take part in the capture of Donelson, and he placed at his disposal 8 new regiments then in Ohio and Indiana. He also wrote McClellan on the 5th February, advocating the postponement of the East Tennessee movement, and finally obtained his approval of the advance on Bowling Green. From that moment McClellan did all in his power to coordinate the operations of the forces under Halleck and Buell. To reinforce Grant, Buell had to send troops around by the Ohio River, while Johnston had the short line of the railroad and the highways. This gave Johnston a chance which he failed to improve. He should have left a small force at Bowling Green to hold back Buell, and himself led the remainder of his army against Grant. Instead of doing this, he sent an incompetent general, Floyd, with 12,000 men to Donelson, while he himself fell back with 14,000 to Nashville. "In all of the operations of the Civil War," says Major Steele, "it would be hard to find another example of such crass incapacity as was displayed by the Confederate commanders at Fort Donelson. Not one, but several opportunities offered, which, if made use of by a bold and skillful general, might have resulted in a Confederate success." At the opening of the campaign, Johnston had the advantage of interior lines, and could have concentrated his forces more quickly than Halleck and Buell, but after the capture of Henry and Donelson the case was exactly reversed. His line was penetrated, the railway was in the possession of the Federals, and they had on their side all the strategic advantages. Johnston was forced to abandon Bowling Green and fall back to Nashville. He should have left the defense of Donelson to its own little garrison and kept his forces united; or if he wanted to defend that point, he should have gone there himself. He never would have made the mistake of shutting his army up within the fort to be besieged, and he did not expect Floyd to do so. Johnston says, "He wished Donelson defended if possible, but he did not wish the army to be sacrificed in the attempt." One of his last telegrams to Floyd said, "If you lose the fort, bring your troops to Nashville, if possible." Any general of average ability would have found it possible. All the commanders had cavalry, but with the exception of Forrest's work at Donelson, their role in this campaign was insignificant. The generals had not yet learned how to employ this important arm of the service in the strategic duty of security and information. Even Forrest, who later became one of the ablest cavalry commanders in the Confederate army, up to this time had done no more than forage and fight. General Grant had cavalry at Donelson, but he did not employ it to any extent. It should be stated, however, that his cavalry was made up of volunteers, lately enlisted, and neither officers nor men had had any experience. This was the first instance in the Civil War in which a river was used as the line of operations, and it furnished nearly the only successful instance in any modern campaign. The ease with which transports can be harassed by the enemy on shore renders the use of rivers as lines of operation very exceptional. No other Union victory except Gettysburg had so disheartening an effect upon the people of the South, and none caused so much exultation in the North as the capture of Forts Henry and Donelson. "The effect," says Mr. Ropes, "was electrical. It was the first great success won by the Union arms within the limits of the Confederacy." Professor Fiske also chronicles the hopeful feeling throughout the North. "In the gloomy record of the anxious and impatient year which had just passed, this great victory was the one bright spot. The victor became a popular hero." Halleck, who was personally entitled to so little credit, asked the government to enlarge his command so as to cover all the armies west of the Alleghanies, and on the 11th March his request was granted. The territory was divided into 3 departments: Pope in Missouri commanding the right, Grant on the Tennessee the center, and Buell at Nashville the left. Grant had already been made Major General of Volunteers, and Buell, Pope, Smith, McClernand, and Wallace were raised to the same rank. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Campaigns of the Civil War, by Walter Geer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 4. April 1862. Shiloh. Note: a map of the field of Shiloh can be found on page 63. The 1st of April, 1862, General Grant's command, now called the Army of the Tennessee, was encamped on the west bank of the Tennessee River at Pittsburg Landing, a point about 100 miles south of Fort Henry, and 20 miles north of Corinth, where Johnston was assembling his army. Grant's headquarters were at Savannah, a small town about 9 miles further down on the other, east bank of the river. A few weeks prior to this date, Grant had been temporarily suspended, owing to a misunderstanding with Halleck, and the site of the camp was selected by C.F. Smith, who was at first in charge of the expedition. But that excellent officer met early in March with a serious accident, from the effects of which he never recovered. The ground upon which the camp stood, and upon which the battle of Shiloh was fought, was an irregular triangle, with sides 3 or 4 miles long, bounded on the north and west by Snake Creek and its tributary, Owl Creek; on the east by the Tennessee; on the south by Lick Creek and its branch Locust Grove Creek, a small brook in quite a deep ravine. At that time all of these streams were more or less flooded. The highest ground, about 200 feet above the river, was a ridge lying north of Locust Grove Creek, and from this point the land sloped gradually to the level of the camps, 100 feet below. The ground, uneven and thickly wooded, was mostly impassable for cavalry, although there were several clearings of from 20 to 80 acres. A number of small roads intersected the field, and on one of these, running out toward Corinth, near the west of the position, was a rude meeting house built of logs and known as Shiloh Church, which gave the name to the battle. The greater part of the army was arranged across the base, or open front of the triangle between Owl and Lick Creeks, which protected its 2 flanks. This open front was the only quarter in which the army was exposed to assault. At a later period of the war this line would have been entrenched, and the whole position made impregnable. The right of the line, near the crossing of Owl Creek by the Purdy Road, was held by Sherman, with Prentiss next to him on the left. On Sherman's left and rear was McClernand, while Stewart's brigade of Sherman's division held the extreme left, resting upon Lick Creek. From a mile to a mile and a half in the rear, stretching from a point just above the landing nearly across to Snake Creek, were the divisions of Hurlbut and C.F. Smith, the latter now under the command of William Wallace, owing to Smith's injury. The division of Lew Wallace was 5 miles down the river at Crump's Landing, whence a road runs west to Purdy. Another road, parallel with the river, connected Wallace with the Union position by a bridge lately built over Snake Creek. From Pittsburg Landing 2 roads led direct to Corinth, only 20 miles away, where it was known that Johnston was assembling an army, estimated at from 50 to 80,000 men. But as above stated, no works of any kind were thrown up on the exposed side of the Federal position. Nor was there arranged any line of defense or plan of action in case of attack. Furthermore, there was no possibility of retreat from the position. No bridge could be thrown across the Tennessee, which at the time was very high, overflowing its banks. In the rear were deep and muddy creeks which were practically impassable. The whole arrangement was manifestly faulty, and indicates great carelessness on the part of General Grant. His headquarters were 9 miles away, and all the well-known maxims of war applicable to such a situation were unheeded by him. Probably there never was an army encamped in the heart of a hostile country with so little regard to the manifest risks which are inseparable from such a position. For this state of affairs Halleck was largely responsible. It was by his permission and approval that Grant, with over 40,000 men, was encamped at Pittsburg Landing in such an exposed position. But Grant, who was on the ground, cannot escape his share of the responsibility. Halleck had, indeed, ordered Buell to direct his march on Savannah, but in his correspondence he never once intimated to Buell that Grant's army was in peril until it was joined by the troops coming from Nashville. In reality, that danger was imminent. As we have seen, the army under the command of Johnston had retired from Nashville to Murfreesboro. Thence it marched south over very bad roads to Decatur, in Alabama. Here, about the middle of March, the Tennessee River was crossed, and the march resumed in a westerly direction, the head of the column reaching Corinth and Mississippi about the 18th. Johnston had with him some 20,000 men, and he was almost immediately joined by General Bragg, with about 10,000 troops from Pensacola and New Orleans. To this point also Beauregard, his able second in command, directed the forces of Polk, who, since the evacuation of Columbus, had been at Humboldt and Jackson. On the 29th of March, Johnston formally assumed the command of these forces, to which he gave the name of the Army of the Mississippi. Bragg was made chief of staff, and Beauregard was designated as second in command. The army was divided into 3 corps, under the command of Polk, Bragg, and Hardee. There was also a reserve division of infantry under Breckinridge, lately the Vice President of the United States. The army numbered nearly 40,000 men, of whom 35,000 were infantry, and the rest cavalry and artillery. There were about 100 guns. The Confederate forces were ably commanded. Johnston was generally considered to be one of the finest officers in the service. Bragg, who subsequently commanded the army, stood very high as an organizer and disciplinarian, and was a good general, although not a successful strategist. Breckinridge, although a civilian, was a gallant and efficient officer. Johnston, who was well informed regarding the position of the Federals, was anxious to strike Grant before Buell could arrive, but it was impossible to complete the organization of his new army before the 1st of April. Orders for the advance was finally issued on the 3rd. Then the roads were found so bad, and the weather was so rainy, it was impossible to cover the short distance of 20 miles under 3 days, so that the army did not get within striking distance until Saturday afternoon, the 5th of April. Beauregard felt certain that Buell's army must have joined Grant by this time, and advised that the plan be given up, but to this Johnston would not consent. Accordingly the orders were issued to attack the enemy at daybreak on Sunday the 6th. The Federal forces under General Grant comprised 6 divisions of infantry, and numbered on paper nearly 45,000 men, of whom about 3,000 were cavalry. There were over 20 batteries, more than 100 guns. All of the division generals were men of unquestioned bravery and perfectly equal to their tasks. Sherman subsequently rose to the command of this army. In the meantime, the Army of the Ohio, under General Buell, was slowly marching across the country from Nashville, on the Cumberland, to Savannah, on the Tennessee. His force consisted of 5 divisions, under Thomas, McCook, Nelson, Crittenden, and Wood, and numbered about 37,000 men, with a full complement of artillery and some cavalry. The army marched steadily, but without haste, covering about 15 miles a day. At Duck River it was found that the bridge had been burned by the enemy, and this caused a delay of nearly 2 weeks. The movement was not pressed, because Buell had no intimation from either Halleck or Grant that the army at Pittsburg Landing was in any danger of attack. In fact, to use Buell's own words, he understood that he was "not to succor General Grant's army, but to form a junction with it for an ulterior offensive campaign." Nelson, who was in the lead, arrived at Savannah with his division on Saturday, 5th of April, about noon, and with one of his brigade commanders, Ammen, saw Grant that same afternoon. Ammen suggested that the division should cross the river at once and join the army encamped at Pittsburg Landing, but Grant declined the offer, remarking that there would be no battle there, and that they would have to go to Corinth. The same day Grant wrote to Halleck that he had "scarcely the faintest idea" that an attack would be made upon him, but that he should be prepared if it took place. Such blind confidence is hard to explain, when he thought that Johnston had at Corinth, on his own estimate, not far from 80,000 men. Sherman, who appears to have been in command when Grant was not at the camp, shared in full the confidence of his chief. On the 5th he wrote Grant, "I do not apprehend anything like an attack on our position." Both Sherman and Prentiss, however, sent out small parties to reconnoiter. Several bodies of the enemy were encountered on Saturday, and on Sunday morning at 3 o'clock, Prentiss dispatched an entire brigade to ascertain the extent of the Confederate forces. About 6 o'clock these troops came in contact with the enemy's first line, under Hardee, and were driven back with loss. The original Confederate order was to attack at 3 o'clock on the morning of Saturday the 5th, but the troops were not in position until late that afternoon. All day Friday they had advanced over muddy roads hindered by a pelting rain. After midnight a violent storm broke upon them, as they stood under arms in the pitch darkness, with no shelter but the trees. This was followed by clearing weather, and the sun set on Saturday evening in a cloudless sky. Sunday morning broke upon a scene so fair that it left its memory on thousands of hearts. The sky was clear overhead, the air fresh; and when the sun rose in full splendor, the advancing host passed the word from lip to lip that it was "the son of Austerlitz." The Confederates advanced to the attack in 3 parallel lines, under the command of Hardee, Bragg, and Polk. With the reserve of Breckinridge they numbered 39,630 men, including 4,300 cavalry. The first gun was fired at 5:14, as General Johnston was taking coffee with his staff. They at once mounted and galloped to the front. 2 hours later the Confederate artillery opened fire, and Johnston's army advanced with a rush, confident of victory. The Union troops, suddenly alive to the fact that they were attacked in great force, hardly had time to seize their muskets and fall in before the first Confederate line was upon them. Not expecting any attack, and not being in order of battle, for the first few hours they were at the mercy of their antagonists. The resistance they offered was therefore of a fragmentary and disconnected character; each body of troops making the best defense it could, often isolated from the other bodies of troops in its vicinity, and therefore exposed to having its flanks turned by the well supported lines of the Confederate army. To make matters worse, for several hours there was no commanding general on the field, and each division commander was thrown upon his own resources, with such assistance as he could get from his nearest neighbor. The first shock fell upon the 2 divisions of Sherman and Prentiss, which were almost entirely composed of raw troops, and they soon gave way, but for the most part fell back to new positions. This gave time for the divisions of McClernand, Hurlbut, and Wallace to get under arms and form in order of battle. Sherman's division naturally retired on that of McClernand, and Hurlbut sent 1 brigade to their assistance. These troops fought gallantly and stubbornly during the whole day, without the slightest aid from the center, from which they were separated by a wide gap. Falling back from one position to another, at the close of the day they covered the bridge over Snake Creek, by which Lew Wallace was expected to arrive. In his report, McClernand states that this was the 8th position he had occupied during the battle. Prentiss's division, also composed of raw troops, fell back upon the 2 remaining brigades of Hurlbut, and William Wallace brought up his division to their assistance. About 10 o'clock these 3 bodies of troops, constituting the center of the army, took up a very strong position, which the Confederates called the Hornet's Nest. This was located near the center of the Union line, about half-way between the church and the river. It was a wooded area with dense undergrowth, and was well suited for defense. Here they held out for 5 or 6 hours, against the repeated assaults of the enemy, whom they again and again beat back with severe loss. It was in directing one of these assaults, about 2:30, that General Johnston was killed. He was struck by a rifle ball, which cut an artery in the leg. If a tourniquet had been applied, the wound need not have been fatal. But Johnston, absorbed in his work, paid no attention to it, and suddenly fell dead from loss of blood. His death was a greater misfortune to the South than the loss of the battle. Finally, after 4 o'clock, Bragg abandoned these costly frontal attacks and advanced beyond the Federal position. Hurlbut, finding himself flanked, retired to the landing. This exposed Prentiss's left and forced him to change front. Soon afterwards, about 5 o'clock, the two divisions of Prentiss and Wallace were attacked by the Confederate corps of Polk and Hardee in front and on both flanks. In trying to withdraw his command, Wallace was killed, and between 5 and half past 5 o'clock Prentiss was forced to surrender, with about 2,200 men. This ended the resistance of the Federal center. The isolated brigade of Stewart on the extreme left maintained its position until after 3 o'clock, and then succeeded in retiring to the landing, having lost about half its men. Late in the afternoon there were from 5,000 to 15,000 fugitives crowded under the high bluff near the landing. Efforts were made from time to time to rally them, but they were thoroughly demoralized and would not budge from their shelter. General Grant was taking an early breakfast at Savannah when he heard the sound of heavy firing at the landing. He ordered Nelson to march his division up the river to a point opposite the landing, ready to be ferried over. Then he started up the river himself in a steamer, stopping at Crump's Landing to direct Lew Wallace to be ready to march on receipt of orders. Finding on his arrival that the attack was very serious, he sent a staff officer to order Wallace to march at once. He then rode to the battlefield, saw Sherman about 10 o'clock, and afterwards Prentiss at the Hornet's Nest, which he ordered him to maintain at all hazards. Realizing then how dangerous the situation was, at noon he dispatched an urgent note to Buell, asking him to get his troops on the field at once. The final Federal position of the day was on a line running from just above the landing to the bridge across Snake Creek. The left of this position was covered by a ravine partly overflowed with backwater. Here a force of some 4,000 men was collected, and a battery of 20 pieces was planted on the bluffs by Colonel Webster of Grant's staff, just as 3 Confederate brigades were advancing to the attack. These guns opened upon them, while at the same time 2 of the Union gunboats enfiladed the Confederate lines. The Confederates, loath to abandon the contest, in which victory seemed almost within their grasp, rushed down into the ravine and climbed the steep slope on the further side. Here they received the terrible fire of the battery and the destructive volleys of the Union infantry. Again and again they attempted to reach the crest, but were as often forced to retire. The sun was fast disappearing, and little time was left to finish the work of the day. Just as night set in, Beauregard, who was now in supreme command, ordered the troops to withdraw. For this he has been severely criticized, but nothing was to be gained that afternoon by prolonging the action. In his review of the battle, General Buell, speaking of the final Confederate assault, says: "The attack was poorly organized, but it was not repulsed until Ammen, of Nelson's division, arrived. Had the attack been made before Nelson could arrive, it would have succeeded beyond all question. As a matter of fact, Ammen's brigade was ferried across the river just in time to see the end. It had 2 men killed and 1 wounded. The arrival of Nelson, therefore, did not affect the result in the smallest degree." Buell's statement is also directly contradicted by Beauregard's article on the battle. He writes: "After the capture of General Prentiss, no serious effort was made to press the victory by the corps commanders. In fact, the troops had got out of the hands of the corps, divisional and brigade commanders; and, for the most part, moreover, at the front, were out of ammunition. Several most gallant uncombined efforts were made to reach and carry the Federal battery, but in every instance the effort failed." He adds that, "really the attack had ceased at every point," before he issued orders at 6 o'clock to suspend hostilities and withdraw the troops from under fire. Professor Fiske considers General Buell's article as one of the most masterly pieces of military criticism in any language. But Buell was so biased by his jealousy and hatred of General Grant that his statements cannot be accepted without many qualifications. Mr. Ropes also shows his animosity to General Grant, in his declaration that the final attack would probably have succeeded but for the arrival of Buell's fresh and well disciplined troops. He says that, if the landing had been seized and occupied by the Confederates, they could easily have prevented Nelson's division from crossing, and what was left of Grant's army might have been forced to surrender. "But," says General Beauregard, "in every instance the effort failed." Nelson's division was delayed in reaching the field through the neglect of Grant to provide steamers to transport the troops from Savannah. They were forced to march up the east side of the river through a swamp in which the artillery had to be abandoned. The division of Lew Wallace of Grant's army took the wrong road in the morning and did not arrive until after dark. Probably not more than 12,000 men of the Army of the Tennessee were with the cutters that night. It is evident from all the accounts, Grant's included, that the battle of Sunday was fought by the Union army without any directing head, says Mr. Ropes. Fortunate was it for the Union cause that 5 such gallant and capable division commanders were on the field. They did all that could be done in the circumstances in which they were placed. But it cannot be supposed that their efforts would not have been better employed, and therefore more successful, had they found in Grant a general who was capable of assuming the entire control and direction of a great battle. Grant, however, was not a general of this sort. He had neither the ability nor the experience for such a task. The battle of Sunday was fought by the Confederates with the greatest energy and courage, but it failed of final success because of tactical errors. Their plan was to turn the Union left so as to cut the Federals off from the landing, and surround them in the angle of Owl Creek, in which event they hoped to ensure a surrender. But in the heat of the conflict this excellent plan was lost sight of, and their strength was wasted for hours in a vain effort to take the hornet's nest by a frontal attack. With all his great abilities, it must be admitted that Johnston did not attempt on this day to fill the role of an army commander. He left the general control of the action to Beauregard, and confined himself to directing the assault on the Union center, where he lost his life. During the night the remainder of Nelson's division arrived, also that of Crittenden, and early in the morning McCook came up. These 3 divisions of Buell's army, numbering about 20,000 men, were placed on the left of the Union line. The right was held by the divisions of Hurlbut and McClernand, which still preserved their organization, and the 5,000 fresh troops of Lew Wallace. The divisions of Sherman and William Wallace were broken up, but many of the men were in line for the second day's battle. Grant and Buell determined to assume the offensive as early as possible. Buell took the personal direction of his own troops and handled them in masterly fashion. The defeat of the Confederates in the battle of the second day was inevitable. They could put only 20,000 men in line, while the Federals had 25,000 fresh troops, besides at least 10,000 who had taken part in the action of Sunday. As Professor Fiske remarks, the Civil War proved that in fighting quality there was little to choose between the soldiers of the North and the South, so that, under similar conditions, victory always took the side of the heaviest battalions. The Confederates held practically the same line to the north of Shiloh Church which had been occupied the previous day by the Union camp. Bragg was on the extreme left, with Polk and Breckinridge next, and finally Hardee on the extreme right next to the river. Beauregard handled his troops bravely and skillfully, and was ably seconded by his corps commanders. No final or critical stand was made anywhere, and by 4 o'clock the Confederate army had fallen back beyond Shiloh Church. Here General Grant stopped the Federal advance. Considering the numbers engaged, the losses on both sides had been very heavy. Federals killed, 1,754; Confederates, 1,728. Wounded, Federals, 8,408; Confederates, 8,012. Federals missing, 2,885. Confederates, 959. Therefore the total amount of losses for the Federals was 13,047, and 10,699 for the Confederates. The Federal casualties amounted to over 24%, and the Confederates to more than 26%, a larger percentage than in any battle of the Civil War except Chickamauga. In his memoirs Grant says, "Shiloh was the severest battle fought at the West during the war. I saw an open field, so covered with dead that it would have been possible to walk across the clearing in any direction, stepping on dead bodies without a foot touching the ground." For many years the battle of Shiloh was a subject of bitter controversy in the North. "Probably no single battle of the war," says General Sherman, "gave rise to such wild and damaging reports. It was publicly asserted at the North that our army was taken completely by surprise; that the rebels caught us in our tents, bayoneted the men in their beds; that General Grant was drunk; that Buell's opportune arrival saved the Army of the Tennessee from utter annihilation," etc. These reports were quite generally believed, and were in a measure sustained by the published articles of Buell, Nelson, and others. Even Mr. Ropes, who is generally very fair in his criticisms, has many severe comments to make on the subject of General Grant. But after the lapse of 60 years it may now be possible to take a less prejudiced view of the events and incidents of the battle. The falsity of some of the charges mentioned by General Sherman will be apparent from the above narrative, but others may be considered here in somewhat greater detail. General Sherman says: "We did not fortify our camps against an attack, because we had no orders to do so, and because such a course would have made our raw men timid. At a later period of the war we could have rendered this position impregnable in one night, but at this time we did not do it." General Grant writes: "The criticism has often been made that the Union troops should have been entrenched at Shiloh. Up to that time the pick and spade had been but little resorted to at the West. I had, however, taken this subject under consideration soon after reassuming command in the field, and, as already stated, my only military engineer reported unfavorably. Besides this, the troops with me, officers and men, needed discipline and drill more than they did experience with the pick, shovel, and axe. Under all these circumstances I concluded that drill and discipline were worth more to our men than fortifications." On this point it may be remarked that even so good a soldier as Robert E. Lee did not employ field entrenchments at Antietam 6 months later, in the autumn of this same year. It is therefore hardly fair to condemn Grant and his able division commanders for not having taken such a precaution at this early period of the Civil War. Grant has also been criticized for maintaining his headquarters at Savannah, 9 miles from the camp. He states that it was his intention to move to Pittsburgh, but Buell was expected daily and would come in at Savannah. He therefore remained at that point a few days longer than he otherwise would have done in order to meet Buell on his arrival. The relations between Grant and Buell had never been very cordial, and for this reason Grant wished to show his rival every consideration. Buell, however, was less courteous. Although he reached Savannah on Saturday night, he did not make his presence known to Grant, and they did not meet until 1 o'clock the following day. On Friday night, the 4th of April, when returning from the front, where firing had been heard, Grant was badly injured by a fall of his horse. In the darkness, with the rain pouring down in torrents, on the way back to the boat, the horse fell, with Grant's leg under its body. Only the softness of the ground saved the general from a very severe injury. As it was, his boot had to be cut off, and for several days he was unable to walk except with crutches. It is well known that Grant, on account of his habits, had been somewhat under a cloud when he left the regular army. On the first day of the battle he was under a terrible physical and mental strain, and it would not be strange if he resorted to stimulants, but there is nothing in any of the reports of the battle to show that he was not in the full possession of his faculties. In his memoirs General Grant denies emphatically the statement so often made, that his troops were badly beaten on the first day of Shiloh. He says: "There was, in fact, no hour during the day when I doubted the eventual defeat of the enemy." This statement is borne out by the account of Whitelaw Reid, who has pictured Grant at the moment of the last Confederate attack. He sat his horse, quiet, thoughtful, almost stolid. "Does not the prospect begin to look gloomy?" some one asked. "Not at all," was the quiet reply. "They cannot force our lines around these batteries to night. To morrow we shall attack them with fresh troops, and drive them, of course." It is a principle often illustrated in war that when two armies have fought until their strength is well nigh spent, the one that can soonest summon its jaded energies to a final assault is almost sure to win. Grant was a very brave, resolute, obstinate man, and a hard fighter. Whatever might be the chances, he was determined to hold out to the last. There is little doubt, therefore, that even without the arrival of Buell, he would have resumed the battle the next morning with the fresh troops of Lew Wallace, and what was left of his other divisions. He would have had about 17,000 men in line, and the Confederate army was reduced to not more than 20,000 troops, all of whom were in organizations which had been greatly shattered by the casualties of the battle of Sunday, as well as weakened by the loss of many valuable officers. There was at least an even chance of winning. As Grant tersely remarks, "The victory was not to either party until the battle was over." Grant admits that an immediate pursuit of the enemy after the battle must have resulted in the capture of a considerable number of prisoners and probably some guns. "I wanted to pursue," he says, "but had not the heart to order the men who had fought desperately for 2 days, lying in the mud and rain whenever not fighting, and I did not feel disposed positively to order Buell, or any part of his command, to pursue. Although the senior in rank at the time, I had been so only a few weeks. I did not meet Buell in person until too late to get troops ready and pursue with effect." Grant was a very shy, modest, unassuming man, and in view of the somewhat strained relations between Buell and himself, it is easy to understand his attitude. But General Buell, as Grant himself states, was a brave, intelligent officer, with much professional pride and ambition, and Buell himself should not only have proposed, but even insisted upon, taking up the pursuit with his fresh troops who had not been engaged in the battle. That he did not do so was doubtless due to the jealousy of Grant, which he showed on this and on many later occasions. He was far more to blame than Grant for not securing the full fruits of the victory. On this same subject General Buell writes: "I make no attempt to excuse myself or blame others, when I say that General Grant's troops, the lowest individual among them not more than the commander himself, appear to have thought that the object of the battle was sufficiently accomplished when they were reinstated in their camps, and that in some way that idea obstructed the reorganization of my line until a further advance that day became impracticable." And Professor Fiske says: "I suspect that the true explanation, after all, may be that our peace-loving people had not yet come to realize what a terrible affair war is, when truly effective, and especially when waged against our own kin. We were satisfied with thwarting the hostile enemy, and did not appreciate the need for terminating its existence." More than any battle of modern times, Shiloh resembled the conflicts of the Middle Ages, in which night fought against night in the general mêlée. An attempt to recount in detail all the incidents of the day would be both tedious and unprofitable. It was like a gigantic kaleidoscope in which objects were constantly shifting, but never repeated in symmetrical patterns. For this confusion there were 2 reasons principally. First, the Confederate attack was made in very unusual tactical formation. Instead of the 3 corps commanders, Hardee, Polk, and Bragg, taking charge respectively of the left, center, and right, as was arranged later in the day, Beauregard ordered that the 3 corps should advance in line, one behind the other. Hardee's corps, with a brigade from Bragg's, was to constitute the first line, the remainder of Bragg's corps the second line, and Polk's corps, with Breckinridge's division, the third. Second, the camps in which the Federals were taken by surprise were established to suit the convenience of the several commanders, and without any pretense of system. The army was not in the least prepared to receive an attack; it was not even in order of battle. The resistance, therefore, which it offered to the Confederate attack was necessarily of a fragmentary and disconnected character; each body of troops making the best defense it could, often isolated from the other bodies of troops in its vicinity. The course which the battle took was therefore what might have been expected under such conditions. Of all the battles of the Civil War, that of Shiloh, says Major Steele, is the hardest problem for the military student, the most difficult in which to apportion the credit and the blame. "It is not an easy task," writes Mr. Ropes, "to follow the movements of General Halleck's mind during the 10 days which succeeded the fall of Fort Donelson. It is certain, however, that he did not do what McClellan expected of him, and that was to occupy Nashville at once. he did little except to bombard the government with applications to be given the chief command in the West. "Give it to me," he wrote on the 19th February, "and I will split secession in twain in 1 month." Finally, on the 11th of March, 1862, in anticipation of the forward movement in the East, McClellan was relieved of the general command of the armies, and Halleck's wish was granted. His department comprised all of Kentucky and Tennessee, and the army of General Buell was placed under him. Although it was a great advantage to the Union cause to have all the forces in this territory under one general, the appointment of Halleck was a mistake. He had been educated at West Point, but most of his life had been passed out of the army, and he had little natural aptitude for military affairs. He was, moreover, careless, indolent, and inexact to a high degree. Before being placed in command, Halleck did nothing until about the 1st of March, when he sent C.F. Smith on a sort of steamboat raid up the Tennessee. This led to the selection of Pittsburg Landing as a site for the camp of Grant's army. As soon as Halleck was appointed to the supreme command, he ordered Buell to march on Savannah. This was practically the only act of Halleck's in the campaign which was of value. It brought Buell's army to Shiloh in time to turn a Union reverse into a victory, possibly in time to save Grant's army from capture. It is impossible to say anything in commendation of the tactics employed at Shiloh on either side. Neither of the hostile armies on that day was really commanded. The two armies, in fact, fought without any control, and to this fact nearly all the mistakes can be charged. Neither Grant nor Johnston established headquarters from which to direct his forces. Grant visited his several division commanders, and issued a few verbal orders, but that was about all. Johnston was killed doing the work of a brigadier. As army commanders, neither Grant nor Johnston exerted any influence upon the tactics of this great battle. The Confederate plan to turn the Union left, and hem Grant's army into the pocket of Snake and Owl Creeks, was never carried out. An attempt was made to turn both flanks and break the center, all at once, an effort entirely beyond the strength of Johnston's army. The Confederate attack in long lines instead of deep formation was also an error. Corps, divisions, and brigades were soon mixed in hopeless confusion. The action degenerated into a series of isolated combats which without any general plan were ineffective. By 11 o'clock there was not a reserve on the field. On the Federal side the tactics were fully as bad. With no prearranged plan, no line or order of battle, it was impossible to have any concert of action. A regiment was rarely overcome in front, but fell back because the regiment on its right or left had done so, and exposed its flank. It continued its backward movement until it was well under shelter, thus exposing the flank of its neighbor, who then was also compelled to withdraw. Once in operation, the process repeated itself indefinitely. In his own story of the battle, Beauregard admits that he knew on Sunday night that at least 3 of Buell's divisions had arrived. If so, he made a great mistake in staying on the field instead of retreating at once. The battle of the second day was a useless sacrifice of life. Nothing was to be gained by continuing the struggle against such overwhelming odds. In later years, both Grant and Sherman were very sensitive to the criticisms of their failure to pursue the enemy and secure the full fruits of the victory. The explanations given in their memoirs are not at all convincing. Bragg reported the next morning that his troops were utterly disorganized and demoralized. Breckinridge declared, "My troops are worn out, and I don't think can be relied on after the first volley." Grant and Buell had at least 20,000 fresh men to take up the pursuit, which should have resulted in the capture or the complete dispersal of the Confederate army. In answer to an inquiry from Professor Fiske regarding the failure to pursue the enemy, Sherman after the war made the humorous reply, "I assure you, my dear fellow, we had had quite enough of their society for 2 whole days, and were only too glad to be rid of them on any terms." Grant states that the nature of this battle was such that cavalry could not be used in front. He therefore formed his into line in rear, to stop the numerous stragglers. On the Confederate side, Forrest's men charged a battery, capturing some of the guns, and were of service in compelling the surrender of Prentiss. On Monday they covered the retreat, forming the last line of the rear guard. Although much more should have been accomplished, the results of the campaign were on the whole satisfactory to the national government. Kentucky and all of Tennessee, except the eastern part, were again under Union control. Besides this, the Mississippi was free as far as Vicksburg. To offset these advantages, the Confederate army, which should have been destroyed, was still intact. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5, Part 1, of Campaigns of the Civil War by Walter Geer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 5, Part 1. July 1861 to June 1862. The Peninsula. Part 1. On the 21st of July, 1861, the streets of Washington were crowded with stragglers from the disastrous field of Manassas, better known as Bull Run. The following day General George B. McClellan was relieved from command of the Army of the West, and on the 27th, by order of President Lincoln, assumed control of the lately defeated troops in the vicinity of the capital. No appointment at that time could have been more acceptable to the people, the press, and the army. George Brinton McClellan was born in Philadelphia on the 3rd of December, 1826. 20 years later he was graduated at West Point, the second in a class in which Stonewall Jackson was 17th. As an engineer with Scott's army in Mexico he won distinction. During the Crimean War he was selected as one of the government's observers, and his report on the campaign was published by special act of Congress. After serving 2 years as captain of the First Cavalry, he resigned, to accept the appointment of chief engineer of the Illinois Central Railroad, of which he soon became vice president. At the outbreak of the war he was president of the Ohio and Mississippi, with headquarters at Cincinnati. In all the various positions he had held, he had shown great zeal and capacity. When the President called for troops after the fall of Sumter, Governor Donelson of Ohio appointed McClellan Major General of the Militia Volunteers of that State, and he organized, equipped, and put in the field the Army of the Ohio. His operations in West Virginia were brief and brilliant, and he was the only Union general who had yet scored a complete success. At the time he was called to Washington, McClellan was a man of fine soldierly appearance and engaging manners, 35 years of age. No better picture of the situation at the capital could be presented than is to be found in the general's own statement. All was chaos and despondency. The city was filled with intoxicated stragglers, and an attack was expected. The troops numbered less than 50,000, many of whom were so demoralized and undisciplined that they could not be relied upon even for defensive purposes. Moreover, the term of service of a large part had already expired, or was on the point of doing so. On the Maryland side of the Potomac, no troops were posted on the roads leading into the city, nor were there any entrenchments. On the Virginia side, the condition of affairs was better in these respects, but far from satisfactory. Sufficient and fit material of war did not exist. The situation was difficult and fraught with danger. General McClellan immediately appointed his general staff, and the work of organizing and equipping a large army was forthwith undertaken. 90 days later, on the 27th October, the general officially reported to the Secretary of War that he had an aggregate strength of 168,318, with 147,695 present for duty. Of this number some 13,000 were only partially armed, leaving an effective force of about 134,000. As the new levies of infantry arrived at Washington, they were formed into provisional brigades, and stationed in the suburbs of the city to be perfected by instruction and discipline. By the opening of the spring of 1862, McClellan had created as noble a body of men as could have been raised under similar circumstances the world over. Exclusive of the detachments necessary to guard the defenses of Washington, the Potomac, and the lower Shenandoah Valley, which required about 55,000 men, there was a field army 158,000 strong. On the 1st of November, 1861, General Scott retired, and McClellan was appointed to succeed him as commander in chief. But even before this date, McClellan had prepared, at the request of the President, a memorandum setting forth his views as to the proper method of suppressing the rebellion. War all along the line was his purpose. He proposed to strike at the two centers, Richmond in the east and Nashville in the west, while at the same time expeditionary forces were to assail the principal points on the coast and on the Mississippi. Upon these plans the subsequent successful campaigns were practically based. Meantime, the Confederate army under Joseph E. Johnston remained in its position at Manassas, and no steps were taken by McClellan to destroy or dislodge it. The Confederates were also allowed to set up batteries on the lower Potomac, which closed the navigation of the river, and the General refused to take any action to capture them. Finally, the last of October, occurred the unfortunate affair at Ball's Bluff, in which Colonel Baker, who had lately resigned his seat in the Senate, was slain, and nearly all his men were killed or captured. The people of the North could not understand this prolonged inaction, and became impatient. The autumn of 1861 passed, and no move was made. The winter was now at hand, and the roads in Virginia had become almost impassable. To make matters worse, McClellan took typhoid fever and was ill for several weeks in December and January. The government debt was piling up, and had reached over $500 million. Dissatisfaction was general, especially at Washington, in government circles and in Congress. Finally, President Lincoln issued the first of his famous "war orders," in which he directed that the army should advance against Manassas on or before the 22nd of February, a date chosen doubtless for sentimental reasons. This order was not carried into effect, and two other orders were issued by the President, all for the purpose of allaying the popular impatience. At length McClellan was forced to divulge his plans, and on the 8th of March a forward movement on Richmond by way of Urbana was finally decided upon. The very next day, Johnston withdrew his forces from Centreville and the Potomac, and took up a position south of the Rappahannock, with his right at Fredericksburg and his left at Culpeper Court House. The movement placed the Confederate army as near Richmond as the Union forces would be at Urbana, and compelled the abandonment of that route. It was therefore decided to transfer McClellan's army by water to Fort Monroe, which was held by a Federal garrison, and make that fortress the base for an advance on Richmond by way of the Peninsula between the York and James rivers. On the same day that the Urbana plan was approved, an order was issued forming army corps, and assigning the senior general officers to their command. This action was taken without the knowledge of McClellan, and against his judgment that the appointments should have been postponed until the generals had been tried in the field. The organization was as follows: First Corps, McDowell. Divisions, Franklin, McCall, King. Second Corps, Sumner. Divisions, Richardson, Blenker, Sedgwick. Third Corps, Heintzelman. Divisions, Porter, Hooker, and Kearny. Fourth Corps, Keyes. Divisions, Couch, Smith, and Casey. Before leaving for the Peninsula, McClellan decided to march his army out to the abandoned Confederate camps at Centreville, in order "to give the troops a little experience on the march and in bivouac, get rid of extra baggage, and test the working of the staff departments." During this absence an order was published without any previous intimation to McClellan, relieving him from the general command of all the armies, and confining his authority to the Department of the Potomac. Fort Monroe, which McClellan had selected as his base, was a large and very strong work, situated at the southeastern extremity of the peninsula, about 70 miles from Richmond. His original plan of operations was based entirely upon the cooperation of the navy, which he expected not only to carry his supplies, but also to transport his troops up the York or the James, so as to turn and compel the evacuation of each and every line of defense which the enemy might take up. When his army had thus manoeuvred the Confederates back to the immediate vicinity of Richmond, he expected to fight his great battle, destroy the enemy's main army, and capture the capital of the Confederate States. But his expectations regarding the cooperation of the navy, at least for a time, were disappointed. On the 8th of March the Merrimac had steamed out of Norfolk, and sunk 2 Federal frigates in the Hampton Roads. The next day the Ram had engaged the Monitor, and been forced to return to port in a damaged condition. The vessel was not destroyed, however, and the Federal Navy advised against any attempt to use the James River. At the same time it was discovered that the Confederates had batteries at Yorktown and Gloucester Point on the York, which the Navy could venture neither to attack nor to pass. The peninsula, less than 6 miles wide at its narrowest point, is a low, level, and marshy region. The highways at this time were all dirt roads. The York River, formed by the junction of the Mattapony and the Pamunkey, was navigable up to the junction point where stood West Point, the eastern terminus of the Richmond and York River Railway. Richmond was at the head of navigation on the north bank of the James. The only formidable natural obstacle to an advance up the peninsula was the Chickahominy River and adjacent swamps. This river rises some 15 miles northwest of Richmond, and enters the James about 40 miles below that city. Between Meadow Bridge, north of Richmond, and Bottom's Bridge, directly to the east, the river at its ordinary stage is some 40 feet wide, fringed with a dense growth of heavy forest trees, and bordered by low marshy lands varying from half a mile to a mile in width. Within these limits, the firm ground above high water mark seldom approaches the river on either bank, and in no place on both banks. The river was subject to frequent sudden and violent floods, and a single severe storm, even of brief duration, would cause an overflow of the bottom lands, rendering the river impassable for many days without long and strong bridges. Of nearly all these facts General McClellan was fully aware before he went to the Peninsula. But with his characteristic persistence, he adhered to his original plan, even when circumstances had so changed as to make it no longer equally attractive. Accordingly, during the month of March, the Second, Third, and Fourth Corps were transported to Fort Monroe. McClellan already knew that the works at Yorktown, some 25 miles up the peninsula, were held by Magruder with some 15,000 Confederates; also that Johnston's main army would be able to march promptly to this quarter. He therefore determined to move at once with the force in hand, and endeavor to seize a point, near the halfway house, between Yorktown and Williamsburg, where the peninsula is reduced to a narrow neck, and thus cut off the retreat of the Yorktown garrison, and prevent the arrival of reinforcements. In reaching this decision, he was misled by the erroneous "Cram" map, which depicts the Warwick River as coming down to Lee's Mills from the north, instead of stretching across the peninsula from Yorktown to the James, as proved to be the case. The forward movement began on the 4th of April in 2 columns, Heintzelman on the road to the right, and Keyes on that to the left. On the following afternoon, both columns had been stopped, the right by the works in front of Yorktown, the left at Lee's Mills, where the Warwick was found to be unfordable and strongly entrenched. By means of several dams, Magruder had made the river too deep to ford at almost every point, and he had also constructed a strong line of field works, 13 miles long, entirely across the peninsula. Thus, says General McClellan, all things were brought to a standstill, and the intended movement on the halfway house could not be carried out. In his report, McClellan expresses great surprise at this unexpected halt, but General Webb says, "Just such a halt ought to have been expected. Nothing less than a continuous front of opposition from the York to the James should have been looked for." McClellan concluded that the line was too strong to be carried by assault, so he brought up Sumner's corps and prepared for a regular siege. At this moment he was also on the point of ordering McDowell's corps to move against Gloucester, when he learned that it had been withdrawn from his command and detained near Washington. This reduced the force of 155,000 upon which he had counted at the beginning of the campaign, to about 92,000 men, or some 85,000 present for duty. To make matters even worse, at this time the region from the Alleghanies to the sea was parceled out among 4 independent commanders, and an order was issued from the War Department discontinuing all recruiting for volunteers and closing the recruiting stations. The pernicious policy was also adopted of raising new regiments, instead of maintaining the existing organizations in the field at their full strength. A course more in accordance with well-established military principles would have saved the country millions of treasure and thousands of valuable lives. Meanwhile, the siege operations had been pushed, and the batteries would have been ready to open fire not later than the morning of the 6th of May, but during the night of the 3rd the enemy evacuated his positions and retreated up the Peninsula. About the 1st of May Magruder had been joined by Johnston's army, and the latter took command of the combined Confederate forces. The pursuit of the Confederates was at once taken up by all the available Federal cavalry, supported by 2 divisions of the Third and Fourth Corps. About 2 miles in front of Williamsburg, Magruder had constructed a strong line of defense. Here on the 5th of May the Confederates fought a rear guard action to hold back the Federals until the trains could get well on their way. The battle lasted nearly all day, and that night the Confederates withdrew. The Union advance was delayed by dreadful weather and terrible roads, but by the 16th of May all the corps were within supporting distance, and a new depot was established at White House. On the 18th the Fifth and Sixth Corps were formed, so that the organization of the Army of the Potomac was then as follows: Second Corps, Sumner. Divisions, Sedgwick and Richardson. Third Corps, Heintzelman. Divisions, Kearny and Hooker. Fourth Corps, Keyes. Divisions, Couch and Casey. Fifth Corps, Porter. Divisions, Morrell and Sykes. Sixth Corps, Franklin. Divisions, Smith and Slocum. The destruction of the Merrimac on the 11th of May had opened the James River, and McClellan wished to use that line for his future operations, but his plan was changed by orders from Washington. On the 18th, a telegram from the Secretary of War informed him that McDowell would advance from Fredericksburg, and directed him to extend the right of the Army of the Potomac to the north of Richmond, so as to establish communications with McDowell's corps. The same order directed McClellan to maintain his base at White House. To these orders McClellan attributes the failure of his campaign, and there is certainly great weight in his contention. Mr. Ropes says: Petersburg was absolutely undefended, and could be occupied without opposition. This last line of operations was in truth the one which promised the best results. If Petersburg should be occupied in force by the Federals, it is hard to see how the Confederates could expect long to retain their hold on Richmond. The Confederate authorities were well aware that McClellan's army, apart from McDowell's corps, outnumbered that of Johnston nearly 3-2, the latter being only about 50,000 strong. And the situation seemed so desperate that the preparations were made for the removal of the military papers from Richmond. The greatest danger was apprehended from the advance of McDowell's corps from Fredericksburg upon the flank of Johnston's army, and it was determined to do everything possible to prevent this movement. General Lee, who was in general charge of the military operations of the Confederacy, accordingly sent Ewell's division to reinforce Jackson in the Shenandoah Valley. To avoid interrupting the narrative of events in the Peninsula, the story of Jackson's operations in the Shenandoah has not yet been told. Soon after the battle of Bull Run, Jackson was promoted to the rank of Major General, and on the 28th October, 1861, he was ordered to Winchester to assume command of the Valley district. The Shenandoah Valley has already been described in some detail. On its eastern or exposed flank it was covered by the Blue Ridge Mountains, which could only be crossed at certain gaps, through most of which there were good roads. The valley was connected with Richmond by 2 lines of railway: the Manassas Gap, mentioned in connection with the Manassas campaign, and the Virginia Central, running from Staunton by way of Rockfish Gap, Charlottesville, and Gordonsville. A good system of roads connected all of the towns and villages. The main thoroughfare was the Valley Turnpike, stretching from Staunton, near the head of the valley, to Martinsburg at its lower end, a distance of 120 miles. The main valley, averaging about 20 miles in width, is closed on the western side by the Alleghanies. The 2 forks of the Shenandoah River in the upper part of the valley flow parallel to each other, about 8 miles apart, for a distance of 40 or 50 miles, but separated by an isolated ridge called Massanutten Mountain, as high as the Blue Ridge. At Strasburg this ridge drops suddenly to the level of the valley, and the North Fork of the Shenandoah sweeps around its base, and joins the South Fork at Front Royal. The Shenandoah, thus formed, flows along the very base of the Blue Ridge to Harper's Ferry, where it enters the Potomac. Jackson's command at first consisted only of a weak body of militia. But he was soon reinforced with his old brigade, and later with 6,000 poorly disciplined troops under Loring. These, with Ashby's cavalry, raised his forces to about 10,000 men. The Union troops in this district, about 18,000 strong, were commanded by General Banks, whose headquarters were at Frederick City, in Maryland. General Kelley, with a detachment of 5,000 men, garrisoned Romney, a town about 35 miles northwest of Winchester by a good road. In January, Jackson marched against this point, hoping to capture the Federal force, but it escaped. This operation, which was attended by great hardships, amounted to nothing in the end. During the winter, from various causes, Jackson's little army was greatly reduced, so that at the beginning of March he did not have over 5,000 men available. Having retired up the valley, he learned that the enemy had begun to withdraw troops and send them to McClellan. He resolved to check this by a demonstration against Winchester, then occupied by General Shields with a Union force of some 10,000 men. On the 23rd of March, Jackson occupied a ridge at the hamlet of Kernstown, 4 miles south of Winchester. Here he was attacked by Shields, and finally forced to retreat, after a severe engagement of several hours. The pursuit was not vigorous, and Jackson retired in good order to the vicinity of Swift Run Gap. Although defeated, Jackson had succeeded in his object of stopping the withdrawal of Federal troops from the Valley, and General Lee was so pleased that he decided to reinforce the Valley army by sending Ewell's division to Jackson, thus giving him an aggregate force of some 15,000 men. On the 1st of May the situation was as follows. Milroy was at McDowell, about 40 miles from Staunton, with a Union force of 4,000 men, and Schenk's brigade of 2,500 was near Franklin, where 20,000 troops of Fremont's army were concentrating. Banks had fortified Strasburg, 70 miles northeast of Staunton on the turnpike, and had pushed forward a force of 20,000 men to Harrisonburg. The total Union forces in the Valley under various commanders aggregated not less than 65,000 men. Jackson decided first to strike Milroy's detachment, and then turn against Banks. To mask his movement, he marched over the mountains to a small station a few miles west of Charlottesville, leaving friends and foes to think that he was en route for Richmond. Cars were waiting for his troops, but instead of going east, the trains went west to Staunton. Jackson immediately started his troops on the road from Staunton to McDowell, where, on the 8th of May, he fought a severe and bloody engagement with Milroy and Schenck. The Federals were defeated, and fled toward Franklin to unite with Fremont. Jackson then returned to the Valley, leaving his cavalry under Ashby in front of Fremont to screen the movement. End of Chapter 5, Part 1. Chapter 5, Part 2 of Campaigns of the Civil War by Walter Geer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 5. July 1861 to June 1862. The Peninsula. Part 2. In the meantime, Banks had fallen back to Strasburg. Shields' division had been sent to General McDowell, and he had only 8,000 men, of whom he had placed 1,000 under Colonel Kenly at Front Royal, while he himself was entrenched at Strasburg with the remainder. On the 21st May, Jackson started northward with his little army along the turnpike, but suddenly turned to the right, and crossed the Massanutten to Luray. On the morning of the 22nd he took the road down the valley, and the next day fell upon Kenly's detachment at Front Royal. The Federal force was almost entirely wiped out, 154 being killed or wounded, and 600 captured. The Confederate losses were only 11 killed and 15 wounded. Banks retreated to Winchester, where he made a useless stand, to test the strength of the enemy, and then withdrew across the Potomac. After a rest of 2 days, Jackson advanced to within 3 miles of Harper's Ferry, to increase the fear at the north, and to give his wagons, with the spoils of Winchester, time to get away on the road to Staunton. Returning by train to Winchester ahead of his army, Jackson learned on the 30th May that Shields, commanding McDowell's vanguard, had captured Front Royal. Also that Fremont was 25 miles west of the Valley Turnpike on the road from Moorfield to Strasburg. Winchester is only 18 miles from Strasburg, but Jackson's troops were from 7 to 20 miles further back on the pike. Banks, in his rear, had 15,000 men; Fremont also 15,000; and Shields 10,000, with 10,000 more a few miles behind. Jackson had only 15,000 troops to meet these 50,000 Federals, and he was encumbered with 2,000 prisoners, besides a double train of wagons 7 miles long. He was in a trap, and nothing but the incompetency of the Union commanders saved him. None of them knew the exact location of the other Federal detachments, and they all stood in awe of Jackson. Fremont was checked by Ashby's cavalry 6 miles west of Strasburg, and Shields was kept back on the east by a small brigade. Jackson concentrated his troops at once, and on the 31st of May his main body bivouacked at Strasburg. The next morning Ewell's division relieved the cavalry in front of Fremont, and kept him back until the trains and the Stonewall Brigade had passed. That night the whole command was at Woodstock with Ashby's cavalry protecting the rear. The forces of McDowell and Fremont did not get into communication with each other until the 2d of June, when both columns took up the pursuit, Shields by the Luray Valley, and Fremont by the Turnpike, on opposite sides of the Massanuttons. In anticipation of these movements, Jackson had destroyed the 3 bridges on the South Fork, to the north of Port Republic, and sent a detachment to hold the bridge at that place for the retreat of his own army. On the 4th of June, the Confederates crossed the North Fork, and burnt the bridge. Heavy rains in the valley which raised the river made it difficult for the Federals to throw over a pontoon bridge, and this gave Jackson a lead of 24 hours. In a desperate skirmish on the 6th, Ashby was shot through the heart. The death of no other man save Jackson could have caused so great a loss to the army. He was the first cavalry leader in this war, or in any war since the time of Napoleon, to use his squadrons right. The night of the 7th of June, the hostile forces were thus situated. Shields' command was stretched out over 25 miles of road in Luray Valley. Fremont was at Harrisonburg. Ewell's Confederate division was near Cross Keys, and Jackson's main body was near Port Republic. Jackson might now have easily made good his escape, but he had other plans in view. He proposed to hold Fremont back at Cross Keys with Ewell's division, while he crushed Shields with his main body, then to fall upon Fremont with his entire force. On the 8th June, Fremont attacked Ewell at Cross Keys. Not knowing where Shields was, and supposing that Jackson's entire army was in front of him, the Federal commander made his attack in a timid, half-hearted fashion, only employing 5 of his 24 regiments present on the field. The Federals were repulsed, and the action was not renewed. At an early hour the following day Jackson set out to attack Shields. About 2 miles down the river from Port Republic, he encountered 2 Federal brigades under Tyler in a strong position. Here the battle of Port Republic took place. After a fierce action which lasted for 4 or 5 hours, Tyler was driven off the field. In his retreat he met Shields, hurrying with the remainder of his division to the sound of the battle. Shields formed line and stopped the pursuit. Before midnight, Jackson's entire army was in bivouac at Brown's Gap, where it remained until it set out on the 17th upon its swift and secret journey to Richmond. The Valley campaign was at an end. During the period of 14 days, from the morning of the 19th of May to the night of the 1st of June, Jackson's army marched 170 miles, routed forces aggregating 12,500 men, threatened the North with invasion, drew off McDowell from Fredericksburg, and finally, though surrounded on 3 sides by 50,000 Federals, brought off a huge convoy without losing a single wagon. Lee had been the first to recognize the weak joint in the enemy's armor: the national anxiety for Washington. Kernstown induced Lincoln to form 4 independent armies, each acting on a different line. 2 months later, when McClellan was in front of Richmond, and it was most important that these armies be combined, Jackson drove Banks across the Potomac, and again the Federal concentration was prevented. Finally, the battles of Cross Keys and Port Republic led Mr. Lincoln to make his worst mistake. and McClellan was left isolated when he most needed help. The brains of two great leaders, Lee and Jackson, had done more for the Confederacy than 200,000 soldiers had done for the Union. From this instance it may be deduced that Providence is sometimes more inclined to side with the big brains than with the big battalions. A week after Cross Keys and Port Republic, Jackson had vanished from the Valley, and when he appeared on the Chickahominy, Banks, Fremont, and McDowell were still guarding the roads to Washington, and McClellan was waiting for McDowell. 175,000 men absolutely paralyzed by 16,000. Only Napoleon's campaign of 1814 affords a parallel to this extraordinary spectacle. "These brilliant successes," writes Lord Wolseley, "appear to me models of their kind both in conception and execution. They should be closely studied by all officers who wish to learn the art and science of war." The use Jackson made of his cavalry was perhaps the most brilliant tactical feature of the Valley campaign. Such tactics had not been seen since the days of Napoleon. The great cloud of horsemen which veiled the march of the grand army had been forgotten. The vast importance ascribed by the Emperor to procuring early information of his enemy, and hiding his own movements, had been overlooked; and it was left to an American soldier to revive his methods. To return now to the Peninsula. On the 17th of May, McClellan resumed his advance on Richmond, and encountered but little resistance, as Johnston had withdrawn to the further side of the Chickahominy. The army moved very leisurely, taking 3 days to cover the 12 miles from White House to the river. By the 25th the corps of Heintzelman and Keyes had crossed at Bottom's Bridge, and taken position on the south side of the stream. The 3 other corps remained on the north side, extending from the railway to the Mechanicsville road. This dangerous position, astride the Chickahominy, was taken by McClellan when he was expecting to be rejoined by McDowell, but was not changed even after he was advised that McDowell would not join him. Bridges were built to facilitate communication between the two wings of the army, but they were liable at any time to be carried away by high water. In order to secure his line of communications by the York River Railway, and to clear his right flank and rear of the enemy, on the 27th May, McClellan dispatched Porter against Branch's brigade of Confederates, which was at Hanover Court House, 14 miles north of Richmond. The objects of the expedition were accomplished; and after destroying the bridges and railroad as far as Ashland, Porter returned to his old camps. This affair has been termed a "useless battle," but General Webb considers the moral effects of that success to have been of the greatest importance in the subsequent battle of Gaines' Mill. Johnston's army was now within the entrenchments before Richmond. Having received some reinforcements, it was about 63,000 strong. The army, which had not yet been divided into corps, was organized in 4 strong divisions, under Longstreet, D. H. Hill, Magruder, and Smith; 2 small divisions under A. P. Hill and Huger, and Stewart's cavalry. Johnston's first plan was to attack that part of McClellan's army which lay north of the Chickahominy, but when he learned that McDowell had been sent to the Valley, he decided to destroy the 2 Federal corps which had crossed the river and were encamped within a few miles of Richmond. He accordingly issued orders for his troops to be in position to attack at daybreak on the 31st of May. On this day the Federal position was as follows: Casey's division of the 4th Corps, Keyes, occupied some rifle pits and a redoubt about 3/4 of a mile west of Seven Pines, a tavern on the Williamsburg stage road. The other division, under Couch, was a little to the right and rear. Heintzelman's 3rd Corps had not advanced much beyond the Chickahominy. The division of Kearny was at Bottom's Bridge, 5 miles from Casey's advance line, and Hooker's division was 7 miles to the south, guarding White Oak Bridge. Each of these 4 divisions numbered about 8,500 men. It is apparent that General Heintzelman, who was in command of both corps, had not sufficiently concentrated his forces. To the south of the stage road the ground was swampy, and this gave some protection to the Union left. But to the north, as far as Fair Oaks Station on the York River Railroad, the country was favorable. It was, of course, to be expected that McClellan would throw his Second Corps under Sumner across the river, but the Confederate plans were favored by a violent storm on the afternoon and night of the 30th, which rendered the river unfordable, and made the bridges unsafe for the passage of men and guns. Johnston's plan was simple, and should have been effective. Longstreet was to command the main attack, which was to fall upon the troops at Fair Oaks and Seven Pines. He was to move by the 9 Mile road, D. H. Hill by the Williamsburg road, and Huger by the Charles City road. Smith's division was to remain at the road fork near Old Tavern, to protect the Confederate left against any movement from the north side of the river. Magruder and A. P. Hill were to remain in position north of the Chickahominy. The whole plan miscarried, through Longstreet's misunderstanding of his orders, which were given him verbally. He got part of his division on the Charles City road in front of Huger, and part on the stage road in rear of D. H. Hill. Instead of attacking at daybreak, it was 1 o'clock before the action began, and then D. H. Hill attacked alone. At first the Confederates gained some advantage, but after several hours Kearny came up with his division, and the Union line of battle was reestablished. Later, Hill was reinforced by one of Longstreet's brigades, and the Federals were driven back to a point 1.5 miles east of Seven Pines, where the battle this part of the line ceased at about 6:30. Huger's division and 6 of Longstreet's brigades had scarcely fired a shot. But there was a sharp engagement about 5 o'clock near Fair Oaks, between Smith's division and part of Sumner's corps, which had marched to Keyes' assistance by way of Grapevine Bridge. The Confederates were repulsed with heavy loss, and the troops of Sumner remained masters of the field. Before sundown Johnston recognized that his attack was a failure, and he was about to suspend the action, when he received 2 severe wounds. He was carried from the field, and was incapacitated for service until the middle of November. G. W. Smith, the next in rank, assumed command of the Confederate army, and he ordered Longstreet to renew the attack as soon after daybreak as practicable. Longstreet's attack was feebly made, and was repulsed with heavy loss. This ended the battle. General McClellan arrived on the field early in the afternoon, but gave no orders for an attack. About 2 o'clock, General Lee appeared at Smith's headquarters, and, by orders from President Davis, assumed command of the Confederate army. That night he withdrew the troops within the defenses of Richmond. General Smith, on account of illness, retired temporarily from active duty, and Whiting took command permanently of his division. In the Battle of Seven Pines, or Fair Oaks, as it is variously called, the Confederates lost about 6,000 men, and the Federals 5,000. The attack was a complete failure, and left the Confederates in a very disheartened condition. Lee set his men to work strengthening the lines in front of Richmond, and their spirits soon revived, with the sense of security that this gave them. At the time of his appointment to the command of the Army of Northern Virginia, General Lee was 55 years of age, in perfect health, vigorous and robust. As military adviser to the President, a position similar to that of Chief of the General Staff, he had won the full confidence of his chief; but it is a mistake to say that at this time he possessed the unquestioning and enthusiastic devotion of the army. His only active service had been in West Virginia in the autumn of 1861, and this campaign had generally been considered a failure. His appointment, therefore, did not at once inspire popular enthusiasm. As he had fought no battles in West Virginia, there was quite a general impression that he would not be an aggressive commander, and this was strengthened when he set his men to work on the fortifications of Richmond. This action, to some of his amateur critics in the public press, seemed a confession of cowardice. Only a few people who knew him well, then believed that he had the audacity to assume the offensive, to run greater risks, and take more desperate chances than any other general, North or South. These doubts, however, were soon removed, and long before the end of the war, Lee's position was unique. No other commander, on either side, was so universally believed in, so absolutely trusted. "Nor was there ever a commander," says Mr. Ropes, "who better deserved the support of his government and the affection and confidence of his soldiers." During the first 3 weeks of June, neither army made any aggressive movement. Lee was engaged in strengthening the defenses of Richmond, and McClellan employed his troops in building bridges to connect the wings of his army. These bridges had to be long enough to cross not only the Chickahominy itself, but the marshes on either side, and the task involved no little labor and difficulty. It was, moreover, aggravated by the bad weather which prevailed during the first half of June. McClellan also constructed elaborate field works on the south side of the river, which completely covered the front from Golding's Farm to White Oak Swamp, and rendered this part of the Federal line practically impregnable. Works were also thrown up on the north side behind Beaver Dam Creek. The two corps of Sumner and Franklin were permanently established on the south side of the river, and only the Fifth Corps, of Fitz John Porter, remained on the north side. On the 20th of June, the bridges had been completed, and the weather was fine. This was obviously McClellan's time to attack, if he ever intended to do so. He had received reinforcements which had brought his army up to an aggregate of 105,000 men, and there was no immediate prospect of a further increase in numbers. It was plain that the chances of success were better now than they would be after General Lee was strengthened by the arrival of Jackson's command from the Shenandoah. At this time Lee only had 68,000 men within the lines of Richmond, and McClellan outnumbered him by more than 3-2. These odds, according to Napoleon, are sufficient, and if a general cannot discover from the attitude of his enemy what the odds are, he is unfitted for supreme command. McClellan was a man of undoubted ability, but his good qualities were accompanied by marked defects. Bold in conception, he was terribly slow in execution. His will was less powerful than his imagination. Lee had served on the same staff with McClellan in the Mexican War, and had personal knowledge of his capacity and character. He read him like an open book. McClellan, on the other hand, failed to draw a single correct inference. It is true that he was misled by his famous detective staff, and believed the garrison of Richmond to number at least 200,000 men. But he made no effort whatever to supplement or check up this information. It must be admitted that his cavalry, which numbered only 5,000 sabers, was weak in proportion to his other arms, and also of inferior quality, but he scarcely employed it at all. Lee, on the other hand, had found means to acquire ample information of the disposition of his adversary's forces on the north bank of the Chickahominy, the point he had decided to attack. His cavalry also was below the usual proportion of 1 trooper to every 6 men of the other arms, numbering not more than 3,000; but it was of superior quality, familiar with the country, and united under the command of J. E. B. Stuart, one of the ablest cavalry leaders developed during the Civil War. Early on the 12th of June, with 1,200 horsemen and a section of artillery, Stuart rode out on an enterprise of a kind which at that time was absolutely unique, and which will keep his memory green so long as cavalry is used in war. He encountered and defeated a small Federal force near Old Church, and reached Tunstall's Station on the York River Railroad without further opposition. He had then accomplished the object of the expedition, which was to ascertain the nature of the region lying north of the Chickahominy, and the arrangements of McClellan to protect his line of supplies. Stuart now realized that it would be dangerous, if not impossible, to return to Richmond by the route by which he had come, so he determined to make a complete circuit of the Union army. This feat he successfully accomplished, crossing the Chickahominy 15 miles below Bottom's Bridge, and reaching Richmond by way of the James River Road on the 15th. He had marched nearly 150 miles in 4 days, captured many prisoners, and lost but 1 man. On the whole, however, this brilliant raid cost the Confederates more than its results were worth. It seriously alarmed McClellan for his line of supplies, and he immediately gave orders to begin loading the transports preparatory to a change of base to Harrison's Landing on the James River. If these preliminary arrangements had not been made, the results of the campaign would have been much more favorable to the Confederates. At the same time, McClellan caused a survey to be made by his engineers of the region between the railroad and White Oak Swamp. From the data furnished by these officers, maps were prepared for use in case the movement to the James should be found advisable. General Lee had also been largely reinforced during the month of June, and when joined by Jackson would dispose of 86,500 men. He now decided to take the offensive, and made arrangements for the cooperation of Jackson, which was essential to the success of such a movement. At this time, the Federal troops in the Shenandoah had fallen back, and no further trouble from them was anticipated for the time being. Jackson was therefore ordered to leave a small force to guard the passes, and to join the main army as soon as possible, moving east to Ashland on the Richmond and Fredericksburg Railroad. Before issuing on the 24th of June the orders for the battle of Gaines' Mill, General Orders No. 75, General Lee called a conference at his headquarters of Jackson, Longstreet, A. P. Hill, and D. H. Hill, to arrange all details. When summoned to this meeting on Saturday, 21st June, Jackson was near Gordonsville. He started on a freight train bound to Richmond, but left the train before midnight that night at a station, where he spent Sunday, attending church twice. At midnight he set out on horseback for the conference at Richmond, some 50 miles away, arriving about 3 o'clock Monday afternoon. If he had kept on the train he would have reached Richmond early Sunday morning. His infantry followed by train, but the artillery and cavalry marched all the way. His brigades on the march also kept Sunday in camp as usual. At the conference, Longstreet asked Jackson to fix the date for the attack, and he named the 25th of June. But on Longstreet's suggestion that he allow more time, the 26th was selected. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6, Part 1, of Campaigns of the Civil War, by Walter Geer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 6. June to July, 1862. The 7 Days. Part 1. The morning of Thursday, the 26th of June, dawned clear and bright, giving promise that the day would be a brilliant one. For 24 hours General Porter, in command of the Fifth Corps on the north bank of the Chickahominy, had been expecting an attack from the enemy. At midnight on the 24th General McClellan had telegraphed him that a deserter had given information that Jackson was in the immediate vicinity, ready to unite with Lee in an attack upon his command. In the far distant northern and western horizon, vast clouds of dust indicated the approach of Jackson's army. A dispatch on the 23rd of June from McClellan's chief of staff had stated to Porter: "If you are attacked, the troops on this side will be held ready either to support you directly or to attack the enemy in their front. If the force attacking you is large, the general would prefer the latter course, counting upon your skill and the admirable troops under your command to hold their own against superior numbers long enough for him to make the decisive movement which will determine the fate of Richmond." This was an admirable plan, if only McClellan had had the energy to carry it out. The Federal position on Beaver Dam Creek was naturally very strong. The banks of the valley were steep, and forces advancing to the attack on the adjacent plains would present their flanks as well as their front, to fire of both infantry and artillery, safely posted behind entrenchments. The stream was over waist deep and bordered by swamps. Its passage was difficult for infantry at all points, and impracticable for artillery except at the bridge crossing near Mechanicsville, and the one below at Ellerson's Mill. General Lee's plans for the initial operations were of a somewhat complicated nature. Magruder, who had successfully imposed on McClellan at Yorktown with 28,000 men, was relied upon to hold Richmond until Porter was crushed. With the remainder of his army, 35,000 men all told, Lee would cross the Chickahominy and attack the front of the Federals, while the 18,500 troops under Jackson descended on their flank and rear. 4 bridges crossed the river on Lee's left, but only 2 of these could be used for the attack: Mechanicsville Bridge and Meadow Bridge, about 1.5 miles upstream. 5½ miles above Mechanicsville, at the Half Sink, there is Winston's Bridge, where Branch, of A. P. Hill's division, was to cross; and 3½ miles below is New Bridge. With the exception of the passage at the Half Sink, the northern approaches to all these bridges were in possession of the Federals, so it was a difficult operation to transfer the Richmond troops from one bank of the Chickahominy to the other. Lee's first object was to secure the 2 center bridges, which he expected to achieve by the advance of the Valley army. Then, as soon as the Federals fell back, Longstreet and the two Hills would cross the river and strike Porter in front, while Jackson attacked his right. A victory would ensure the possession of New Bridge, and put the troops north of the river in close communication with Magruder. We can now see how, in the hands of a skillful general, entrenchments may form a "pivot of operations," the means whereby he covers his most vulnerable point, holds the enemy in front, and sets his main body free for offensive action. This is clearly exposed in Lee's report, and shows that he contemplated this action from the first. Yet it is very doubtful whether he would have taken such a desperate chance if he had not known McClellan as he did. "From Hannibal to Moltke," says Colonel Henderson, "there has been no great captain who has neglected to study the character of his opponent, and who did not trade on the knowledge thus acquired; and it was this knowledge which justified Lee's audacity." Lee's plans all hinged upon the movements of the Valley Army. On the morning of the 24th of June, Jackson with his infantry was at Beaver Dam Station, on the Virginia Central Road, about 18 miles from Ashland, and was expected to reach Ashland that night. The following night, the 25th, he was to halt near Mary Oaks Church, just west of the Virginia Central Railroad. At 3 o'clock on Thursday morning, the 26th, he was to advance on the road leading to Pole Green Church, and bearing well to the left, turning Beaver Dam Creek, to proceed toward Cold Harbor. At 3 o'clock on the morning of the 26th, however, Jackson was still at Ashland, and it was not until 9 that he crossed the railroad. Branch, on hearing that the Valley Army was at last advancing, crossed at Winston's Bridge and moved on to Mechanicsville. Meanwhile, A. P. Hill was waiting near Meadow Bridge until the advance of Branch and Jackson should clear the way for his passage. At 2 o'clock, hearing nothing from his associates, and fearing that further delay might result in the failure of the whole plan, he gave orders to seize the bridge. The Federal pickets fell back, followed by Hill, who, after a short march of 3 miles, found himself under fire of Porter's artillery. About 2 o'clock on the afternoon of the 26th, the boom of a single cannon, the signal agreed upon, announced to Porter that the enemy was crossing the Chickahominy. His divisions were promptly formed, and took the positions to which they had previously been assigned. An hour later, the Confederates, under Longstreet and the two Hills, crossed the two center bridges in force, and pushed down the roads leading to Beaver Dam Creek, the Union outposts falling back across the creek, and destroying the bridges behind them. A part of the Confederate forces took the road to the right to Ellerson's Mill, but the main body advanced directly into the valley of Beaver Dam Creek. Suddenly, when halfway down the valley, the Federals opened up with rapid volleys of artillery and infantry, which drove the attacking force back in hasty flight. Later in the afternoon they returned again to the attack, but were once more repulsed with terrible slaughter. The forces directed against Ellerson's Mill suffered an even more disastrous defeat. When night came on they all fell back beyond gunshot, and the contest was over. The Union loss was only 361, while the Confederates lost nearly 1,500 out of some 10,000 attacking. General McClellan came on the field at an early hour in the afternoon, and remained with Porter until about 1 o'clock the next morning. After his return to his headquarters south of the river, he sent orders, about 3 o'clock, for Porter to withdraw to a well selected and very strong position east of Gaines' Mill. These orders were immediately executed. About 4:30 P.M., Jackson had reached Hundley's Corner, 3 miles north of the Federal position, but separated from it by a dense forest and the windings of the creek. Here, after establishing his outposts, he ordered his troops to bivouac. Although the cannonade was distinctly heard, he made no attempt to assist his comrades, who, not 3 miles away, were assaulting the Federal lines. The victor of the Valley campaign, on his first appearance in combination with the main army, had proved a failure, and wrecked General Lee's plans. Note: the relevant map is on page 109. His biographer, Colonel Henderson, offers many excuses for his lack of energy, but none is convincing. "To fix an hour so long in advance," he says, "was worse than useless, and Jackson cannot be blamed if he failed to comply with the exact letter of a foolish order." But Jackson himself had proposed a time 24 hours earlier. The position selected for the final Federal stand was east of Powhite Creek, about 6 miles from Beaver Dam Creek. The line of battle was semicircular, the ends being in the valley of the Chickahominy, while the central part occupied the high grounds along the bank of a creek, and curved around past McGee's to Elder Swamp. Part of the front was covered by the ravine of the creek, and toward the east by a series of boggy swamps, covered with dense brush. Near McGee's and beyond, the ground, elevated and drier, was broken by ravines swept by the Union fire. The high land at the center was cleared, and the numerous fences and ditches afforded cover to both infantry and artillery. The new line of battle was strong, but it was too extended to be held by Porter's forces, and he certainly had a right to expect that enough troops would be sent by McClellan to enable him to maintain his position during the day. But this obvious duty McClellan did not perform. Porter's force consisted of 3 divisions of infantry, 6 regiments of cavalry, and 20 batteries of artillery, in all about 30,000 men. The men were well disciplined, and they were well commanded. Porter himself was a graduate of West Point, an officer of the old army, who had seen service in Mexico under Scott, and he was known to be a brave and skillful general. The battle, which took its name from Gaines' Mill on the creek, began about 2 o'clock with a furious assault by A. P. Hill, who was finally repulsed with great loss. For several hours the efforts of the Confederates were absolutely fruitless, and General Lee began to imagine that he was confronted by the principal part of the Federal army. He continued, however, to press the attack, with Jackson and D. H. Hill on the north front, A. P. and Hill and Longstreet on the west. When Slocum's division from Franklin's corps arrived to reinforce Porter, about 4 o'clock, the Union reserves were entirely exhausted. With these fresh troops, Porter held out for about 2 hours more, but toward evening the Confederates succeeded in breaking the center of his line, and the Federals were forced to retreat. Their withdrawal was aided by the appearance on the field of 2 brigades of Sumner's corps. During the night all the Federal troops crossed to the south bank of the Chickahominy, destroying the bridges behind them. The Confederate loss in killed and wounded was about 9,000. The Federal loss is reported as 6,837 men, killed, wounded, and missing, including some 2,800 prisoners, of whom about 1,200 were wounded, left in the hands of the victorious Confederates. There were also 22 guns abandoned on the field. "No one can read the accounts of this action," says Mr. Ropes, "without coming to the conclusion that 10,000 or 15,000 more men sent to Porter would have enabled him to hold his own till nightfall, and then to have effected the withdrawal of his command with entire safety." General Alexander expresses the same opinion in even stronger terms. He writes: "Porter himself was perhaps the hardest opponent to fight in the Federal army. Indeed, had McClellan reinforced Porter as he should have done, with a whole corps, he might have won a great victory." McClellan might also have relieved the pressure on Porter by an attack on Magruder, who himself believed that his lines might have been carried. But that prince of bluff maintained such a brisk demonstration against McClellan's front, that the Union commander, with his exaggerated estimate of the numbers opposed to him, postponed moving his reserves until it was too late. With 66,000 men on the south bank of the Chickahominy, McClellan was held in his intrenchments throughout the day by 28,000 Confederates. Intent on saving his trains, on securing his retreat to the river James, and utterly regardless of the chances which fortune offered the young Napoleon, had allowed his rear guard to be overwhelmed. As usual, McClellan was not seen on the field of battle which his devoted troops so well defended, but Porter was more than a sufficient substitute for the commander in chief. Porter's tactics were admirable, and when his front was broken he conducted the withdrawal in a masterly manner. The Federal retreat was favored by the absence of Stuart, who, in common with Lee and Jackson, thought that the enemy would endeavor to reach the White House, and dashed in that direction with his 2,000 horsemen. When he learned his error, darkness had already fallen, and it was too late to accomplish anything. The Confederate tactics in the battle were poor, and nearly lost them the victory. The attack was made too late in the day, and then their energies were not concentrated, or their assaults properly coordinated. This made the victory much more bloody than it need have been. It is a curious fact that all the severe battles in this campaign began after noon, which, even in the long June days, caused the Confederates on many occasions to lose the precious hours of daylight necessary to gather the fruits of victory. At Gaines' Mill, the French princes who were volunteer aides on General McClellan's staff served with General Porter and displayed the greatest gallantry, exposing themselves to every danger. On the night of the 28th of June, the day after the battle of Gaines' Mill, the corps commanders were assembled at the Trent House, the headquarters of General McClellan. He then announced his intention to change his base to the James River, and handed each of the officers a map showing the route across the White Oak Swamp. It was a perilous undertaking, for he had only one narrow road to move by, a great swamp and a creek to cross, with his army encumbered by a train of 5,000 wagons and 2,500 cattle. The bulk of the stores at White House was moved by water. Porter, with the Fifth Corps, was sent ahead to occupy the strong position at Malvern Hill. He was followed by the Fourth Corps under Keyes, who was ordered to take up a position south of the swamp, to cover the flank of the column on the side toward Richmond. The three other corps, of Sumner, Heintzelman, and Franklin, remained north of the swamp, to cover the retreat. Lee practically did nothing on the 28th, as he was still in the dark as to the intentions of the enemy. But by the morning of the 29th he became convinced that McClellan was moving toward the James. He then ordered Magruder and Huger to push forward on the Williamsburg and Charles City roads; Longstreet and A. P. Hill to cross by New Bridge and march to strike the Federal flank south of the swamp; Jackson and D. H. Hill, nearly 25,000 strong, to follow the shortest and most direct route by the Grapevine Bridge, over which Porter had retreated across the Chickahominy. Lee's orders were simple and obvious, but he would have done better to leave the pursuit of the Federal rear guard to Huger and Magruder, while he himself, with Jackson, Longstreet, and A. P. Hill, moved swiftly to the right by good roads, and placed the bulk of his army across McClellan's path near Malvern Hill. Magruder came upon Sumner with his own and part of Franklin's corps at Savage Station on the afternoon of the 29th, and immediately engaged the Federals. He was in momentary expectation of seeing Jackson fall upon the flank of the enemy from the direction of Grapevine Bridge, but he was left without aid. His attacks were repulsed, and at nightfall the Federals resumed their march. The excuse of Jackson, which Lee accepted, was that he found the bridge destroyed and spent the day in repairing it, although he might have crossed by the ford close at hand. The real explanation is given by General Alexander. But this was Sunday, and Jackson gave it strict observance. The greater part of his troops remained in camp all day, and until after midnight Sunday night. Then they made a start at or before 2:30 A.M. The morning of the 30th of June found the Army of the Potomac, with all its artillery and trains, south of White Oak Swamp, and the bridge destroyed. Franklin remained to guard the crossing of the creek against the pursuit of the enemy. 5 divisions took up a position near Glendale, where the Charles City, Darbytown, and New Market roads come together. The 2 corps of Keyes and Porter covered Malvern Hill. The Battle of Glendale, or Fraser's Farm, on the 30th of June, was the crisis of the 7 days. During the night, the entire Federal army had crossed the White Oak Swamp, and McClellan had accomplished one half his retreat safely. He had only 8 miles more to traverse. His trains were well on the way, and his army was concentrated to protect his flank. Whatever may have been McClellan's shortcomings on the field of battle, he had shown himself admirable in retreat, and the change of base had been handled most skillfully. With one day more, his flank would no longer be exposed, and his whole army would be united in the strong position of Malvern Hill, with the trains in safety. On the 26th at Beaver Dam, on the 27th at Gaines's Mill, and on the 29th at Savage Station, the Federal army had been in danger of destruction, but had escaped through the poor tactics of the Confederates. At Glendale one more opportunity was offered, and every condition seemed favorable. Lee had in hand the forces of Holmes, Longstreet, A. P. Hill, Magruder, and Huger, a total of 24 brigades, or about 44,000 men, all ready for the attack. At the same hour, Jackson, with his 14 brigades, 25,000 strong, was only 4 miles away in an air line. He was expected to assault the enemy's rear guard with the vigor he had displayed in the valley, and make up for his lack of energy on the previous days. At last fortune seemed about to smile on the Confederate cause. In a field of broom grass and small pines, Lee, with Longstreet and Hill, waited impatiently for the signal. He was so close to the rear of his line of battle that officers on his staff were wounded by random shots. Hour after hour passed, and nothing happened. 4 o'clock came, and the day was drawing to a close, but not a shot had been fired. Lee had waited for either Huger or Jackson, or both, to begin, and neither had done anything. Briefly, this is what had happened. Holmes, in command of the extreme right of the Confederate columns, was marching along the river road from Newmarket to Harrison's Landing, which passes under and around the south side of Malvern Heights, between them and the James River. The ground is low and flat, and when the advance reached a point about 1,000 yards from Malvern, the Federal trains passing over the heights were in plain view. Holmes could not resist the temptation to order his guns to fire upon these wagons. But no sooner did his 6 guns open, than they were answered by 30 of the heaviest rifles of the Federal Artillery Reserve, aided by the fire of the heavy guns on the gunboats in the river at Turkey Bend. The Confederate guns were quickly wrecked, and Holmes's whole division was thrown into confusion. There was nothing to do but to withdraw. Lee directed Magruder's 6 brigades, on the adjoining Central Road, to march to the support of Holmes, but there was nothing for them to attack or defend. Thus 18,000 men who were to have supported Longstreet's right were diverted from the real work of the day. To turn next to Huger's division. This command marched by the Charles City Road, which had been obstructed by the Federals, made very slow progress, and did not get through in time to take part in the battle. "It seems incredible," remarks General Alexander, "that this division, within 4 miles of Lee, could have been allowed to spend the whole day in a mere contest of axemen, wherein the Federals with the most axes had only to cut down, and the Confederates with the fewest to cut up and remove." It only remains to tell the story of Jackson's movements. He had always before acted alone and independently. So Lee had shown his supreme confidence by giving him only very brief and general orders, and then going to the furthest flank, as if generously to leave to Jackson the opportunity of the most brilliant victory of the war. But Jackson did not try and fail, he simply made no effort. After spending the 29th, Sunday, in camp, in absolute disregard of Lee's instructions, he passed the 30th in equal idleness in White Oak Swamp. His 25,000 infantry practically did not fire a shot in the 2 days. For some unaccountable reason he contented himself with simply shelling Franklin's position. He made little effort to cross at the bridge, and none whatever to use the 5 fords in the neighborhood. He held his own and D.H.L. Hill's troops all day north of the creek. Longstreet and A.P. Hill, under Lee's immediate command, therefore fought the battle without assistance; and instead of making a simultaneous attack with their whole force, they let their brigades go into the battle piecemeal. The fight was desperate, and lasted until long after dark. The Federal line was broken once, but was soon reestablished by reinforcements. The Confederates gained no strategical advantage, nor did they inflict a greater loss of men than they suffered. It must be admitted that in this action Lee was badly served by 2 of his lieutenants, Huger and Jackson. The inactivity of the latter has been severely criticized by both friends and foes. In Jackson's own account of the day he writes that he was "anxious to press forward, but the marshy character of the soil, the destruction of the bridge over the marsh and creek, and the strong position of the enemy for defending the passage, prevented my advancing until the following morning." Regarding this statement, General Alexander makes the caustic comment, "Considered as an excuse for Jackson's inaction during the whole day, this report is simply farcical." This formidable obstacle which held up Jackson for a whole day was a small creek, averaging 10 to 15 feet wide and 6 inches deep, with a sandy bottom. The White Oak Swamp was merely a flat area densely grown up in trees and bushes, more or less wet in places, but generally with firm footing. Small farms and settlements were scattered along its edges, and residents and cattle had many paths in and through it. The swamp was widest and the country flatter near its source, about 5 miles from Richmond, between the Williamsburg and the Charles City roads. Near the bridge the country was rolling and the swamp narrower. Above the bridge there were 4 good crossings known to the natives, and one below; but besides there were many less known paths. The battle of Glendale, says Mr. Ropes, closed the second act in the drama of the 7 days. For the second time General Lee had failed in the attempt to strike his adversary a crushing blow during the change of base, and the critical period of the movement was over. Note. The corresponding map can be found at page 117. During the night of the 30th of June, the Federal troops fell back from Glendale to Malvern Hill, where the Army of the Potomac was once more united on the morning of the 1st of July. The position of Malvern Hill was one of great natural strength. The open plateau at the top, at a height of 150 feet above the surrounding country, was 1.5 miles in length by half a mile in width. On the northerly side the slopes, covered with wheat, standing or in shock, fell gradually to the edge of the woods, 800 to 1,600 yards from the commanding crest. The base of the hill, except on the easterly side, was covered with dense forest, and within the woods at the foot of the declivity ran a winding and marshy stream. The right flank was partially protected by a long mill dam. On the left, which was more open, there was an excellent artillery position, commanding a broad expanse of meadowland, drained by a narrow stream and deep ditches, and flanked by the fire of the Federal gunboats. Only 3 approaches, the Quaker and the river roads and a track from the northwest, gave access to the heights. The ground had been thoroughly examined by Fitz John Porter, who had been there for 24 hours; and General Hunt had had ample time to post the reserve artillery, which he had done with his usual skill. All the forenoon was spent in arranging the troops and guns, and resting. In his report, General D. H. Hill speaks of the formidable strength of the Federal position, on a commanding hill, guarded by swarms of infantry, securely sheltered by fences, ditches, and ravines, with all the approaches swept by artillery. Tier after tier of batteries were grimly visible on the heights, rising in the form of an amphitheater. The Confederates could only reach the first line of batteries by crossing an open space of from 300 to 400 yards, exposed to a deadly fire of grape and canister from the artillery, and musketry from the infantry. If that first line was carried, another and another still more difficult remained in the rear. General Lee appears to have hesitated as to ordering an assault upon the Federals in this strong position, but late in the afternoon he decided to make the attack. He probably thought the Federal army was entirely demoralized, or he would not have taken such a desperate chance. The battle was opened at 4 o'clock by an assault on the center of the Union line by D. H. Hill, whose division was repulsed with heavy loss. Later, an attack on the Federal left was made by Huger, supported by Magruder, which also was a failure. There were also other isolated, useless, and unsuccessful attempts, each resulting in a bloody repulse. The failure was complete. Absolutely no impression was made on the Federal lines. The action lasted only 3 hours, but the Confederates lost over 5,000 men, killed and wounded, while the Union casualties were not more than 1/3 of that number. General Hill states that more than half of the Confederate casualties were from artillery fire, an unprecedented thing in warfare. The following day, the 2nd of July, the Army of the Potomac fell back to Harrison's Landing on the James, where it fortified itself. A reconnaissance of the position convinced Lee of the uselessness of making another attack, and he withdrew his troops within the defenses of Richmond. At the beginning of the 7 days' battles, McClellan had 105,000 men, and Lee 86,500. The losses were as follows: Federals killed, 1,734; Confederates, 3,286. Wounded, Federals, 8,062; Confederates, 15,909. Missing, Federals, 6,053; Confederates missing, 940. The total losses for Federals, 15,849, 15%; and for the Confederates, 20,135, 23 per cent. The Peninsula campaign and the 7 Days have always been the subject of much controversy, both North and South. The plans of General Lee were bold and excellent, but they fell short of success owing to the faults of his lieutenants, particularly Jackson. It is difficult to explain the failure of Jackson during the 7 Days. As General Alexander says, "He nowhere even distantly approached his record as a soldier won in his every other battle, either before or afterward. Nothing that he had to do was done with the vigor which marked all the rest of his career." His brother-in-law, General D. H. Hill, writes, "Jackson's genius never shone when he was under the command of another. It seemed then to be shrouded or paralyzed. This was the key note to his whole character. The hooded falcon cannot strike the quarry." But it is impossible to accept this explanation. Jackson was certainly under the command of Lee at Second Manassas and Chancellorsville, where he displayed all of his former activity and energy. During the 7 Days he was apparently suffering from the "mysterious malady" which attacked Napoleon on 2 or 3 occasions during his career, notably at Borodino and Dresden, and which was nothing less than absolute physical and mental prostration. The criticisms of McClellan have been equally severe, and in most cases these were fully justified, although in some instances they are due to misapprehensions. The Federal position athwart the Chickahominy was not chosen by McClellan, but was forced upon him by orders from Washington, at the time McDowell was expected to advance from Fredericksburg. The change of base to the James had always been in his mind, but was precipitated by Lee's determination to break his communications with White House. Then his only mistake was the delay of 24 hours in giving the order to march, which necessitated the actions at Savage Station, Glendale, and Malvern Hill. The movement was dictated by the absolute necessity of establishing a new base of supplies, and was not the result of the Confederate attacks. The marching away of the Federal army after each engagement was not because it had been beaten. It was simply continuing the movement to the James. To speak of the pursuit and the escape of the Union army is therefore scarcely correct. Yet these views were generally held both at the time and for many years afterwards. 2 years later, General Grant, after losing 55,000 men, found himself literally driven into the position which McClellan reached voluntarily, with 1/4 that loss. It was a position of rare strategic advantage, the key to Richmond when properly utilized; and it seems strange that this was not realized in 1862. After his change of base, McClellan had nearly stumbled into this key position, and he seems to have comprehended this fact, for his army was recalled to Washington, against his violent protests and appeals. "Here is the true defense of Washington," he wrote. "It is here, on the banks of the James, that the fate of the Union should be decided." These words were prophetic. Considering the many difficulties of the operation, the change of base was made in a masterly manner. The critic will have a hard task to find a flaw in either the strategy or the tactics of the movement. Nevertheless, as Mr. Ropes points out, the moral and political effect of the campaign was entirely to the advantage of the Confederates. 2 years later, the administration and the public had had more experience, and Grant was supported where McClellan had been condemned. But for this attitude of the public mind, McClellan himself was largely responsible. He was an accomplished soldier and a very able engineer. He had a very rare genius for organization and administration. But he was hardly equal at this time to the position of commander of a field army. He lacked vigor and activity and aggressiveness. He was too methodical and too cautious. While it would be unjust to state that McClellan was lacking in physical courage, he was not a fighting general. He had, says Mr. Ropes, a constitutional aversion to the risks inseparable from all military operations. He shrank from the test of battle. In fact, on few occasions during the campaign did he order an attack made. He acted almost entirely on the defensive. Furthermore, he was usually absent from the field of battle, doing work which should have been delegated to a member of his staff. At Williamsburg he did not arrive on the field until the action was practically over, having stayed at Yorktown to give his personal attention to the embarkation of some troops going up the York River. At Fair Oaks and Seven Pines he did not appear on the ground until about 2 o'clock on the afternoon of the second day, and then he "gave no orders looking to an attack." At that time the Confederates were much demoralized from their severe losses and the change of leaders, and many authorities are of the opinion that McClellan could have won an easy victory. During the 7 days' battles, McClellan was never at the front. The two principal actions, Gaines' Mill and Malvern Hill, were fought by Fitzjohn Porter, the ablest of his corps commanders, without any personal direction from the commander in chief. At Savage Station, General McClellan was not on the ground, and the senior corps commander, Sumner, who ought promptly to have assumed command in his absence, evidently did not do so, says Mr. Ropes. At the battle of Fraser's Farm or Glendale, General Lee commanded in person, stationing himself where the fighting was going on, and where he could superintend the operations of Longstreet and A. P. Hill. Mr. Ropes says: General McClellan, on the other hand, after giving in the morning certain directions to his corps commanders, but apparently without handing over the command to any one of them, rode down to Malvern Hill, and even as far as Haxall's Landing, and conferred with Captain Rogers of the Navy in regard to the place where the army had better finally be stationed. It is almost incredible that any intelligent man should have acted as General McClellan acted on this critical day. In speaking of the actions of the 29th and 30th of June and July 1st, General Alexander also says: Unknown to us, another circumstance was rarely in our favor. McClellan on each day left his army without placing any one in command during his absence, while he did engineer's duty, examining the localities toward which he was marching. Had the Confederates accomplished their reasonable expectations, the criticism of McClellan would have been very severe. One of the 4 conditions of the plan for the transfer of the Army of the Potomac to the Peninsula was that the force to be left to cover Washington be such as to give an entire feeling of security for its safety from menace. As to whether General McClellan had a just grievance against the government because President Lincoln detained McDowell's corps in the vicinity of Washington, authorities have always differed. General Webb thinks that this action was not warranted, and, in fact, did everything to insure disaster to the Peninsula campaign. On the other hand, Mr. Ropes maintains that the government was perfectly right. On the eve of the battle of Gaines' Mill, McClellan sent Stanton one of his characteristic communications. He telegraphed the Secretary that he thought Jackson was going to attack his right and rear; that the enemy's force was stated at 200,000 men; that he regretted his inferiority in numbers, but felt himself in no way to blame for it; and that, if a disaster should result, the responsibility could not be thrown on his shoulders, but must rest where it belongs, that is to say, on the President and Secretary. To this insolent communication Mr. Stanton made no direct reply, but sent McClellan his best wishes. After the battle at 12:30 a.m. on the 28th of June, McClellan sent a long telegram, in which he stated that his men were overwhelmed by vastly superior numbers, even after he had brought his last reserves into action; that he had lost the battle because his force was too small; that the government could not hold him responsible for the result; that the government had not sustained his army. "If I save this army now, I tell you plainly that I owe no thanks to you or to any other person in Washington. You have done your best to sacrifice this army." On reaching the James River, McClellan reported that he had saved the army, but would require reinforcement to the extent of 50,000 men; a number which he raised the next day to 100,000. In reply, the President promised 31,000 men at once, and 10,000 more if possible. In a very kind letter, under date of the 2d of July, Mr. Lincoln wrote: "If you think that you are not strong enough to take Richmond just now, I do not ask you to try." On the 5th, Mr. Stanton also wrote: "Be assured that you shall have the support of this department and the government as cordially and as faithfully as ever was rendered by man to man." The next day Mr. Stanton followed this by a personal letter, couched in still warmer terms. General McClellan's reply was cold and formal. The President visited Harrison's Landing to inform himself personally regarding the situation. Then McClellan handed Mr. Lincoln his well known letter, "Upon a Civil and Military Policy." This was the last straw. On the 11th July the President appointed General Halleck commander-in-chief of the army, and Halleck, after a visit to McClellan's camp, recommended the withdrawal of the army from the Peninsula, and its union with the forces of General Pope. The orders for the removal followed. "There was, to my mind," General Halleck says, "no alternative." As we see it now, this was a great mistake, but under all the circumstances it is difficult to blame the administration for its action. "On the whole," says Major Steele, "the Peninsula campaign was, on the part of the Confederates, a campaign of good plans and bad execution. On the part of the Federals, it was a campaign of neglected opportunities." End of chapter 6. Chapter 7, Part 1 of Campaigns of the Civil War, by Walter Geer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 7. June to September, 1862. Second Manassas. Part 1. On the 26th of June, 1862, an order was issued by Mr. Lincoln, consolidating the forces under Fremont, Banks, and McDowell, and the troops in Washington into one army, to be called the Army of Virginia, and placing at its head Major General John Pope. The victories of Stonewall Jackson over these separate commands in the Valley had convinced the President and Mr. Stanton that they made a mistake in the spring when they divided the territory east of the Alleghanies into 4 departments. All 3 of the superseded generals were seniors to Pope, and Fremont refused to serve under him. His corps, now called the First Corps of the Army of Virginia, was accordingly assigned to Sigel. Banks commanded the Second, and McDowell the Third Corps. Pope was graduated from West Point in 1842 in the same class with Rosecrans, Sykes, and Doubleday, on the Union side, and Longstreet, D. H. Hill, and G. H. Smith, of the Confederate army. He was a handsome, dashing officer, and a splendid horseman. He saw but little service until the Civil War, where he gained some reputation by the capture of New Madrid and Island No. 10 on the Mississippi. When he assumed command in the East, he was in the prime of life, less than 40 years old, and had lost little if any of the dash and grace of his youth. The consolidation of the 3 armies was a wise measure, but the selection of Pope for the new command was a grave mistake. McDowell would have been a much better choice. For a brief period Pope acted as military adviser to the President at Washington, but on the 11th July, General Halleck was appointed commander-in-chief of all the armies of the United States, and summoned to the capital. No selection for the supreme command could possibly have been more unfortunate, as Mr. Lincoln and the public were soon to find out. General Pope's first official act on taking command on the 14th of July, was to issue a bombastic address to his troops, in which he displayed an absolute lack of tact. Not content with extolling the prowess of the Western troops, he was bitterly sarcastic in his references to McClellan and his army. "I have come to you," he said, "from the West, where we have always seen the backs of our enemies, from an army whose policy has been attack and not defense. I hear constantly of taking strong positions and holding them, of lines of retreat and of bases of supplies. Let us discard such ideas. Let us look before and not behind." At the time that Pope assumed command, the forces of Banks and Fremont were still in the Shenandoah Valley, and the 2 divisions of McDowell were at Manassas and Falmouth respectively. The task laid out for him in the order constituting the new army was threefold: 1. To cover the city of Washington from attack; 2. To assure the safety of the Shenandoah Valley; and 3. So to operate on the Confederate lines of communications in the direction of Gordonsville and Charlottesville as to draw off, if possible, a considerable force of the enemy from Richmond, and thus relieve the operations against that city of the Army of the Potomac. Note: A map showing the environs of Warrenton can be found on page 126. General Pope thought that the first 2 of these objects could be accomplished best by withdrawing the corps of Sigel and Banks to the east side of the Blue Ridge. Accordingly, these 2 commanders were ordered to cross the mountains and take position near Sperryville, about 25 miles west of Warrenton. At the same time, McDowell was directed to send the division of Ricketts to Warrenton, but to leave King's division at Falmouth, to protect the crossing of the Rappahannock at that point, the railroad thence to Aquia Creek, and the public buildings which had been erected at the latter place. This was contrary to General Pope's judgment, and he was undoubtedly correct in his position. At this time the army of General Lee was still concentrated in the vicinity of Richmond, and his communications with the Valley by the Virginia Central Railroad remained unbroken. The important junction of this line with the Orange and Alexandria at Gordonsville was defended, as was also Charlottesville, whence one line ran to Staunton in the upper Valley, and another to Lynchburg, where it met the East Tennessee and Georgia, the main line to Chattanooga. The Manassas Gap, and the Orange and Alexandria, which came together at Manassas Junction, served to connect the Union forces with the lower Valley, and with their base at Washington. The junctions at Manassas, Gordonsville, and Charlottesville were therefore points of great strategic importance. The former place was in the hands of the Federals, and the second was exposed to capture, as the Union forces could advance upon it easily, and be supplied directly from Alexandria. Its protection was therefore of special concern to Lee. Between the regions occupied by the Army of Virginia and the Confederate forces, flowed an easterly direction in the Rappahannock River and its branch, the Rapidan. Both were crossed by several bridges, and in the dry season were fordable at many points, but none the less they were quite formidable military obstacles. North and west of Gordonsville, the country was mountainous, and the entire theater was more or less thickly covered with forest. The Bull Run Mountains could be passed only at a few gaps. The highways were mainly dirt roads, fairly good in dry weather, but difficult after a storm. There were a few macadam roads, like the Warrenton Turnpike and the Little River Turnpike through Aldie Gap. The military position in the early days of July was as follows. At Harrison's Landing on the James River, McClellan with some 80,000 men was still threatening Richmond. Pope, with about 40,000 troops in all, was near Sperryville with the two corps of Sigel and Banks, while one division, King's, of McDowell's corps was at Fredericksburg, and the other, Ricketts, at Warrenton. As Lee's army at Richmond was between the two Federal forces, it was obviously out of the question for Pope to march to the aid of McClellan, or to be sent to him by water without leaving the capital and the Valley exposed. His efforts were therefore necessarily confined to threatening Gordonsville and Charlottesville. Accordingly, on the 7th of July, and again on the 12th and the 14th, Banks was ordered to dispatch his cavalry under Hatch to seize Gordonsville and Charlottesville. Much to the annoyance of Pope, this movement failed because Hatch did not march with sufficient celerity. At that time Gordonsville was held by only 200 infantry and a few cavalry, and could easily have been captured. To turn now to Lee. His first solicitude was to have McClellan's army recalled and not reinforced, so that it could operate against Richmond from its new base. Knowing the inactivity of McClellan, he decided, with his usual audacity, to leave a small force within the defenses of Richmond, and crush Pope before his army could be joined by that of McClellan. He had received prompt reports of the advance of Pope, and on the 13th July he ordered Jackson to Gordonsville, with the divisions of Winder and Ewell. The Confederate army was not organized into corps until the following autumn, and Jackson and Longstreet were still only major generals commanding divisions. But each now usually commanded other divisions besides his own, called a wing. Thus Jackson's old division became Winder's, afterwards Taliaferro's, and Longstreet's became Pickett's. On his arrival at Gordonsville, Jackson was anxious to undertake some aggressive movement against Pope, but considered his force of 12,000 men too small; so he appealed to Lee for reinforcements. After some hesitation, on the 27th July, Lee ordered A. P. Hill's division, about 12,000 strong, to Gordonsville. On the 6th of August, pursuant to orders from Halleck, Pope began an advance with his infantry with the purpose of concentrating near Culpeper. The following day Jackson put his whole force in motion to fall upon Pope's army before it could be united. But the weather was very hot, and there were some blunders in the orders, so that it was 3 o'clock on the afternoon of the 9th before two of his divisions formed line in front of Banks' corps, which had been encountered at Cedar Mountain, some 7 miles south of Culpeper. While awaiting the arrival of his other forces, Jackson brought up 26 rifled guns and opened fire on the enemy lines. Banks at once attacked furiously, and routed the left of Jackson's line; but A. P. Hill arrived on the field with his division in time to save the day. Banks had begun the action without asking for reinforcements, and his unaided corps was "utterly overwhelmed and driven back with great loss." It was now dark, but Jackson pursued by moonlight until he came upon Rickett's division of McDowell's corps in line of battle beyond Cedar Creek, and was checked. Such, in brief, was the battle of Cedar Mountain. Banks had about 8,000 men on the ground and Jackson some 20,000 at the end. The Federal loss was nearly 2,400 killed, wounded, and missing; the Confederate casualties were about 1,300. Both armies remained for 2 days in face of each other, and then Jackson wisely retired across the Rapidan toward Gordonsville. Pope followed as far as the river, but did not venture to cross, as he thought his whole effective force was barely equal to that of the enemy. In this he was entirely mistaken, for he had in hand nearly 40,000 men, while Jackson had hardly 23,000. On the 15th of August, Pope was reinforced by 8,000 men under Reno from Burnside's command. He had then not less than 45,000 men, exclusive of cavalry. But his force was not an army. It was an amalgamation of corps and divisions which had never fought together, and which had no confidence in each other or in their commander. This heterogeneous body was now to be attacked by a real army, under the command of the most accomplished soldier of the day, General Robert E. Lee. McClellan's army abandoned its camp at Harrison's Landing on the 13th of August, and the same day Longstreet was ordered to proceed to Gordonsville, where Lee himself took command on the 15th. Stewart's cavalry and the remainder of the army quickly followed, with the exception of 2 brigades of infantry left to guard the capital against cavalry raids. Lee now had about 55,000 seasoned troops. He occupied interior lines between Pope and McClellan, and he laid his plans to overwhelm the Army of Virginia before it could be joined by the Army of the Potomac. Pope's army of about 45,000 men had its center at Cedar Mountain, with its right flank resting upon Robertson River to the west of the railway, and its left on the Rapidan to the east, the line being 8 or 10 miles long. Nearly opposite Pope's left flank on the south side of the Rapidan, was a high wooded hill called Clark's Mountain, with spurs stretching down to the river at Somerville Ford, about 2 miles above Raccoon Ford, where the Union line rested on the Rapidan. On Clark's Mountain, Jackson had established a signal station from which there was an extensive view, covering a peaceful and pastoral district, which had not yet known the ravages of war, but whose rivers and villages were soon to become household words. Northward, beyond the green crest of Cedar Mountain and the woods which hide the Rapidan, lie the wide and fertile plains of Culpeper. Just visible in the middle distance are the dim levels of Brandy Station, the scene of the great cavalry battle of the following June. On the horizon can be faintly traced the Bull Run Mountains, which mark the source of the creek, and the plateau of Manassas, the scene of the first battle of the war, and soon to be the field of an even more sanguinary conflict. To the east, as far as the eye can reach, is the great forest of Spotsylvania, where the armies of Grant and Lee were to meet in deadly combat, within whose gloomy depths the gallant Jackson was to receive his mortal wound on the field of Chancellorsville; and on the further edge of which Burnside was to wreck his brave army against the field works of Fredericksburg. On the 17th August, Lee had his army massed behind this mountain. His position gave him an excellent opportunity to cross at Somerville Ford, fall upon Pope's left flank, and cut off his line of retreat. Probably at no time during the war was a finer chance put within his grasp. Lee's orders were to have Stewart's cavalry cross at a ford further to the east, dash for Rappahannock Station, and destroy the bridge behind Pope's position. Failure on the part of Fitz-Lee to understand or to execute promptly an order of Stuart caused a delay of 2 days, and also led to the capture of a staff officer carrying a copy of Lee's order, which disclosed his plan. Pope immediately took alarm, and withdrew his army behind the Rappahannock. No such unfortunate contretemps had occurred in war since the capture of Napoleon's orders to Bernadotte saved the Russian army from destruction, during the campaign of Poland in 1807. Lee now advanced to the Rappahannock, which he found low and easily fordable. He then spent 5 days in making feints to find a favorable opening to cross, and turn Pope's right. Meanwhile Stuart made a bold raid in rear of the Union army, and turned the tables by capturing Pope's headquarters, with his dispatch book containing much valuable information. Lee thus learned that the corps of Heintzelman and Porter, and Reynolds' division of Pennsylvania reserves, 20,000 men in all, were within 2 days' march of Pope, and that the remainder of the Army of the Potomac was not more than a week behind. In this situation, Lee's only hope was in acting quickly, and he decided upon one of the most daring operations recorded in the annals of war. While he himself remained on the Rappahannock, with Longstreet's force of some 30,000 men, to occupy Pope's attention, he started Jackson and Stuart's cavalry, about 24,000 men in all, to make a wide turning movement to the left and strike at the Union line of communications. Starting on the morning of the 25th of August, Jackson marched that day to Salem by way of Amissville and Orleans. The following day, without meeting any resistance, he pushed on through Thoroughfare Gap and Gainesville to Bristoe Station, on the Orange and Alexandria Railroad, where he arrived about sunset. That same night, Stuart's cavalry and 2 regiments of infantry captured Manassas Junction a few miles to the north. The supplies of the Union army stored at Manassas presented a sight to the ragged and half-starved Confederates such as they had never before imagined, says General Alexander. There were acres of warehouses filled to overflowing, 2 miles of side tracks covered with loaded cars, and immense quantities of goods of every kind stacked in the open fields under tarpaulin covers. After his men had feasted, and supplied themselves with everything they could wear or store in their haversacks, Jackson gave orders to apply the torch. When Pope looked upon the ashes the next day, he must have regretted his words. "Let us study the probable lines of retreat of our opponents, and leave our own to take care of themselves." The movement of Jackson's column on the morning of the 25th was observed by the Federals, but they thought it was going to the Valley, and no troops were sent to observe its march. Pope's army also made no move on the 26th, and that day Lee followed Jackson with Longstreet's wing, which bivouacked at Orleans. When Pope finally realized the situation on the morning of the 27th, his first orders were very judicious. He directed on Gainesville the 2 corps of McDowell and Sigel, with the division of Reynolds, about 40,000 men. The occupation of this point with a strong force would place his troops directly between Jackson and Longstreet, and prevent their junction. Gainesville was therefore the key to the whole position. In support of this movement, Heintzelman and Reno were sent to Greenwich with 3 divisions, and Hooker was ordered to Bristoe to attack Ewell, with Porter marching to support him. Banks remained in the rear to protect the trains. McDowell and Heintzelman reached their destinations without opposition. At about 2 o'clock, Hooker came in contact with Ewell at Bristoe, and attacked vigorously. Ewell was superior in numbers, but he had orders not to bring on a general engagement; so after an hour of resistance he retreated to Manassas. Pope now made the first of his many blunders in this campaign. As yet he had no conception that Lee was marching to throw himself into the lion's den by the side of Jackson. Instead of manoeuvring, therefore, in such a manner as to prevent their junction, his only idea was to "bag" Jackson. Accordingly, at 1 A.M. on the 28th, he ordered Porter and Heintzelman to march to Bristoe, Reno from Greenwich to Manassas, and McDowell with his own and Sigel's corps and Reynolds' division from Gainesville to Manassas, so as to intercept Jackson in case he attempted to retreat to the north. He thus deliberately threw away the advantages of his position at Gainesville, and made possible the easy junction of the two Confederate wings. Only McDowell had sense enough, on his own responsibility, to order Ricketts' division of his corps to take position in front of Thoroughfare Gap. It was this order for all of his troops to march on Manassas, at the very earliest blush of dawn, as Pope poetically expressed it, which lost him the campaign. But Jackson did not wait at Manassas to be caught in a trap. On the night of the 27th, he sent the Stonewall Division northward by the Sudley Springs road to cross the turnpike and take position beyond Groveton. Early the following morning Ewell's division marched to the same place, crossing Bull Run at Blackbird's Ford, traversing the fields north of the stream, and recrossing to the right bank at the Stone Bridge. Later in the day, the division of A. P. Hill followed, marching north to Centreville, and then westward on the Warrenton Pike. The divisions had been sent by these roundabout routes for the purpose of mystifying Pope. When Pope himself reached Manassas about noon on the 28th, he found Jackson gone, and could learn nothing definite as to his destination. Later he heard that Hill's division had been seen at Centreville, and accordingly issued orders at 4:15 for all his troops to march to that place. Heintzelman and Reno went directly to Centreville. Sigel and Reynolds countermarched to the turnpike, but did not cross Bull Run. King's division of McDowell's corps turned eastward on the pike toward Centreville, and about 5:30 was suddenly fired upon by Jackson's artillery. Immediately afterwards it was attacked by the divisions of Taliaferro and Ewell, and a fierce engagement ensued, which lasted until 7 o'clock, with heavy losses on both sides. No advantage was gained by either party. Owing to the length of the Federal column, or the late hour of the day, only 2 of King's 4 brigades took any part in the action. Both Ewell and Taliaferro were severely wounded. Jackson, about a mile from the road, might have remained hidden and allowed King to pass, but he feared that Pope would concentrate his entire army in an impregnable position behind Bull Run, and the main object of the campaign be lost. He therefore attacked, even at the risk of drawing upon himself Pope's whole force. News of this action soon reached Pope at his headquarters near Manassas, and he jumped to the conclusion that Jackson was in full retreat from Centreville for Thoroughfare Gap. He therefore at once issued orders for the assembling of his troops on the Warrenton Pike. In his orders he wrote: "General McDowell has intercepted the retreat of the enemy, and is now in his front. Unless he can escape by bypaths leading to the north tonight, he must be captured." Pope was entirely mistaken in his conjecture; and in fact he failed to draw a single correct inference during the course of this campaign. Not only was he in the dark regarding the intentions of his adversary, but he was also ignorant of the positions of his own corps. Therefore, instead of directing Hooker, who bivouacked south of Bull Run, to join Sigel by marching up the Sudley Springs road, he sent him by way of Centreville; and Porter, who was at Bristoe Station, was also ordered to make this wholly unnecessary detour. In the meantime the head of Longstreet's column had reached Thoroughfare Gap about 3 o'clock on this same day, the 28th of August. This gap is the outlet by which the Manassas Gap Railroad, passing from the Shenandoah, penetrates the last mountainous obstruction on its way to tidewater. It is a rough pass in the Bull Run Mountains, at some points not more than 100 yards wide. A turbid stream rushes over its rugged bottom, on both sides of which the mountain rises several hundred feet. On the north, the face of the gap is almost perpendicular. The south face is less precipitous, but is covered with tangled mountain ivy and projecting boulders, forming an impregnable position when occupied by even a small force of infantry and artillery. At the eastern end of this gap, the Confederates encountered resistance from Ricketts' division, which, it will be remembered, McDowell had wisely ordered there, to postpone as long as possible the union of the two wings of Lee's army. Finding the position too strong to assail, Longstreet turned it by sending a force through Hopewell Gap, a few miles to the north. At nightfall, therefore, Ricketts retired to Gainesville, whence a short march would have united his division to that of King. Connecting with King on the right was the division of Reynolds, and on his right was the corps of Sigel. These forces were strong enough to hold their own until Pope could reinforce them in the morning. Nevertheless, King decided at 1 a.m. on the 29th to retire to Manassas; and this naturally induced Ricketts to fall back from Gainesville to Bristoe. Unfortunately, McDowell was absent the whole evening trying to find Pope, and was unable to rejoin his command until the next day. The morning of the 29th of August, therefore, found the Union army badly scattered. The only troops in front of Jackson at Groveton were the corps of Sigel and Reynolds' division. Banks, Porter, and Ricketts' division of McDowell's corps were at Bristoe. King's division of McDowell's corps and Hooker's division of Heintzelman's corps were at Manassas. The other division of Heintzelman, Kearny's, and Reno's two divisions were near Centreville. It was hardly possible to unite all these forces for battle on that day; and there was nothing to prevent Longstreet from joining Jackson. The Union troops were much exhausted from their long and useless marches. Rations were also scarce on account of the destruction of the depot at Manassas, and the fact that the trains under General Banks were so far in the rear. Under the circumstances, it would have been wiser for General Pope to withdraw his entire army behind Bull Run for rest and refreshment in a practically impregnable position, where he would be reinforced in a day or two by the corps of Sumner and Franklin from the Army of the Potomac. Note: a map showing the positions of the Second Battle of Bull Run is located on page 136. End of Chapter 7, Part 1. Chapter 7, Part 2 of Campaigns of the Civil War, by Walter Geer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 7. Second Manassas, Part 2. At the same time, writes Mr. Ropes, notwithstanding all these facts, it was probably possible to inflict a severe blow on the corps of Jackson before it could be joined by that of Longstreet; but to effect this, it was necessary that General Pope should have a clear idea in his mind of what he proposed to do, and that no time should be lost by mistakes or delays, or by changes of purpose on his part. Longstreet had indeed cleared the gap, and the Federals who defended it had retired; but the main body of the Confederate army was still 12 miles away, and Jackson was confronted by vastly superior numbers. His forces had been reduced to about 23,000 effectives by the affair of Groveton. Less than 2 miles away, on the plateau of Manassas, were encamped 20,000 Federals, with the same number at the junction. 7 miles to the east, at Centreville, there were 18,000; and at Bristoe Station, about the same distance, 11,000; an aggregate of 69,000 men. Although it would have been sounder strategy on the part of the Federal commander, writes Colonel Henderson, to have concentrated towards Centreville and have there awaited reinforcements, Pope decided to hurl his superior forces against Jackson before Lee could come up. Many motives may have influenced him to take this course. Ambition, anxiety to retrieve his blemished reputation, fear that he might be superseded by McClellan, all urged him forward. On the morning of the 29th of August, the Confederate outlook was far from bright. Jackson did not yet know whether Longstreet had broken through, or even whether he could break through. In any event, his 3 divisions, worn with long marching and the fierce combat of the previous evening, would have to hold their own for several hours unaided. The position chosen by Jackson was a very strong one. The long, flat topped ridge, north of the Warrenton Turnpike, commands the approaches from the east and south. Some 500 yards below the crest ran the line of an unfinished railroad, and behind the deep cuttings and high embankments the Confederate fighting line was strongly placed. The left, slightly thrown back, rested on a rocky spur near Bull Run, commanding Sudley Springs Ford, and the road to Aldie Gap, his line of retreat. The front extended southwest for 1.75 miles. Early, with 2 brigades and a battery, occupied a wooded knoll, where the unfinished railroad crossed the pike, protecting the right rear and stretching a hand to Longstreet. Before the right and right center the open green pastures sloped gradually for a distance of 1,300 yards to Young's Branch. The left, center, and left were shut in by a belt of timber which obstructed the field of fire, but also screened the defenders from the enemy's artillery. Within the position there was ample cover for the reserves. Jackson's numbers were sufficient for the defense of the position, which was not only strong by nature, but strongly held. To every yard of the line, 3,000 yards in length, there were more than 5 muskets, so that half the force could be retained in reserve. As Jackson was forming his lines at sunrise, the columns of Sigel and Reynolds were visible, nearly 2 miles away, deploying for the assault. They numbered only 19,000 men, so the attack was no stronger than the defense; and as the fire of the Federal artillery was restricted by the woods, there could be little doubt of the result. The assault failed, and the Federals retreated across the fields. But now Reno and Kearny from Centreville were coming on the field; and Sigel, calling on Reno for reinforcements, again made a desperate attack, which nearly broke the enemy's line. Jackson called up Branch's brigade from Hill's reserves. The wood was again cleared, and Sigel's division was put hors de combat. At this hour, about noon, Pope arrived on the field from Centreville. He immediately organized a fresh attack with the 3 divisions of Kearny, Hooker, and Reno. This assault was made about 1 o'clock, and portions of the attacking columns actually crossed the railroad, where a fierce hand-to-hand combat ensued. Jackson called up Pender's brigade from his reserves, and the Federals were at last driven back. Pender incautiously followed, and was forced to retire under the hot fire of the Federal artillery. Seeing his retreat, Grover's brigade of Hooker's division, which was in reserve, was sent forward for a counterstroke. Grover broke through the Confederate line, and if promptly and fully supported, had victory within his grasp. By this time, Longstreet's troops had begun to form on Jackson's right, relieving the brigades of Early and Forno, which were placed in reserve in the rear of the center. These fresh troops, and other reserves, were sent in against Grover, who was driven back across the pike, with the loss of 1/4 his command. The battle had now been going on for 9 hours. 4 determined assaults had been made, and at least 4,000 Federals had fallen. None of the attacks had had any chance of success, because made with too few men, and without proper support. Ignorant of Longstreet's arrival, and with fresh troops at hand, Pope was not yet willing to give up the effort while the sun was still high above the horizon. The 3 brigades of Kearny and the 2 of Reno were in good condition; and the corps of Porter and McDowell had not yet been in action. In connection with Porter, there is much interesting history, which can only be briefly summarized here. Pursuant to the 3 a.m. orders of Pope, on the morning of the 29th, Porter was marching his corps from Bristoe to Groveton by way of Centreville, an unnecessary detour of 10 miles, and had passed Manassas Junction, when he was met by a staff officer of General Pope's, who gave him the purport of a written order, which was afterwards confirmed, to the effect that he, Porter, was to take King's division (of McDowell's corps) and move to Gainesville. His column at once faced about, and proceeded toward Gainesville through the junction, where, about 11 a.m., he was joined by McDowell. An hour later he received a 3rd order, addressed to McDowell as well as himself, known subsequently as the Joint Order. From this order 2 things are plain: 1. That Pope believed that Jackson had retreated, and that they must not follow him even so far as Gainesville, because the army must be brought back at night to Centreville for needed supplies. 2. That if, contrary to his expectation, Jackson had not retreated, he would have to deal only with Jackson, and not with the whole of Lee's army united. The 2 generals soon discovered that the situation was very different from that indicated in the joint order. Jackson had not retreated, and they had to deal with the whole of Lee's army. About 11:30, at a little stream called Dawkins Branch, 3½ miles from Gainesville, they encountered the van of Longstreet's army, which had left Thoroughfare Gap that morning. At the same time, it was evident from the clouds of dust in the direction of Gainesville, that large bodies of troops were following. The order in question contained a clause reading, "If any considerable advantages are to be gained by departing from this order, it will not be strictly carried out." After consultation, the 2 generals decided to avail themselves of this latitude. McDowell accordingly departed with King's division, leaving Porter where he was. Porter, with only 9,000 or 10,000 men, was thus left isolated. His plain task was simply to observe or contain the troops in his front, and this task he fully performed. Pope did not know that Longstreet had arrived, and when at the close of the afternoon he gave Porter a positive written order to attack Jackson's right flank, which he supposed to be "in the air," he could not understand Porter's failure to act. As ascertained later, the facts were that when Porter arrived on the crest of the hills which descend to Dawkins Branch, he encountered the advance of Longstreet's 4 divisions of 25,000 men; that Lee himself was on the field 2 or 3 hours before Pope in person arrived; and that Porter, with his 2 divisions, saved the Army of Virginia that day from disaster due to the enemy's earlier preparation for battle. Furthermore, Porter's right was not in connection or communication with Reynolds, who held the left of the main line; and he was separated by Longstreet's entire corps from Jackson's right flank, which he was ordered by Pope to attack. Late in the afternoon, about 5 o'clock, Pope again assaulted the Confederate left with the 2 divisions of Kearny and Reno. In a very gallant and persistent attack, Hill's troops were forced back fully 300 yards, but at the critical moment Jackson once more called on his reserves, and the Federals were finally compelled to retire in disorder. We must now return to Longstreet's corps, to explain the 6th and last combat of the day. On his arrival, Longstreet had formed his line, not in prolongation of Jackson's, but inclining forward, in a large obtuse angle. Lee's intention was to engage at once, but he finally yielded to Longstreet's request that he first be allowed to make a personal reconnaissance. This took an hour, and then the day was so nearly gone, it was decided to make only a reconnaissance in force, reserving the attack until early the next morning. Meanwhile, McDowell had brought King's division on the field, and Pope had given orders for it to advance down the pike and fall upon Jackson's right, where too he was looking for Porter's attack. It thus happened that when King's division went forward to the attack, instead of finding Jackson in retreat, it met Longstreet advancing. King's weary troops were defeated in a fierce combat, which lasted until after 9 o'clock. After the repulse and pursuit of King, Longstreet withdrew his men to the line from which they had advanced, and Jackson ordered his men back from the railroad cut, their line during the day, to the crest a few hundred yards in the rear. It thus happened that the Federals were left with a deserted battlefield in their front. Had this been a deliberate ruse, says General Alexander, it would have been a masterpiece. To Pope it proved to be a fatal delusion and a snare. At daybreak he telegraphed Halleck that, after a terrible battle, with combined forces of the enemy, lasting from daylight until dark, the enemy was driven from the field which he then occupied. He concluded, "The news has just reached me from the front that the enemy is retreating toward the mountains." This was Pope's last and greatest blunder, which made him the aggressor on the second day, and cost him the battle. On the morning of the 30th of August, Pope had united his entire army except the corps of Banks, which, not yet recovered from the affair of Cedar Mountain, was in charge of the trains near Bristoe. Before daybreak Porter had been withdrawn from his isolated position on the left, and brought around to the center. Pope now had on the field 65,000 men and 28 batteries. Besides, the corps of Sumner and Franklin, and the divisions of Cox and Sturgis, about 42,000 troops in all, had landed at Alexandria, and were only 25 miles away. Lee had in hand the force of Jackson, reduced to about 17,000, the troops of Longstreet, 30,000, and some 2,500 cavalry, an aggregate of nearly 50,000 men. He also had about 20,000 reinforcements coming up, and already at the Rappahannock River. Pope spent several hours informing his troops and setting his army in battle array, with the view of avoiding the isolated attacks of the previous day, and pressing the retreating Confederates along the whole line. The Union line was short and strong. From its right on Bull Run, in front of Jackson's left, to its left across the turnpike near Groveton was less than 3 miles. About 20,000 infantry were deployed in the front line, with 40,000 more massed behind. Lee's line covered at least 4 miles. Jackson still held the left in the strong position behind the railroad cut. Except for a battery of 18 guns, under Colonel S. D. Lee, which was placed on his right flank, he had received no reinforcements. Longstreet's line, as already stated, was not prolongation of Jackson's, but bent forward at an obtuse angle, and it considerably overlapped the Union left. Note: a map showing their positions is on page 142. Pope, from his headquarters on Bug Hill, near his center, could see only a few Confederate batteries, supported by a strong line of skirmishers, and he could not be convinced by his officers that the enemy was not in full retreat. About noon, the Federals attacked in force, and met a reception for which Pope was not prepared. The battle which followed was scarcely surpassed for desperation on either side during the war. The whole weight of the assault fell upon Jackson, who called for assistance. The Federals, in their attack, had advanced into the angle between Jackson and Longstreet, so that their line could be enfiladed. Longstreet sent several batteries into position, and opened upon the Union flank with a fire which nothing could withstand. In vain Pope sent his reserves to stem the tide of retreat. Jackson ordered forward 2 brigades in a counter stroke, and Pope's battle was lost. Seeing the effect of Longstreet's fire, about 4 o'clock, Lee ordered a general advance. The objective point aimed at by Longstreet was the Henry House plateau, where Jackson's brigade, standing like a stone wall, had made his name immortal 13 months before. The capture of this position would have cut off the Federal retreat across Bull Run by the Stone Bridge, and here Pope made a desperate stand. Fortunately for the Federals, the hour was too late for Lee to gather the full fruits of his victory. The daylight was also shortened by heavy clouds, and a rain set in about dusk, which continued during the night and much of the next day. The Federal troops, in great disorder, poured across the bridge and through the fords towards Centreville. Here the whole army was concentrated on the corps of Franklin, which had arrived about 6 o'clock, only a few hours too late to reach the field and save the day. As the Federal position at Centreville was very strong, Lee decided to turn it. On the morning of the 31st, Jackson's corps, preceded by Stewart's cavalry, was ordered to cross Bull Run at Sudley, and march by the Little River Turnpike on Fairfax Court House. Longstreet was to collect the spoils on the battlefield, and then to follow Jackson. Progress was slow on account of the rain and mud. Pope, although still claiming a victory, ordered Banks to destroy the trains at Bristoe, and join him by a night march. With Franklin, Banks, and Sumner, who arrived on the 31st, he now had 30,000 fresh troops, but he remained at Centreville only a single day. The whole army was withdrawn to Fairfax, where it was too close to its fortified lines to be flanked again out of position. On the 1st day of September there was a small affair at Chantilly, in which Stevens, who commanded a division of Reno's corps, was shot through the head, and Kearny, who had ridden into the Confederate lines in the dusk, was killed in trying to escape. They both were prominent and distinguished officers. Stevens had graduated at the head of Halleck's class at West Point in 1839, and at the time of his death the government was considering his appointment to the command of the now united armies of Pope and McClellan. The losses of the two armies for the entire campaign are summarized as follows: Federals killed, 1,747; Confederates, 1,468. Federals wounded, 8,452; wounded Confederates, 7,563. Federals missing, 4,263; Confederates missing, 81. The total losses for the Federals was 14,462, and the Confederates 9,112. The Confederates collected 30 guns and over 20,000 small arms from the field of battle. The results of the campaign are very ably summed up by General Alexander in 2 brief paragraphs. While Lee had fallen short of destroying his greatly superior adversaries, he could yet look back with pride upon the record he had made within the 90 days since taking command on the 1st of June. He had had the use of about 85,000 men, and the enemy had had the use in all of fully 200,000. At the beginning, the enemy had been within 6 miles of Richmond. He was now driven within the fortifications of Washington, with a loss in the two campaigns of about 33,000 men, 82 guns, and 58,000 small arms. Lee's own losses had been about 31,000 men and 2 guns. In his comments on the campaign, Mr. Ropes writes: General Lee's operations had indeed been successful, but we must point out that his successes were due much more to the ability with which he improved the mistakes of his antagonist, than to any advantages which he procured for himself by the hazardous strategy which he employed. Of these mistakes Lee took prompt advantage, and thus won his victory. These remarks from a critic of the standing of Mr. Ropes are surprising. It is true that Napoleon, in his Maxims, warns against the division of an army into two columns unable to communicate, and especially against the strategy which places the point of junction in the very presence of a concentrated enemy. Both of these maxims Lee violated, the first because he knew Jackson, the last because he knew Pope. It is rare, indeed, that such strategy succeeds, and it has been remarked that, after Jackson's death, Lee never again attempted those great turning movements which had achieved his most brilliant victories. "History," says Colonel Henderson, "often unconsciously injures the reputation of great soldiers. The more detailed the narrative, the less brilliant seems success, the less excusable defeat." "If," said Frederick the Great, "we had exact information of our enemy's dispositions, we should beat him every time." "It is too often overlooked by those who study the history of campaigns," said Colonel Henderson again, "that war is the province of uncertainty. The reader has the whole theatre of war displayed before him. He notes the exact disposition of the opposing forces at each hour of the campaign, and with this in his mind's eye he condemns or approves the action of the commanders. In the action of the defeated general he often sees much to blame; in the action of the successful general but little to admire. But his judgment is not based on a true foundation. He has ignored the fact that the information at his disposal was not at the disposal of those he criticizes; and until he realizes that both generals, to a greater or less degree, must have been groping in the dark, he will neither make just allowance for the errors of the one, nor appreciate the genius of the other." As a tactician Pope was incapable. As a strategist he lacked imagination, except in his dispatches. Lee, with his extraordinary insight into character, played on Pope as he had played on McClellan, and his strategy was justified by success. If, as Moltke states, the junction of two armies on the field of battle is the highest achievement of military genius, the campaign against Pope has seldom been surpassed. Lee's strategy was certainly hazardous, but against an antagonist of different caliber he would never have attempted such manoeuvres. To condemn them is therefore short-sighted criticism. "How often," says Napier, "have we not heard the genius of Bonaparte slighted, and his victories talked of as destitute of merit, because, at the point of attack, he was superior in numbers to his enemies? This very fact constitutes his greatest and truest praise." It is often forgotten that Napoleon, in nearly all of his campaigns, was outnumbered in the whole theatre of war, not only in Italy, but in the campaigns of Ulm, Austerlitz, Eckmühl, Dresden, Leipzig, France, 1814, and Waterloo. He never waited for his adversary to become fully prepared, but struck him the first blow. The first principle of war is to concentrate superior force at the decisive point, that is, upon the field of battle. But this principle can never be observed by standing still and permitting the enemy to concentrate. True generalship is, therefore, to make up in activity for lack of strength; to strike the enemy in detail, and overthrow his columns in succession. To claim, therefore, that Lee's victory was due less to his strategy than to his ability to improve the mistakes of his antagonist, is absurd. Another of Napoleon's maxims says: "The first qualification in a general in chief is a cool head; that is, a head which receives just impressions, and estimates things and objects at their real value." This General Pope certainly did not have. He never made a correct inference during the whole campaign, and consequently committed one blunder after another. With each new report he changed his mind regarding the situation, and issued new orders. He wore his men out with marching and countermarching, and destroyed what little confidence they already had in him by his vacillating and contradictory orders. After he knew of the arrival of Lee's army, he should not have renewed his attack on the 30th, but have remained on the defensive or withdrawn his army across Bull Run, to await the arrival of the other corps of the Army of the Potomac. But again he drew a false conclusion. He thought that Lee had begun to retreat, and accordingly gave orders to pursue. It is difficult, moreover, to agree with the statement of Mr. Ropes adopted by Major Steele, that the Union army, though beaten and badly beaten, still was not forced from the field, and that it was only Pope's retreat on the night of the 30th which stamped the whole campaign as a failure. Pope, indeed, with an audacity which disaster was powerless to tame, reported to Halleck that the enemy was "badly whipped." But these statements do not agree with the descriptions of the utter confusion and disorder of the Federal retreat as recorded by other writers. At the beginning of the campaign Pope handled his cavalry very well. They "were employed with a boldness which had not hitherto been seen." Led by two able young generals, Buford and Bayard, they did far better service than McClellan's detectives. There were frequent reconnaissances, and outposts were maintained 20 miles in advance of the army. But at the end they were utterly broken down, worn out by courier and escort service, so that at Centreville Pope had to send out a brigade of infantry on reconnaissance because there was absolutely no cavalry fit for service. The work of the Confederate cavalry, as usual, was excellent. While the armies were facing each other on the Rappahannock, Stuart rode around Pope's flank and captured his headquarters with much valuable information. During Jackson's famous march, Stuart's cavalry was in the van and covering the flanks. On the morning of the 31st of August, Stuart reported to Lee before 8 o'clock that the Federal army was at Centreville. Again, when Jackson moved out on the Little River Turnpike, Stuart led the way. If Pope had used his cavalry as well as Lee, there might have been a very different outcome to the campaign. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8, Part 1 of Campaigns of the Civil War by Walter Geer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 8. September 1862. Antietam. On the morning of the 2nd of September, as soon as he knew that Pope had found shelter within the defenses of Washington, Lee ordered Jackson to cross the Potomac and form the vanguard of an invasion of the North. Hitherto the Confederates had been content to play the role of defenders, and they had played it to perfection. Although they had awaited the attack within their own frontiers, their tactics had been essentially offensive. It was by strategical and tactical counterstrokes that the recent victories had been won. Like Napoleon, Lee and Jackson believed that the best defense lies not in strong positions, but in the concentration of superior numbers on the field of battle. But if the best defense lies in a vigorous offensive, to make victory complete it is necessary to carry the war into hostile territory. The Great War has proved conclusively that even if a nation is brought to the point of making terms by the defeat of its armies beyond its own frontiers, it is never really conquered unless its capital is occupied, and the hideous sufferings of war are brought directly home to the mass of the population. A single victory on Northern soil was far more likely to bring about the independence of the South than even a succession of victories in Virginia, says Henderson. Such were the ideas advocated by General Lee, and accepted by President Davis, which led to the invasion of Maryland. Nevertheless, Lee himself had no great expectations of decisive results. He wrote Mr. Davis, "The army is not properly equipped for an invasion of the enemy's territory. It lacks much of the material of war, is feeble in transportation, the animals being much reduced. The men are poorly provided with clothes, and in thousands of instances are destitute of shoes. What concerns me most is the fear of getting out of ammunition." At a later date, 12th of September, Lee wrote the President that the 1,650 pairs of shoes obtained at Frederick, Williamsport, and Hagerstown would "not be sufficient to cover the bare feet of the army." The captures made in the Peninsula, and especially at Manassas, had proved of the greatest value. Old muskets had been exchanged for new, smooth bore cannon for rifled guns, tattered blankets for good overcoats. Their well supplied foes had furnished the impoverished Confederates with tents, medicines, ambulances, ammunition wagons, and war material of every kind. Many of the soldiers were clad in Federal uniforms, and even the wagons at Lee's headquarters were marked with the initials U.S.A. Lee had been joined by the three divisions of D. H. Hill, McLaws, and Walker, and by Hampton's cavalry, and he should have had at this time about 65,000 effectives, but there were thousands of stragglers. When Lee began his invasion of Maryland, there were about 14,000 Union troops in the lower Shenandoah Valley. 3,000 infantry and artillery at Winchester, 3,000 cavalry at Martinsburg, and a garrison of 8,000 at Harper's Ferry. Lee was aware of the presence of these forces, but he thought that they would all be withdrawn as soon as it was known that he had crossed the Potomac. If it had depended on McClellan, this would have been done; but Halleck gave orders for the commander at Harper's Ferry to hold that position. Lee thus found his situation suddenly complicated. His line of communications, which ran from Manassas by Leesburg to Frederick, was too near to Washington, and in danger of being cut at any moment by the Federal cavalry. Arrangements had already been made, therefore, to transfer the line to the Valley; but this line also would be exposed so long as Harper's Ferry was garrisoned by the enemy. It was manifestly out of the question for Lee with his small forces to mask this post, and nothing remained but to capture it by a coup de main. Jackson, with 25,000 men, nearly half the Confederate army, was detailed for the expedition, and he was ordered to march at daybreak on the 10th of September. Meanwhile, the remainder of the army was to move northwest to Hagerstown, 25 miles from Frederick, where it would threaten Pennsylvania with invasion, and be protected from McClellan by the parallel ranges of the Catoctin and South Mountains. When the army under Pope retreated within the lines of Washington, there was great alarm at the capital, and both the President and General Halleck feared that "it was impossible to save the city." At an early hour on the morning of the 2d of September, they called together on General McClellan, who had come up from Alexandria the previous day. "The President stated," writes McClellan, "that the army was entirely defeated, and falling back to Washington in confusion." He then said that he regarded Washington as lost, and asked me if I would, under the circumstances, consent to accept command of all the forces. McClellan at once accepted, and this verbal order of the President was the only one by which he was reinstated in command. Making a virtue of necessity, Pope asked to be relieved, and was sent to a distant post in the Northwest, where there were some Indian disturbances. The reinstatement of McClellan was very popular with the army, and did much to restore the morale of the troops. On his first appearance he was greeted with frantic cheers of welcome that extended for miles along the column. Yet neither the President nor Halleck had any confidence in him, and the appointment was made with great reluctance. General McClellan himself says that he fought the campaign with a halter around his neck, and if the Army of the Potomac had been defeated, he would have been condemned like General Porter, and perhaps executed. This feeling undoubtedly influenced McClellan's actions during the campaign, and was most unfortunate. The army which McClellan led from Washington was made up of the First Corps under Hooker, the Second under Sumner, of one division of the Fourth Corps under Couch, of the Sixth under Franklin, of the Ninth under Reno, and the 12th under Mansfield. Couch's division was attached to the Sixth Corps, and Cox's Kanawha division was at this time incorporated in the Ninth Corps. The First and Ninth Corps formed the right, under General Burnside; the Second and 12th the center, under General Sumner; and the Sixth Corps, with the division of Couch, constituted the left, under General Franklin. General Banks was assigned to the command of the defenses of the capital, and had under him the Third Corps, Heintzelman; the Fifth, Porter; and the Seventh, Sigel. At the time it left Washington, the army numbered, on paper, 84,000 men, in reality less than 70,000. About the same number, 72,000, was left under Banks. But on the 12th of September, at the urgent request of McClellan, Porter was sent to him with the two divisions of Morrell and Sykes, about 13,000 men, thus raising his forces nominally to an aggregate of 97,000. On the 7th of September the corps of the Army of the Potomac occupied the following positions: Hooker and Burnside were at Leesboro; Sumner and Mansfield were in front of Rockville; Franklin was at Rockville; and Couch was at Offutt's Cross Roads. Note: a map is available on page 152. The Union cavalry under Pleasanton was well in front, and in contact with Stuart, who formed a screen for Lee's army. From the 6th to the 15th, when Stuart finally retired behind the Antietam, there were daily engagements between the two cavalry forces. Lee's army had crossed the Potomac by the fords near Leesburg on the 4th to the 6th, and on the 7th of September was concentrated near Frederick. Here, on the 9th, he issued his famous order known as Special Orders No. 191, for the movement on Harper's Ferry. Jackson, with his corps, except D. H. Hill's division, was ordered via Williamsport to drive the Federals from Martinsburg into Harper's Ferry, which he would then attack from the south. Walker's division was to cross the Potomac below Harper's Ferry and occupy Loudon Heights. McLaws, with his own division and Anderson's, was to march by the most direct route, and take possession of Maryland Heights, which command Harper's Ferry. Harper's Ferry, at the junction of the Shenandoah with the Potomac, is nearly 50 miles northwest of Washington in a straight line. Loudon Heights, at the northern end of the Blue Ridge, are 30 miles from Washington, between Harper's Ferry and Leesburg, where Lee crossed the Potomac. Maryland Heights, on the north side of the river, opposite Harper's Ferry, are the hills of the southern edge of Elk Ridge, the range next west of South Mountain. Frederick is in Maryland, 40 miles north by west of Washington. The Union army had moved very slowly on account of the fears of the authorities at Washington, and the necessity of reorganization. On the 9th, Couch's division, the extreme left, touched the Potomac at the mouth of Seneca Creek. Franklin's corps was at Ornstown. The Second and 12th Corps, constituting the center, were at Middlebrook, and the First and 9th, forming the right, were at Brookville. Thus the army was still within 20 miles of the capital, on a front stretching from left to right of about 25 miles. On the night of the 13th, having advanced only about 20 miles in 4 days, the army was concentrated near Frederick. In the meantime, Lee had crossed the mountains, and was at Hagerstown. On his arrival at Frederick on the 13th, an official copy of Lee's Order No. 191, addressed to D. H. Hill, fell into McClellan's hands, and gave him an opportunity rarely presented to a general. This order told McClellan two things, both of great importance. First, that Lee had divided his army, and sent Jackson to capture Harper's Ferry. Second, where the remainder of the Confederate army was to march and to halt, and where the detached commands were to rejoin the main body. This information placed the Army of Northern Virginia absolutely at the mercy of McClellan, provided he acted with the greatest celerity. If he dispatched his left column through Crampton's Gap, it would fall directly upon the rear of McLaws at Maryland Heights. If he advanced his right through Turner's Gap, he would interpose between Hill and Longstreet on the one hand, and Jackson's command on the other. These two Federal columns had less than 20 miles to march. The gaps were not held in any force before the morning of the 14th, and Harper's Ferry was not surrendered until 8 A.M. on the 15th. It must be admitted that, for him, McClellan acted with considerable energy. He almost grasped the opportunity, but not entirely. Lee's movements, which were earlier in point of time, will be described first. Jackson left Frederick early on the 10th, and marched rapidly 25 miles through Middletown and Boonesboro to Williamsport, where he crossed the Potomac the next morning. Hearing of the Confederate movement, the Union forces at Martinsburg abandoned that town on the night of the 11th, and retreated to Harper's Ferry. Jackson followed, and on the 12th went into camp near Halltown, about 2 miles from the Union position on Bolivar Heights. On the 10th McLaws also moved, by way of Pleasant Valley, which separates South Mountain on the east from Elk Ridge on the west. The southern extremity of the ridge, Maryland Heights, completely commands Harper's Ferry on the opposite bank of the Potomac. McLaws easily drove the small Union force from the heights, and gained full possession on the afternoon of the 13th. He at once placed his artillery in position, and opened fire at 2:00 the following afternoon. The third Confederate column, under Walker, crossed the Potomac at Point of Rocks on the night of the 10th, and on the 13th occupied Loudon Heights, where he arranged his forces so as to prevent the escape of the garrison of Harper's Ferry down the right bank of the Potomac. Harper's Ferry was now completely surrounded, and at the mercy of the enemy. At daybreak on the 15th, the Confederate guns opened fire, and at 8:00 the Federal commander displayed the white flag. As the results of the expedition, Jackson captured over 12,000 men, with 73 pieces of artillery, many small arms, and other stores. The first part of Lee's program had been carried out successfully, although not quite as expeditiously as he had hoped, and the delay nearly proved fatal to him. Leaving Hill to receive the surrender of the Federal troops and property, Jackson started at once to rejoin Lee in Maryland. By a severe night march of 17 miles, he reached Sharpsburg on the morning of the 16th. Walker's division followed closely, and also reported to General Lee the same morning. To return now to General McClellan, whom we left at Frederick on the 13th, with Lee's orders in his hands. He decided not to move his left by the most direct road, through Jefferson and Knoxville, and thence up the river to Harper's Ferry, but by Burkittsville to Crampton's Gap, while the center and right marched by Middletown to Turner's Gap. The Union left would thus debouch in rear of McLaws at Maryland Heights, and the remainder of the army between Longstreet and Hill on the right, and Jackson's corps on the left. The Blue Ridge Mountains cross Maryland from north to south in two distinct ranges 6 or 8 miles apart, with a fertile valley between them. These ranges are known as the Catoctin and South Mountains. The latter is a formidable obstacle, and can be crossed by an army only at two gaps, Turner's and Crampton's. There were several turnpikes in the region, of which the best known was the old National Road, which passed westward through Frederick and crossed South Mountain at Turner's Gap. About a mile to the south, at Fox's Gap, the summit is passed by another route, known as the Old Sharpsburg, or Braddock Road, because it was used by General Braddock's army in 1755. At about an equal distance to the north, still another road, the Old Hagerstown's Road, finds a passage over the ridge. The National Road, because of easier grades and better engineering, was then, as now, the principal route, the others having remained rough country roads. The mountain crests are from 1,000 to 1,300 feet above the valley, and the gaps are 200 to 300 feet below the summits. There were other dirt roads in every direction, and all of them were in good condition at this season of the year. There were many small towns and villages, of which the most considerable was Frederick. It was on the whole a thickly settled farming country. The mountains were generally covered with woods, as also the valleys, except where cleared for cultivation. General Lee's original plan had been for the main part of his army, under Longstreet, to halt at Boonesboro with all the trains, and there await the return of Jackson and the other detachments, while D. H. Hill's division formed the rear guard, and Stewart's cavalry covered the route. Learning, however, that a body of Pennsylvania militia had been collected at Chambersburg, Lee sent Longstreet forward to Hagerstown. On the night of the 13th, Lee heard that a copy of his field order was in the hands of McClellan, and that the advance of the Union army was at the eastern end of Turner's Gap. He immediately ordered Longstreet, who was 13 miles away, to return, and directed D. H. Hill, two of whose brigades were already at the Gap, to proceed there with the remainder of his division. The battle of South Mountain was opened on the morning of the 14th by the Union cavalry, under Pleasanton. About 9:00, Cox arrived with the Kanawha division, and took command of the attack. 3 hours later the remainder of the Ninth Corps came up, under Reno, who was killed during the action. Later still, Hooker arrived with the First Corps, and all of the right wing was then on the field, under the immediate command of Burnside. The First Corps assaulted the Confederate left, and the Ninth attacked the right at Fox's Gap on the Braddock Road. The combat lasted until 10 P.M., and at midnight the Confederates withdrew. The battle hardly admits of precise description, as it was a succession of sharp skirmishes rather than one connected action. The general result was a Confederate defeat. Franklin had been ordered to move the same day with the left wing by Crampton's Gap, to relieve the garrison at Harper's Ferry. As the distance from Turner's Gap is about 6 miles in a straight line, and the country between is very rugged, the action was entirely disconnected from the other. Beginning about noon, after a spirited engagement of 3 hours, Franklin, with his superior forces, easily carried the crest, and established his line in Pleasant Valley. On hearing of this, McLaws formed his troops in a strong defensive position across the valley, and made such a show of strength that Franklin believed he was outnumbered 2-1. After the surrender of Harper's Ferry, during the afternoon of the 15th, McLaws skillfully and without molestation withdrew his command across the river to the town. After his failure to hold the passes of South Mountain, Lee, who had only 19,000 men with him, decided to retreat to the south side of the Potomac. About noon on the 15th, when his forces were on the way to the ford, he received at Sharpsburg a dispatch, stating that Harper's Ferry had fallen, and Jackson was on his way to rejoin him. He at once recalled his troops from the ford, established a line of battle on the heights overlooking the Antietam, and ordered the batteries into position. By nightfall, the divisions of Hood, D. H. Hill, and Jones were in line of battle. After a hard night march, Jackson arrived on the morning of the 16th, and McLaws with his own division and Anderson's 24 hours later. Lee's whole army was therefore reunited on the morning of the 17th, except the division of A. P. Hill, which Jackson had left behind to complete the arrangements for the surrender of Harper's Ferry. Mr. Ropes speaks of Lee's decision to stand and fight at Sharpsburg as one of the "boldest and most hazardous" in his career, and is "bewildered that he should even have thought seriously of making it." General Alexander also expresses his amazement at the "audacity" of Lee in accepting battle, "in the open field, without a yard of earthworks, against a better equipped army of double his force, and with a river close behind him, to be crossed by a single ford, peculiarly bad and exposed in case he had to retreat." General Longstreet was also of the opinion that the army should have recrossed the Potomac at once. But Jackson, when he reached Sharpsburg on the morning of the 16th, heartily approved of Lee's decision. Colonel Henderson, as usual, agrees with his hero. He thinks that "the Army of Northern Virginia was so superior to the Army of the Potomac that Lee and Jackson were warranted in believing that they might fight a defensive battle, outnumbered as they were, with the hope of annihilating their enemy. By retreating across the Potomac, in accordance with General Longstreet's suggestion, Lee would certainly have avoided all chances of disaster. But at the same time he would have abandoned a good hope of ending the war." Note. A descriptive map can be found on page 158. McClellan's own words are the strongest justification of the views held by the Southern leaders. He says that the Army of the Potomac was so "thoroughly exhausted and depleted" by the last 2 campaigns, and its trains, administrative services, and supplies so disorganized that "nothing but sheer necessity justified the advance to South Mountain and Antietam." And in his official report he says: "One battle lost, and almost all would have been lost. Lee's army might have marched as it pleased on Washington, Baltimore, Philadelphia, or New York. Nowhere east of the Alleghanies was there another organized force to avert its march." This apprehension goes far to explain and to excuse McClellan's excessive caution during the campaign. It is a curious fact that many battles of the Civil War bear double names. The Confederates generally named them for the town or place near the field of action; the Federals for some natural object adjoining the scene of the conflict. Thus we have Manassas and Bull Run, Shiloh and Pittsburgh Landing, Murfreesboro and Stone's River, Sharpsburg and Antietam. The village of Sharpsburg is in the midst of a very irregular plateau which is almost enclosed by the Potomac River and the Antietam Creek. The Potomac bounds it on the south and west, and the Antietam on the east. In general outline, the plateau may be considered a parallelogram, 4 miles in length from north to south, and 2½ miles in width inside the bends of the river. From the village the ground descends in all directions, though a continuous ridge runs northward on which is the Hagerstown pike. The Boonesboro turnpike crossed the Antietam on a stone bridge, entered the village from the northeast, and, continuing through Sharpsburg, ran southwest to the ford of the Potomac at Shepherdstown. The Hagerstown road entered the town from the north, passing the Dunker Church a mile out, and ran nearly due south, crossing the Antietam at its mouth, and continuing down the Potomac toward Harper's Ferry. The Antietam is a deep creek with few fords at an ordinary stage of water, and the principal roads, at the time of the battle, crossed it on solid stone bridges, which Lee did not have the time or the means to destroy. Within the field of battle there were 3 of these bridges: the upper one in front of Keedysville, the middle one upon the Boonesboro road, and the lower one, since known as Burnside's Bridge, on the road to Rohrersville. Between Mercersville on the north and the mouth of the Antietam on the south, the Potomac flows in a series of remarkable curves, but its general course is such that a line of battle less than 6 miles long can be drawn from near Mercersville to a point just above the mouth of the Antietam, so as to rest both its flanks on the Potomac, to cover the town and the ford across the river, and to have its front covered by the creek. Today, the National Cemetery is situated upon the crest of a hill to the eastward of the town, and just beyond the houses. If one enters the cemetery and takes his position on the highest point, at the base of the flagstaff, he will be within the concave of the Confederate line as it stood at the beginning of the battle. Near this spot, on a small mass of limestone which commands an extensive view, it is said that Lee stood to direct the battle. On the left, looking westward, is the town of Sharpsburg, with the road to Hagerstown partially in sight. In the border of a patch of woods at the distance of about a mile, and in plain view, stood the famous Dunker Church. At the church 2 roads met the turnpike, almost forming a right angle with each other. To the west, northwest, and north of the church were the so-called West Woods; and the woods to the east of the pike, separated from it by open ground, were called the East Woods. These 2 patches of timber, with the fields between them, were the scene of the most desperate fighting of the 17th of September. To the northeast, at a distance of about 2 miles on the further side of the Antietam, could be seen a large brick building. This was the Pry House, the headquarters of McClellan during the battle. The creek itself cannot be seen, because of the depth of the ravine which forms its bed, but its course can easily be traced by the line of trees along its banks. Further to the right, at the base of some hills, but concealed from view, is the Burnside Bridge, about a mile away. Practically the whole battlefield may be seen from this single point. To complete the description, it is to be added that the famous Sunken Road was almost directly opposite the center of the Union position, looking west. It branched off from the northern side of the Boonesboro pike, about halfway from the creek to Sharpsburg, and ran in zigzag fashion to the Hagerstown pike, which it joined about mid-distance from the village to the Dunker Church, but nearer the latter. End of Chapter 8, Part 1. Chapter 8, Part 2 of Campaigns of the Civil War, by Walter Geer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. September 1862, Antietam, Part 2. If troops moved on the field as chessmen are moved on the board, if corps and divisions went into action as complete wholes, the story of a battle could be told with more precision; but this is very far from being the case. "The combinations of a battlefield," writes General Palfrey, "are almost as varying, and far less distinctly visible and separable than those of a kaleidoscope." A great battle cannot be described in detail except at immense length, and even then imperfectly. Napoleon once said that no attempt should ever be made to narrate the events of a battle in smaller terms than army corps. If lesser units are used, it is impossible to see the forest for the trees. The Confederate position at Sharpsburg was in many respects a strong one, and could have been made even stronger with entrenchments, but these were not used, although there was ample time to dig them. The flanks were reasonably secure. The right rested on the Antietam. The left was more open, But beyond the west woods a low ridge gave room for several batteries, while the Potomac was so close that there was but little space available for attack. Jackson held the left, with Hood in second line. Next in order came D. H. Hill. Longstreet held the center and right, with Walker in reserve. On the left flank, Stuart, with Fitz Lee's brigade and his 4 guns, were between the west woods and the river. On the right, Munford's 2 regiments of cavalry, with a battery, held the bridge at the Antietam Iron Works, and kept open the road to Harper's Ferry. For the occupation of this front of about 3 miles, Lee had at first only 23,500 men; and even after the arrival of the absent divisions, no more than 35,000 infantry, 4,000 cavalry, and 194 guns would be in line. On paper, McClellan's forces were far superior. First Corps, Hooker, 15,000 men, 40 guns; Second Corps, Sumner, 19,000 men, 42 guns; Fifth Corps, Porter, 13,000 men, 70 guns; Sixth Corps, Franklin, 12,000 men, 36 guns; the Ninth Corps, Burnside, 14,000 men and 35 guns; and the 12th Corps, Mansfield, 10,000 men, 36 guns. Cavalry, Pleasanton, 4,000 men, and 16 guns, to a total of 87,000 men and 275 guns. The morning of Monday, the 15th of September, found the Confederates retreating from South Mountain. It was only 7 miles to Antietam Creek. The weather was fine, the roads were excellent and unobstructed. By noon the mass of McClellan's army might have been in contact with the enemy. With the First, Second, Fifth, and 12th Corps, and the cavalry in hand, he had over 60,000 men to the 25,500 of Lee. But McClellan never appreciated the value of time, and nothing was done that day. "Instead of making his reconnaissance at 3 in the afternoon of Monday," writes General Cox, "it might have been made at 10 in the morning, and the battle could have been fought before night. Or if McClellan had pushed boldly for the bridge at the mouth of the Antietam, nothing but a precipitate retreat by Lee could have prevented the interposition of the whole national army between the separated wings of the Confederates." Nothing was done, however, either on Monday or Tuesday, except reconnoitering, while Lee was straining every nerve to concentrate his forces. On the afternoon of the 16th, McClellan completed his preparations for the battle, which he proposed to deliver the next day. Sumner, with his own corps and that of Mansfield, was on the right, and Hooker, who had been removed from Burnside's command, was beyond Sumner on the extreme right. The center was occupied by the Fifth Corps under Porter, and the left by the Ninth Corps under Burnside. Franklin, who had been sent to watch McLaws, had been recalled on the night of the 16th, and on his arrival with the Sixth Corps, McClellan proposed to make his troops in reserve. McClellan's plan of battle, as stated by himself in his final and elaborate report, was to attack Lee's left with the corps of Hooker and Mansfield, supported by Sumner, and, if necessary, Franklin. Then, as soon as matters looked favorably there, to carry the heights of Sharpsburg with Burnside's Ninth Corps. In case of success with either or both these assaults, he proposed to advance his center. Whatever McClellan's plans may have been, his execution of them was very bad. It seems almost inconceivable that a commander of any military ability should have left a corps of 4 divisions idle for hours on his left, while he attacked on the right with 3 corps in succession, held the center with a Fifth Corps, his cavalry and horse artillery, and had another corps hastening up to the rear of his line. Yet this is precisely what he did do. The 3 corps ordered to attack the Confederate left should have been under one commander, and should have moved together. The assault on Lee's right, which was the vulnerable part of his line, should have been made at the same time. If this had been done, it is hard to see how Lee's army could have escaped destruction. As the first step in the execution of McClellan's plan, Hooker crossed the Antietam on the afternoon of the 16th, and came in contact with Hood on the Confederate left. The action was sharp while it lasted, but the firing ceased at dark. About 9 a light rain began to fall, and continued most of the night. When all was quiet, Hood's brigades were withdrawn to cook rations, and their position was filled by Lawton's division. The morning of Wednesday the 17th broke crisp and clear. At early dawn the fight was renewed, and Hooker's three fine divisions advanced in columns of brigades in line. Doubleday on the right, Ricketts on the left, and Meade in reserve close behind. The attack fell principally upon Lawton, and the fighting was very severe. Hooker in his report says that he never witnessed a more bloody, dismal battlefield. Part of the Confederate line was exposed to the fire of the Union rifle batteries across the Antietam at a range of about 3,000 yards. Hooker handled his troops well, and conducted the attack with all the dash and energy which had earned him the sobriquet of "Fighting Joe." The Confederate resistance was desperate, and the losses great on both sides. Lawton was borne off wounded, and his brigades were put out of action for the day. He called on Hood for support, and the latter sent in his two brigades, about 2,000 strong. Hooker was wounded, and his men driven back so far that they were forced to abandon some of their guns. By this time the 12th Corps, under Mansfield, was coming on the field. He had crossed the Antietam during the night, and bivouacked more than a mile north of the First Corps. At daybreak he started to Hooker's support, but was so slow in deploying his troops that it was 7:30 before he took any part in the action. His corps arrived just in time to save the First Corps from being routed by Hood's counterstroke. Hooker's corps had lost 2,500 out of the 9,000 men who went into action, and Meade, who had succeeded to the command, withdrew from the field to a strong position about a mile in the rear. This ended the first phase of the battle. The attack of Mansfield, which now followed, can scarcely be described in detail. Mansfield was killed at the start, and Williams took command of the corps. For 2 hours the lines wavered backward and forward. Finally the Federals broke the Confederate line, and Greene's division was in possession of the Dunker Church, as well as a portion of the woods near it. By this time the 12th Corps had lost all of its élan, and for a period the firing ceased entirely. The casualties amounted to 1,746 out of some 7,000 men engaged. Here may be said to end in a draw the second phase of the battle. But this truce was of short duration. The head of the Second Corps was now approaching. At 7:20 A.M., Sumner had at last received his needlessly delayed orders to advance. He immediately crossed the creek and arrived upon the field about 9 o'clock. If his 9 brigades of veterans, says General Alexander, had been put into action along with Mansfield's 5, they would have made decisive work upon Lee's left flank, and opened the road to Porter's corps to attack his center. Here McClellan threw away another one of his many chances for a decisive victory, though it was by no means his last. Sumner reports that he found affairs in a "desperate state." The First Corps had been repulsed and forced to retire, and the 12th was barely holding its own. Sumner's corps had not fought at the Second Manassas, and consequently it was large, numbering on paper about 19,000 men, of whom some 15,000 were brought on to the field. Impatient at the 3 hours' delay imposed on his corps, Sumner ordered Sedgwick's division, with which he rode, to assault in close column of brigade front. He did not wait for his 2 other divisions, under French and Richardson, to come up, or stop to reconnoiter, or to inquire as to the enemy's position. Sedgwick advanced out of the East Woods, passed on his left the Dunker Church, where the remains of Greene's division were lying down, and traversed the West Woods. His brigades were only between 20 and 30 yards apart, in too close order to be brought safely under fire. Meanwhile, Lee had sent to the front his last reserves, the divisions of McLaws and Anderson, which after a weary night's march from Harper's Ferry had arrived about sunrise. Anderson's 6 brigades, about 3,600 strong, were sent to D. H. Hill's division. McLaws's 4 brigades, some 3,000 men, were directed to the woods behind the Dunker Church, under the guidance of Hood, who was familiar with the ground. In his march, Sedgwick passed, without being aware of it, Early's brigade upon his right, with the remnants of Jones's division; and on his left he passed what was left of Walker's 2 brigades, who were holding in front of Greene's troops about the church. Early, unseen behind the ridge, moved parallel to Sedgwick's march, and opened fire on the flank of the Federal column as soon as it issued from the woods. At the same moment the column found itself presenting its left front angle to McLaw's division, which fired at close range. "Sedgwick had practically marched into an ambuscade," says General Alexander. Exposed to this deadly flank fire, which it was impossible for the troops to return, Sedgwick's division lost over 2,200 men in a very few minutes. Sedgwick himself received 3 wounds, and his division was driven off the field. At the same time Greene was forced to retire from the church, and the Confederate line rested where it had stood at the beginning of the battle, although very feebly held. This finished the third affair of the day. The fourth and last assault upon this part of the field was made by the 2 remaining divisions of the Second Corps, under French and Richardson. Their combined strength amounted to about 10,000 muskets, and they were opposed by some 7,000 Confederates, in good order and condition, besides 3 brigades, broken and much demoralized by previous fighting. This struggle, the most terrible of the day, took place on new ground to the east of the scene of the previous combats. The field was open and moderately rolling, with but one good feature for defense. This was the famous sunken road, an excellent thing under certain conditions, but a dangerous trap when enfiladed by the enemy. After the second affair of the day, 3 of D. H. Hill's brigades had remained in position, holding advanced ground about the Roulette House, a few hundred yards in front of this sunken road. Here they were attacked by French, and after a stubborn resistance were driven back to the sunken road. In this position Hill received the united attacks of both French and Richardson. He was aided by Anderson's division of some 3,000 or 4,000 men, which had formed in his rear. After a brisk engagement of perhaps an hour, the Federals reached a position from which they could enfilade a portion of the sunken road. The road was soon filled with the dead and wounded, and has since borne the name of the Bloody Lane. When the Confederates finally gave way and fled in confusion, leaving the Federals in possession of this part of the field, Lee's army was ruined and the end of the Confederacy was in sight, says Alexander. The rout was in plain sight of McClellan's headquarters at the Pry House, but he gave no orders to follow on the victory. Franklin was now on the field with his fine corps of 12,000 men, and was about to attack, when Sumner, his ranking officer, refused his consent. About the same time McClellan came up, on a visit to his right flank, and conferred with Sumner and Franklin. The latter urged a renewal of the attack, but Sumner advised against it, and McClellan ordered Franklin simply to stand on the defensive. This ended the battle on the left and center of Lee's line. There was not a single fresh regiment in reserve. One more vigorous assault would have crushed Lee's army, but no attack was made. Yet at that moment McClellan had available the corps of Franklin and Porter, 25,000 men who had not fired a shot. All the morning, too, the Federal cavalry had stood idle. These fresh troops were almost equal to the forces that Lee had on the field at first. It only remains to speak of the attack by the Ninth Corps on the Confederate right. At about 9 in the morning, Burnside received an order to carry the bridge, since known by his name, and assault the Confederate lines posted on the bluffs above. There has been considerable controversy over the exact time at which this order was issued, but General Cox claims that it was not received until 10 o'clock. The task of carrying this bridge was a difficult one, as the hills were higher than at other points, and the roads, on both sides of the creek, could not go up at right angles to the bank. The bluffs on the west side were wooded to the water's edge, while the assailants on the east side had no cover from the enemy. The first 2 efforts to carry the bridge failed, but a third attempt at 1 o'clock was successful. The Confederates, under Toombs, withdrew to the right of the main line on the heights 3/4 of a mile from the bridge. Cox took command of the Union troops who had crossed the creek, and formed them to assault the enemy's line, which was held by 4 brigades of the division of D. R. Jones. The Confederates, only 2,000 strong, were driven back up Cemetery Hill into the edge of the town. This success, if properly followed up, would have cut off Lee's retreat and ensured the destruction of his army. But once more fortune favored the side of the weakest battalions and the greatest brains. A. P. Hill, after a forced march from Harper's Ferry, came on the field, and threw his division against the left flank of the victorious Federals. Cox was driven back to the bridge in some disorder, and there his troops bivouacked for the night. This ended the battle. On the 18th the hostile armies faced each other all day, but McClellan refused to attack. That night Lee crossed the Potomac unmolested, and the invasion of Maryland was over. It is not easy to determine the exact numbers engaged on either side at the battle of Antietam. As stated above, Colonel Henderson estimates Lee's total after the arrival of all his troops at about 40,000. McClellan had over 87,000 men nominally on the field, but used less than 60,000. The odds against Lee were therefore about 3-2, if we accept these figures. Mr. Ropes makes the Confederate total 39,200 men, and he states that the First, Second, Ninth, and 12th Corps, the only troops put in by McClellan, actually numbered only 46,000 men. These figures agree substantially with those given by General Palfrey, who says that the nominal totals of the 4 corps used by McClellan, about 58,000 men, should be reduced by 20%, say 12,000, to ascertain the strength of these corps on the day of the battle. Mr. Ropes states further that, based upon the official statement of the strength of the Confederate army on the 22nd of September, 1862, 5 days after the battle, and allowing for losses in the battle, as well as the return of stragglers, he arrives at a total of 58,000 men present for duty on the morning of the 17th of September. But Longstreet says that the stragglers at Sharpsburg reached nearly 20,000. In explanation of the discrepancies between the Confederate and Federal reports of men "present for duty," it may be stated that the former generally included only the combatants, while the latter included also all men on detached duty, such as camp, depot, and train guards and escorts; besides non-combatants, such as cooks, servants, orderlies, and extra duty men in various staff departments. To make an exact comparison, therefore, of the number of men on either side available for combat, the Federal figures should always be reduced by 1/5. An equal allowance should also generally be made on both sides for straggling, which had reached enormous proportions. The battle of Sharpsburg, or of the Antietam, says Mr. Ropes, was one of the bloodiest battles of the war, and it is likely that more men were killed and wounded on the 17th of September than on any single day in the whole war. The Confederate loss probably amounted to 8,000 men or more. That of the Union army is given at 12,410 men. Each side lost about 1/4 of the troops engaged. McClellan reported his losses for the 16th and 17th as 2,010 killed, 9,416 wounded, and 1,043 missing, a total of 12,469. He also stated that 2,700 Confederate dead were buried by his officers. From these figures it is probable that their losses at least equaled those of the Federals. For the whole Maryland campaign General Alexander gives the losses as follows: Federals killed, 3,273; Confederates, 1,924. Federals wounded, 11,756; Confederates, 9,381. Federals missing, 13,338; and the Confederates missing, 2,304, making the total losses for the Federals 28,367, and the Confederates 13,609. Tactically, Antietam was a drawn battle, but the prestige of victory rested with McClellan. Lee's invasion had terminated in failure which could not but be admitted by the authorities and people of the South. Even Colonel Henderson concedes that the Confederates had not "drawn much profit from the invasion of Maryland." He claims, however, that the stake was well worth the hazard. "Of McClellan's conduct of the battle," writes General Palfrey, "there is little to be said in the way of praise beyond the fact that he did fight it voluntarily, without having it forced upon him." Colonel Henderson is very severe in his comments. "The Federal attack," he says, "was badly designed and badly executed. There was nothing like close concert and aggressive energy. The principle of mutual support was utterly ignored. The army corps attacked, not simultaneously, but in succession, and in succession they were defeated. McClellan fought 3 separate battles: from dawn to 10 A.M. against Lee's left; from 10 A.M. to 1 P.M. against his center; from 1 to 4 P.M. against his right. Only 2/3 of his army was engaged; 25,000 men hardly fired a shot; and from first to last there was not the slightest attempt at cooperation. He had still to grasp the elementary rule that the combination of superior numbers and of all arms against a single point is necessary to win battles." Lee undoubtedly made a mistake in fighting at Sharpsburg. Considering the great superiority of the Federals in numbers, and particularly in their artillery arm, a victory could have had no decisive results. On the other hand, owing to his dangerous position, a defeat would have involved the absolute destruction of his army. No commander is ever justified in voluntarily taking such chances. "C'est magnifique, mais ce n'est pas la guerre." In his comments on the battle, General Palfrey says: "If Lee had been in McClellan's place on the 17th September, and had sent Jackson to conduct the right attack, and Longstreet to force the passage of the lower bridge and turn the Confederate right, the Army of Northern Virginia, though commanded by a second Lee, a second Jackson, and a second Longstreet, would have ceased to exist that day." The Confederate leaders on this day, almost without exception, were men who made great names in the Civil War, while the Federal commanders were generally men who never became conspicuous except through failure. Hooker was brave, handsome, vain, insubordinate, untrustworthy; and he failed dismally when made commander in chief. Sumner was an old man, though still active and vigorous. He was a graduate of West Point, and had been a colonel of cavalry. His training in this arm seems to have done him positive harm as a leader of infantry. Of the unfortunate Porter, it is unnecessary to add anything to what has already been said. Franklin had graduated at West Point at the head of his class in 1839, and was a brave and capable but unfortunate soldier. Burnside was also a graduate of the Military Academy, but he had been out of the service 7 years when the war began. His large, fine eyes, his winning smile, and cordial manners, won him friends on every side. Few men have ever risen so high as he on so slight a foundation. As commander of the army he failed disastrously. Most of the men who later attained distinction, like Hancock, Humphreys, Griffin, Warren, and Barlow, in September, 1862, were brigade or regimental commanders. The strategical employment of cavalry on both sides was excellent in this campaign during the preliminary operations. But during the battle, McClellan put his cavalry in the center of his line instead of on the flanks. This was all the more remarkable because he had every reason to expect that Lee would be reinforced by A. P. Hill's division from Harper's Ferry, of whose approach the cavalry could have given notice at least, even if it could not have held back the Confederates. Major Steele sums up his comments on the battle in the words: "From beginning to end of the campaign, the Confederate commander's conduct was characterized by boldness, resolution, and quickness; the Federal commanders by timidity, irresolution, and slowness." End of Chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Campaigns of the Civil War, by Walter Geer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 9. September, 1862 to January, 1863. Fredericksburg. After crossing the Potomac on the night of the 18th of September, Lee placed his army in camps in the fertile valley of Opequon Creek, near Winchester, where he could observe the movements of the Federals while his men were recuperating from the late campaign. On the 2nd October, at the suggestion of General Lee, the Army of Northern Virginia was organized into 2 army corps, to the command of which President Davis appointed Longstreet and Jackson, with the rank of lieutenant general. At the same time, major generals and brigadiers were promoted to command the divisions and brigades into which the corps were divided. It was while his army was resting near Winchester that Lee sent Stuart with about 1,800 men across the Potomac, ostensibly to ascertain the positions and designs of the enemy. The cavalry crossed the Potomac above Williamsport on the 10th of October, went to Chambersburg, where some stores and horses were picked up, and forded the river on their return just above Poolesville. In a sense the raid was a success, but Stuart did his adversaries no harm, with the exception of wearing out the Union cavalry sent to chase him, and he secured no information of value to Lee. Lee's army gained rapidly in strength and efficiency. On the first day of November, the First Corps, Longstreet, reported a total of officers and men, present for duty, of 31,925, and the Second Corps, Jackson, of 31,794, while Stuart's cavalry numbered 7,176, making an aggregate of 70,895. Meanwhile, McClellan in his camp in Maryland was preparing for a winter campaign. He was determined not to make any movement until his ranks were recruited, his cavalry remounted, his army properly equipped, and his administrative service reorganized. "His obstinacy," says General Cox, "was of a feminine sort. He avoided open antagonism, which would have been a challenge of strength, but found constantly fresh obstacles in the way of doing what he was determined from the first not to do." The 1st of October Mr. Lincoln visited the camp at Sharpsburg, and remained 2 or 3 days. He rode over the battlefield with McClellan, visited the Dunker Church, and returned by way of the Bloody Lane. He was very cordial in his praise of McClellan, and avoided any criticism of the campaign. But he showed plainly his apprehension that the delays of 1861 were to be repeated, and the fine October weather wasted. That General McClellan was aware of the President's anxiety is shown in his letters. "I incline to think," he wrote home, "that the real purpose of his visit is to push me into a premature advance into Virginia." The official correspondence proves conclusively that Mr. Lincoln returned to Washington, fully determined to take drastic action if forced to do so. McClellan's private letters at the same period show that he was not ignorant of the situation, for he wrote that it was not improbable that he would be relieved from command. During his visit, Mr. Lincoln told McClellan plainly that his greatest fault was excess of caution; and he intimated that he should insist on an early advance. On his return to Washington, the President directed Halleck to send McClellan a peremptory order to cross the Potomac. This order, dated the 6th of October, reads: "The President directs that you cross the Potomac, and give battle to the enemy or drive him south. Your army must move now while the roads are good. If you cross the river between the enemy and Washington, and cover the latter by your line of operations, you can be reinforced with 30,000 men. If you move up the valley of the Shenandoah, not more than 12,000 or 15,000 can be sent to you. The President advises the interior line between Washington and the enemy, but does not order it." McClellan replied on the 7th that he would adopt the exterior line, because it would cover Maryland from a return of Lee's army, and indicated that he would move in 3 days. At the end of that time he complained of lacking clothing; then of horses for his cavalry; and so the discussion ran on until the 21st. In a remarkable letter to McClellan on the 13th, Mr. Lincoln showed a grasp of the military situation and its strategic possibilities which place him head and shoulders above both his military subordinates. He argued in favor of the interior line, and pointed out its many advantages. The decisive vigor of this plan dismayed McClellan, but he finally adopted it as the means of getting larger reinforcements. The advance began in the last days of October, the Sixth Corps, which was in the rear, crossing the Potomac on the 2d of November. Lee, who had been closely following the movements of the Federal army, marched the same day from Winchester toward Culpeper, leaving Jackson in the valley. On the 7th November, the Army of the Potomac was concentrated in the vicinity of Warrenton. Late that evening, as McClellan sat in his tent near Salem, a special messenger from the War Department presented himself and handed the General a sealed envelope. It contained an order from the President relieving McClellan from the command of the Army of the Potomac, and appointing Burnside in his stead. "McClellan ought not to have been removed," writes Mr. Ropes. unless the government were prepared to put in his place some officer whom they knew to be at least his equal in military capacity. This assuredly was not the case at this moment. No one, in or out of the service, had ever considered Burnside as able a man as McClellan. In the event of McClellan's removal, it was naturally to be expected that the selection of a new commander in chief would be made from the four senior corps commanders, Burnside, Hooker, Sumner, and Franklin. The latter would have been decidedly the best appointment which the government could have made, but the opposition to him on political grounds was too strong. McClellan and Burnside had been classmates at West Point, and had always kept up the intimacy which began at the Academy. They were "Mac" and "Burn" to each other, and their friendship was much closer than that with Fitz John Porter, Reno, and Hancock, who were in the same class. After Burnside had secured his first success in the Roanoke expedition, he was offered the command of the Army of the Potomac, but he refused it, and urged that his friend should be reinforced and allowed to continue his campaign against Richmond. Before the Maryland campaign began, Mr. Lincoln again urged Burnside to accept the command, but he once more declined, and warmly advocated the reinstatement of McClellan. These favors from his friend seem to have been too much for the vanity of McClellan, and during the Sharpsburg campaign every one noticed a marked coldness between the two former comrades. Hooker, who was under Burnside's command, was ordered to the right of the army at Antietam, and given an independent position, while Burnside was assigned to the left of the line. Although he did not waver in his loyal friendship to McClellan, Burnside was deeply grieved at many things which occurred during this campaign. There is the strongest evidence of his real unwillingness to supersede McClellan when the final order came in November. He was also sincere in feeling that he was not equal to the command; and the chief reason for his acceptance was his reluctance to see it go to Hooker, who would have been the next choice. Regarding none of the leading generals of the Civil War has there been such a difference of opinion as in the case of General McClellan; and after the lapse of 80 years the controversy is not yet settled. As Cicero said of Julius Caesar, "Coming generations will dispute over him." To some, McClellan is the "prince of egoists," the grand procrastinator, the timid and doubting captain; to others he is a "military genius of the first order," who was "thwarted by an incapable administration and the intrigue of politicians." The character and abilities of General McClellan have been so freely commented on in the course of this narrative, that it is unnecessary to repeat those criticisms here. His capacity and energy as an organizer are universally acknowledged. Had McClellan never done anything else but organize the Army of the Potomac, and bring order out of chaos after the battle of Bull Run, writes Dr. Macartney, his service to the nation would have been not far behind that of any of the Union generals. The weapon which Grant finally used to strike down the Confederacy was the finely tempered sword of McClellan, the Army of the Potomac. McClellan was a good strategist, and in many respects an excellent soldier. He was a courteous gentleman, and his private character was above reproach. No orgies disgraced headquarters while he was in command. It is manifestly unfair to judge McClellan, as so many writers seem inclined to do, by his own story. This work, printed after his death, is one of the most lamentable publications that family piety ever produced, and has made it exceedingly difficult to treat McClellan with fairness. Notwithstanding all the faults of McClellan's military operations, General Palfrey expresses the opinion that "he was the best commander that the Army of the Potomac ever had." This opinion is endorsed by so great an authority as General Lee. "His failure to accomplish more," adds General Palfrey, "was partly his misfortune, and not altogether his fault." McClellan, as a general, was certainly far superior to Pope, or Burnside, or Hooker; and in many respects to Meade or Grant. No commander since Napoleon has ever aroused such enthusiasm among his soldiers, or inspired them with such personal devotion. Colonel Henderson, one of the ablest military critics of our times, says, "McClellan was not a general of the first order, but he was the only officer in the United States who had experience of handling large masses of troops, and he was improving every day. Stuart had taught him the use of cavalry, and Lee the value of the initiative." He was by no means deficient in resolution, as his march with an army of recently defeated men against Lee in Maryland conclusively proves; and although he had never won a decisive victory, he possessed, to a degree which was never attained by any of his successors, the confidence and affection of his troops. Few students of the war to day will deny that the withdrawal of McClellan's army from the Peninsula was a great blunder, the first of many errors for which Halleck was to be responsible. McClellan's protest was not heeded at Washington, and he was condemned where, 2 years later, Grant was supported. That McClellan's apprehensions regarding his fate, if he had failed in the Antietam campaign, were not groundless is proved by the diary of Secretary Welles. "It was evident," he writes, "that there was a fixed determination to remove and, if possible, to disgrace McClellan. Chase frankly stated that he deserved it; that he deliberately believed that McClellan ought to be shot, and should, were he President, be brought to summary punishment." The restoration of McClellan to command in September, 1862, in the face of the almost unanimous opposition of the Cabinet and Congress, was one of the most important and patriotic acts of Lincoln's administration of the war. It was the only step which could have restored the shattered morale of the army after its defeat under Pope, and it enabled the Army of the Potomac to repeal Lee's invasion of the North. Blair states that Stanton and Chase "actually declared that they would prefer the loss of the capital to the restoration of McClellan to command;" and Welles describes the meeting of the Cabinet as "the most agitated and despondent ever held." But the splendid reception which the army gave McClellan when he returned to take command proved that Lincoln was right and his Cabinet was wrong. However, if the reinstatement of General McClellan was one of the finest acts of President Lincoln's administration, his removal after Antietam was perhaps the most unfortunate and inexcusable. It certainly prolonged the war for many months. At the same time that McClellan was removed, Fitz John Porter, the gallant soldier of Gaines' Mill and Malvern Hill, probably the best officer in the Army of the Potomac, was ordered to resign command of the Fifth Corps, and to appear before a court martial on charges growing out of the Second Manassas, already mentioned. On the 7th of November, Lee was at Culpeper with Longstreet's corps, the reserve artillery, and 2 brigades of cavalry under Stuart, about 45,000 men; while Jackson's corps, some 40,000 strong, was near Millwood, in the Valley. On this date the Federal army was distributed as follows: The First, Second, and Fifth Corps, with the reserve artillery, were at Warrenton; the Ninth Corps at Waterloo; the Sixth at New Baltimore; the 11th en route for the same place; and 1 division of the Third Corps was between Manassas and Warrenton Junction. Pleasanton, with 2 brigades of cavalry, was at Amissville and Jefferson, and the front and flanks of the army were covered by cavalry pickets and patrols. The 12th Corps was at Harper's Ferry, and General Morrell, with a division of infantry, was on the upper Potomac. The Federal army concentrated about Warrenton was therefore within 20 miles of Longstreet's corps, and still nearer the direct road to Millwood in the Valley, where Jackson was stationed, at a distance from Lee of 40 miles in a direct line. There was never a better opportunity for the Federal army to attack and defeat the Confederates in detail, or force them to concentrate as far back as Gordonsville, which had been McClellan's plan. But this was not to be. McClellan was removed, and Burnside adopted an entirely different plan. The day he took command, the 9th of November, he forwarded a letter to Halleck explaining his project. This, in brief, was to abandon his line of communications by the Orange and Alexandria Railroad, and transfer his base to Aquia Creek; to impress upon the enemy the belief that he was to attack Culpeper or Gordonsville; then to make a rapid move of the whole force to Fredericksburg, with a view to a movement upon Richmond from that point. This was poor strategy, as it made Richmond, instead of Lee's army, his objective; and it was not until the 14th that President Lincoln gave his reluctant assent to Burnside's plan. A feature of Burnside's plan, which was not made very prominent in his statement, was that pontoon trains enough to span the Rappahannock with 2 tracks should be sent at once to Falmouth. To Halleck's delay in complying promptly with this request, Burnside attributed his failure at Fredericksburg. Burnside's first step on assuming command on the 9th of November was to reorganize the Army of the Potomac into 3 grand divisions and a reserve corps. The right grand division, under General Sumner, was formed of the 2nd Corps, Couch, and the 9th, Wilcox. The center grand division, under General Hooker, comprised the 3rd Corps, Stoneman, and the 5th, Butterfield. The left grand division, under General Franklin, was made up of the 1st Corps, Reynolds, and the 6th, W. F. Smith. The reserve corps, under General Sigel, was composed of his own corps, the 11th and the 12th, under General Slocum. These 2 corps did not arrive at Fredericksburg until after the battle. It will be noticed that nearly all of the corps had new commanders. Among the division commanders were many officers who subsequently gained great distinction. In sending Mr. Lincoln's approval of Burnside's plan, General Halleck wrote: "He thinks that it will succeed if you move very rapidly, otherwise not." Burnside, however, made no unnecessary delay. Sumner marched on the morning of the 15th and reached Falmouth on the 17th. Hooker and Franklin followed, and arrived a day or 2 later. But the pontoons were not there, and in fact did not come until the 25th. Sumner wanted to cross by the fords and seize the heights opposite, but Burnside would not consent, as he feared that any troops sent over to the south side might be overwhelmed before they could be reinforced or withdrawn. At that time the Confederate forces holding Fredericksburg were so weak that they could have offered but feeble resistance to Sumner's grand division. But on the 18th, as soon as he learned of Burnside's movement, Lee sent McLaws's division to Fredericksburg, and the remainder of Longstreet's corps followed immediately, arriving on the 21st, or a day or 2 later. Lee had not definitely decided, however, to stand at Fredericksburg. On the 19th, he wrote Jackson from Culpeper that he did not anticipate making a determined stand above the North Anna River. This explains his reason for leaving so small a garrison in the city, and his delay in ordering Jackson to join him. Even after his arrival at Fredericksburg on the 23rd, Lee still abstained from giving the commander of the 2nd Corps any order. When it became apparent, however, a few days later, that the Federals were preparing to cross the river, Lee finally decided to fight at Fredericksburg, and wrote Jackson to join him at once, as he feared the roads might become bad later. Jackson accordingly joined the main army on the 30th of November. The 2 armies now confronting each other across the Rappahannock were very unequal in point of numbers, the Union forces consisting of about 122,000 officers and men of all arms of the service, while Lee had only about 78,500 men. But the strength of the Confederate position went far to equalize the discrepancy in numbers. The river at Fredericksburg is about 400 feet wide and unfordable. The hills on the north side, known as Stafford Heights, are closer to the river, and higher, than those on the opposite bank, which they command. On the south bank nestles the little city of Fredericksburg, surrounded by fertile fields. At a point just above the town, a range of hills begins, and extends around the valley somewhat in the form of a crescent, at a distance of about a mile from the river. The first elevation on the west was known as Taylor's Hill; the next, Mary's Hill; then came the highest point, called Telegraph Hill, but later known as Lee's Hill, as General Lee had his headquarters there during the battle. Beyond this was a ravine through which ran Deep Run Creek; and then the gentle elevations at Hamilton's Crossing, not dignified with a name, where Jackson massed his corps during the battle. The range of heights is broken by ravines and small streams, and covered in parts with woods. Note: You'll find a map on page 182. The gently sloping ground between the city and the heights was crossed by a ditch that carried off the waste water from a canal. The railroad crossed the river at Fredericksburg, and followed down it for about 4 miles to Hamilton's Crossing, where it turned south. Another line, unfinished, led out of the town and through the hills by Hazel Run Valley. There were numerous roads running out from the town, of which the most notable were the Plank Road and the Telegraph Road. At the base of Mary's Hill there was a sunken road with a stone retaining wall about breast high on either side. This was to play a very important role in the battle. The left of the Confederate line was held by Longstreet's corps. Anderson's division was on Taylor's Hill, near the river. Ransom's and McLaw's divisions on Mary's Hill, Pickett's on Lee's Hill, and Hood's about Deep Run Creek. On the hill occupied by Jackson's corps at the right of the line were the divisions of A. P. Hill, Early, and Taliaferro, that of D. H. Hill being in reserve on the extreme right. After some tentative movements at places down the river which resulted in nothing, Burnside decided to force a crossing in front of the Confederate position. On the night of the 10th of December, arrangements were made to span the river with 5 pontoon bridges, 3 opposite Fredericksburg, and 2 just below the mouth of Deep Run. Sumner was to cross by the upper, and Franklin by the lower bridges. Hooker was to remain in reserve on the left bank. The 2 lower bridges were thrown across without much trouble, but the construction of those opposite the town was impeded for a time by Confederate sharpshooters in the houses along the bank of the river. Finally, a call was made for volunteers, who crossed the river in boats and dislodged the enemy. Then the bridges were soon completed. Franklin's troops had already crossed by the lower bridges. Sumner's men now went over and occupied the town. The Federal left wing under Franklin was opposite Jackson's position at Hamilton's Crossing. Its only line of supply and retreat was over the bridges which had been laid south of Deep Run, behind the extreme right of his line. Jackson's front, which did not rest on any natural obstacle, had been protected by earthworks and abatis, and Franklin thought that the best chance of success lay in a strong attack on the extreme Confederate right. As Hamilton's Crossing was 2 miles below the bridges, this operation called for important changes in the disposition of the Union troops. General Franklin says that he strongly advised General Burnside to make this attack upon the enemy's right with a column of at least 30,000 men, and that it be supported by 2 divisions of General Hooker's command, which were on the north side near the 2 bridges he had crossed. He urged also that the orders should be issued as early as possible, so that he might arrange his troops before daylight. The orders, promised by Burnside before midnight at the latest, finally came at 7:30 in the morning. But they were as far as possible from the plan suggested by Franklin. They directed him, 1. To keep his whole command in position for a rapid movement down the old Richmond road; and 2. To send out at once a division, at least, to pass below Smithfield, to seize, if possible, the height near Captain Hamilton's, on this side of the Massaponax, taking care to keep it well supported and its line of retreat open. Attention should be called to the word seize, which in a military sense is used to refer to an unguarded position, or one weakly held, to be taken by a sudden rush. When a point is to be gained by hard fighting, the word carry is generally used. The peculiar wording of this order shows conclusively the state of Burnside's mind. "One rises," says Mr. Ropes, "from the perusal of this famous order with a feeling of hopeless amazement that such a wild and absurd plan of battle should ever have been entertained by any one." Burnside's one chance of winning a victory was to recognize the impregnable character of Lee's left, and to attack Jackson on the right with more than half the Federal army, as advised by Franklin. This he did not do, and it only remains to sketch the events of the day. Meade, who commanded a division of Reynolds' corps, was entrusted with the task which Burnside's order directed should be performed by a division at least well supported, namely that of seizing the height near Captain Hamilton's, and he was supported by the division of Gibbon on his right, and that of Doubleday on his left and rear. Meade succeeded in penetrating the enemy's lines at a weak point, and capturing several hundred prisoners. Gibbon was also successful, but not to the same degree. But the Confederates soon rallied, and were reinforced. The Union divisions were driven back in confusion with heavy loss, and the pursuit was only checked by the resistance of other Federal troops. Franklin's loss amounted to nearly 5,000 men. Burnside states in his report that he did not intend to move Sumner until he had learned that Franklin was about to gain the heights near Hamilton's, and it would have been wiser if he had adhered to this plan. But about 11 o'clock, feeling the importance of haste, he ordered Sumner to begin his attack. The Federal attack on the right had but little chance of success. As the corps of Couch issued from the town, the troops found themselves in an open plain, with the Confederate works in their front only 600 or 700 yards distant. From the hills on their right the Confederate artillery poured upon them an enfilading fire. At the foot of Mary's Hill, the stone wall, already described, made an entrenchment which was practically impregnable. On the summit above were other lines of infantry and powerful batteries. The Union troops advanced in column until they passed the ditch or canal, which could only be crossed by the bridges, and then deployed for the assault at a distance of only 300 yards from the enemy's front line. They advanced to the attack in the most gallant fashion, but the fire was too strong for them. Two other divisions under Hancock and Howard were ordered up to support French, who had led the attack, but all in vain. The sunken road could not be carried. After suffering terrible losses, the men were withdrawn. This failure ought to have satisfied General Burnside that the Confederate position was too strong to be carried, but he insisted on several more efforts. The division of Sturgis, with one brigade of Getty's division from the Ninth Corps, and the divisions of Griffin and Humphreys of the Fifth Corps were sent in. These troops were also repulsed with terrible slaughter before they could reach the stone wall. The Federal losses at this point were nearly 8,000 men. The total losses on both sides were reported as follows: Federals killed, 1,284; Confederates, 608; Federals wounded, 9,600; Confederates wounded, 4,116; Federals missing, 1,769; Confederates, 653. Therefore the total losses for the Federals was 12,653, and for the Confederates 5,377. General Burnside wished to renew the battle the next day, and even proposed to lead his old Ninth Corps in column of regiments to the assault of the stone wall; but he was dissuaded by the unanimous remonstrance of his officers. The two armies remained facing each other for 2 days, but there was no more fighting. On the morning of the 15th, Burnside admitted his defeat by sending a flag of truce, with a request that he might be allowed to bury his dead, and remove the wounded, who for 48 hours had been lying untended between the hostile lines. The same night a fierce storm swept the valley of the Rappahannock. Under cover of the elements, the Army of the Potomac recrossed the river and returned to its old camps at Falmouth. The retreat was effected with a skill which did much credit to the Federal staff. Within 14 hours, 100,000 troops, with all their trains, passed the river without attracting the observation of the Confederate patrols. No attempt was made by Lee to follow the Federals across the Rappahannock. The upper fords were open, but the river was rising fast, and the Army of the Potomac, closely concentrated, was too strong to be attacked. Burnside's escape, says Colonel Henderson, demonstrated the fallacy of one of the so-called rules of war. The great river which lay behind his army at the battle of Fredericksburg had proved his salvation, instead of his ruin, as theoretically it should have done. The 5 bridges across the river provided more lines of retreat than is usually the case when only roads are available. These lines of retreat were also protected by the river from the Confederate cavalry, and from the infantry and artillery by the powerful batteries on Stafford Heights. The result might have been very different if the battle had been fought on the North Anna, 36 miles from Fredericksburg. There was a striking resemblance between the situation of Lee at Fredericksburg and that of Napoleon at Austerlitz in December, 1805. Napoleon wanted a decisive victory, and not "only an ordinary battle," as he expressed it. With this object in view, he allowed the Allies to seize without opposition the commanding heights of the Pratzen, which almost any other general would have held in force. Then, on the day of battle, he rested on the defensive, until the Allies had weakened their center, in the endeavor to turn his right flank and cut off his line of retreat. As soon as the turning movement was fully developed, he easily pierced the enemy's center, and then destroyed his wings in detail. The Confederate position at Fredericksburg possessed 2 of the requirements for an ideal battlefield, but it lacked 2 others. It afforded: 1. Good cover to the troops, and a good field of fire; and 2. Was not so strong as to deter the enemy from attacking; but 3. It gave no facilities for a counterstroke; or 4. any opening for a pursuit in case of victory. For the two reasons last named, Jackson on his arrival objected to the position, and thought that the army should retire behind the North Anna. This was also Lee's design in the first instance, but he yielded to the wishes of President Davis, who was almost as poor a strategist as General Halleck. The Confederate authorities objected to allowing the Army of the Potomac to approach any nearer to Richmond, and were also unwilling to open more of their country than necessary to depredation. For these inclusive reasons, Lee accepted battle at Fredericksburg, and, at the loss of 5,000 valuable lives, gained a victory which was absolutely barren of any decisive results. After the battle, General Lee went to Richmond to suggest further operations, but was assured that the war was virtually over. On the news of Fredericksburg, gold had advanced in New York to 200, and the Confederate authorities were confident that peace would be proclaimed within 30 or 40 days. General Lee was far from sharing this belief. "In reviewing this bloody defeat of the Army of the Potomac," writes Mr. Ropes, "one is moved to wonder at the fact that General Burnside made the attempt at all. He had practically no chance of success in assaulting the Confederate left; and even if he had given Franklin carte blanche as respects the attack on the Confederate right, and had that able officer done what he told Burnside he proposed to do, the issue of the battle would have been far from certain. Nothing short of a complete rout of Jackson's extreme right, which was hardly to be expected, would have answered Franklin's needs." Undeterred by his defeat, Burnside immediately decided on another forward movement, to be made the latter part of December, but was checked by a telegram from President Lincoln enjoining him not to take any further steps without first informing him. Burnside then went to Washington, where he had a conference with the President, General Halleck, and the Secretary of War, Mr. Stanton. He was informed that certain general officers were of the opinion that his movement would end in disaster, and it was formally disapproved by the authorities. Burnside finally resolved to act on his own responsibility. On the 20th of January, 1863, he moved up the river, and was preparing to cross in force when the whole operation was stopped by a storm of unusual violence. The army returned from this "mud march" to its camps at Falmouth, tired, discouraged, and absolutely convinced of the incompetency of Burnside for his high command. Burnside went directly to Washington, and made the issue boldly with the government. He gave Mr. Lincoln the choice of accepting his resignation, or approving an order, which he had prepared, relieving from further duty with the army Hooker, Franklin, and other high officers. Mr. Lincoln met the situation by relieving Burnside himself from command, and appointing in his place Fighting Joe Hooker, who had gained much popularity in the army and with the public by his dashing bearing and frank manners. At the same time, Mr. Lincoln declined to accept Burnside's resignation from the service, and gave him a leave of absence for his home in Providence. In March, 1863, Burnside was appointed to the command of the Department of the Ohio, where he relieved General Wright. The order of the 25th of January, 1863, appointing General Hooker to the command of the Army of the Potomac, relieved Sumner and Franklin from further duty with that organization. The reasons for this action are not clear. Sumner was old for active service, but apparently hale and hearty, although he died within the year. There was dissatisfaction with Franklin's conduct at Fredericksburg, and a general feeling that, with the large force under his command, he did not accomplish what might have been expected. He had "contributed the only valuable suggestion for winning the battle," and his failure to accomplish anything under Burnside's ridiculous orders in no way justified the removal from the service of so intelligent and capable an officer. This is also the opinion of General Palfrey, who says: "General Franklin was practically ruined as a soldier by the battle of Fredericksburg and his connection with it, but so far as the accessible evidence enables one to judge, he was most unjustly blamed." It is a sad reflection upon the administration of Mr. Lincoln that, from one cause or another, the Union lost long before the close of the war the services of 4 of its ablest officers: Buell, McClellan, Porter, and Franklin. With the exception of President Davis's unjust treatment of General Joseph E. Johnston, the Confederacy made few, if any, mistakes of this kind. It does not make the matter any better that several of these removals were made by Mr. Lincoln mainly for political reasons, and largely growing out of the Emancipation Proclamation which he issued just after the Battle of Antietam. In commenting on the Fredericksburg campaign, General Longstreet says: "Burnside made a mistake from the first. He should have gone from Warrenton to Chester Gap. He might then have held Jackson and fought me, or have held me and fought Jackson, thus taking us in detail. By interposing between the corps of Lee's army, he would have secured strong ground and advantage of position. With skill equal to the occasion, he should have had success. This was the move about which we felt serious apprehension." Other critics, however, think that the movement to Fredericksburg was right, and that it failed through no fault of Burnside's, on account of Halleck's neglect to send the pontoons in time. In that event, General Longstreet states that the Confederates would have concentrated behind the North Anna in a much stronger position. In either position, the Union army would probably have been defeated under a commander as incompetent as General Burnside, and at the North Anna might have met with a greater disaster. As in previous campaigns, the best of Lee's strategy appears to have been his comprehension of the character of the Federal commander, and the use he made of it. Chapter 10. Of Campaigns of the Civil War, by Walter Geer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 10. April to December, 1862. Murfreesboro. On the 11th of April, 1862, 4 days after the battle of Shiloh, General Halleck arrived at Pittsburg Landing, and took command in person of the Union forces. On the 21st, he was joined there by General Pope, who had successfully terminated on the 8th of April his operations against New Madrid and Island No. 10 on the Mississippi River. He brought with him some 30,000 troops, and other reinforcements soon raised Halleck's army to about 120,000 men. After the battle, the Confederate army under General Beauregard had retired to Corinth, where it was joined about the 1st of May by General Van Dorn, with upwards of 15,000 men. Beauregard's forces were then estimated at about 70,000, but in reality they were much smaller, and the men were demoralized from their recent defeat. The last of April, Halleck began a slow and cautious advance toward Corinth. His army was organized into a right wing commanded by Thomas, center under Buell, left under Pope, and a reserve under McClernand. Grant was second in command, a position more honorable than useful, as no specific duties were assigned to him. General Grant says in his memoirs that "the movement was a siege from the start to the close." The army would construct corduroy roads, move forward a mile or two, then halt and entrench. Nearly a month was consumed in covering the 20 miles from Pittsburg Landing to Corinth. Finally, on the 30th of May, Beauregard evacuated the place. He withdrew with 52,000 men, carrying off all his artillery and the greater part of his stores. The army retired to Tupelo in Mississippi, a place about 50 miles south of Corinth, which Beauregard had selected as possessing healthful surroundings and a good water supply. In a very short time the Confederate army was as large and formidable as ever. On the 30th of May the Federal army reached Corinth, and took possession of the town almost without bloodshed. Although the Confederate army had been allowed to escape intact, the occupation of Corinth was nevertheless an event of great importance. It gave the Federals possession of the only railroad which directly connected the Mississippi with the Atlantic seaboard. It turned the Confederate positions at Fort Pillow and Memphis, which were occupied a week later, thus opening the river as far down as Vicksburg. Instead of pursuing the Confederate army, which should have been his first objective, Halleck now made the terrible mistake of dispersing his army of over 100,000 men. While he himself remained at Corinth, and undertook the impracticable task of repairing the railroads, he sent Wallace's division to Curtis in Arkansas, and ordered Buell to proceed to Chattanooga. Buell, who had resumed command of the Army of the Ohio, now about 31,000 strong, began his march on the 10th of June. He was instructed by Halleck, as he proceeded toward Chattanooga, to repair and rebuild the Memphis and Charleston Railroad, on which he was to depend for his supplies. Nothing could more distinctly show Halleck's military incapacity than this order. This line, which ran on the boundary between the territory just conquered and the hostile region to the south, was everywhere exposed to interruption by the Confederate troopers. Buell protested against this order, but Halleck for several weeks insisted upon it. The remainder of Halleck's army, about 65,000 strong, was stationed at various points between Memphis and Decatur. It consisted of the Army of the Tennessee once more under the command of Grant, and the Army of the Mississippi commanded by Pope, until he was ordered east, and then by Rosecrans. Halleck remained at Corinth until early in July, when he too was ordered to Washington to assume the position of commander in chief. Grant then took the command of the two armies of the Tennessee and the Mississippi. The force left with him by Halleck was not large enough to undertake an offensive campaign against the Confederates at Tupelo, and his army was practically useless during the entire summer. In his movement on Chattanooga, Buell had with him the four divisions of McCook, Nelson, Crittenden, and Wood. His first division under Thomas was not allowed to join him until the end of July. In the opinion of General Grant, if Buell had had his whole army at the outset, and been allowed to move on Chattanooga with all dispatch, he would have had a good chance of success. But the delay occasioned by the repairs to the railway gave the enemy notice of his intentions, and ample time to thwart his plans. On the 27th of June, Beauregard, whose health had broken down, was succeeded in command by Braxton Bragg, who immediately sent McCown's division to Chattanooga for the defense of that post. On the 21st of July, Bragg started for the same place with the greater part of his forces, sending his infantry by rail by way of Mobile. The remainder of his army was left in Mississippi under Price and Van Dorn. The force thus assembled at Chattanooga numbered about 30,000. At the same time there was another Confederate army of 18,000 men under General Kirby Smith at Knoxville in eastern Tennessee. The last of June Buell finally secured Halleck's consent to abandon the effort to keep open the Memphis and Charleston in his rear, and he adopted for his line of communications the Louisville and Nashville and Chattanooga railroads, with Louisville as his primary base and Nashville as his secondary base of supplies. But on the 13th July, Forrest, with some 1,400 troopers, captured the Union garrison of over 1,000 men at Murfreesboro, and broke up the railway so thoroughly that it was not repaired until the 28th. Buell's march was thereby brought to a full stop for over 2 weeks. Later he was again halted by the destruction of a tunnel on the Louisville and Nashville at Gallatin, Tennessee, by another Confederate cavalry raid under John Morgan. Cavalry raids like these, says Mr. Ropes, made in a friendly country, upon the communications of a hostile army which has advanced far into this country, are justifiable on the plainest principles of warfare, and ought always to be distinguished from those cavalry raids which are made in a hostile territory, and are intended either to intimidate and harass its inhabitants, or cut the communications of a hostile army operating in its own country. Chattanooga was one of the most important strategic points in the Confederacy. If it were lost, the direct line of communication between the Atlantic and the Mississippi would be cut, and there would be no connection between the sections east and west of the Alleghanies, except by a long detour by the way of Atlanta. General Kirby Smith, who commanded the Department of East Tennessee, seems to have had a clear and comprehensive view of the whole situation. He urged Bragg in several letters to bring the main body of his army to East Tennessee, and undertake an offensive campaign, offering cheerfully to serve under him. He pointed out that there was yet time for a brilliant summer campaign, with a chance of regaining Middle Tennessee and perhaps Kentucky. Bragg, as we have seen, issued orders for the movement, and he came to Chattanooga the last of July for a conference with Smith, at which their plans were arranged. His infantry arrived by rail early in August, but his cavalry and artillery, being compelled to march over the hilly country of northern Alabama and Georgia, did not get there until later. The plan proposed that Kirby Smith, with his 1,800 men, should turn the Union position at Cumberland Gap, held by a Federal force under General Morgan, while Bragg, with the main column of some 30,000 troops, should move directly on Munfordville, where he would be squarely on Buell's line of communications. The two forces were to unite in Kentucky. On the 6th of August, Buell's headquarters were at Huntsville, Alabama, where he wrote Halleck that he was preparing to concentrate his divisions for an advance on Chattanooga. He had learned of the arrival of Bragg with some of his troops, and expected to find the place occupied in force. The next day, in a fuller letter to Halleck, he gave his strength, exclusive of garrisons and railway guards, as about 35,000 men, and the forces under Kirby Smith and Bragg at about 15,000 and 30,000 respectively. These estimates were substantially correct. In this letter he reiterated his intention of marching at once on Chattanooga, unless he learned that the enemy's strength rendered it imprudent; and on the 12th he asked General Grant to send him the two divisions for which General Halleck had authorized him to call in case of emergency. But before Buell could concentrate his forces, the destruction of the tunnel at Gallatin effectually broke his line of communications, and compelled him to modify his plans. Toward the last of August he renounced his project of an advance on Chattanooga, and hurried back to repel the invasion of his department by the enemy. It was late in August before Bragg could complete all his arrangements for the movement. He sent Smith at Knoxville, McCown's division, and some other troops, thereby increasing Smith's forces to 20,000 men. Bragg's original intention had been to operate only in Tennessee, but he was later influenced to change his plans by Smith's views of the political results of an invasion of Kentucky; and he ended by practically subordinating the military management of his campaign to political projects. There were no railroads or rivers running in the direction of the proposed Confederate advance, and the roads over which their stores must be transported in wagon trains were mountainous and generally poor. The distance from Chattanooga to Munfordville in a straight line was about 160 miles. Very little forage and subsistence could be obtained in the country; and Bragg's march presented many other peculiarly trying features. He had to cross the river Tennessee, traverse Walden Ridge, some 1,200 feet above the level of the sea, descend into the valley of the Sequatchie River, and then ascend the plateau of the Cumberland Mountains, somewhere about 2,200 feet above the sea level, before he could possibly concentrate his army for the invasion proper. Kirby Smith crossed the mountains about the middle of August, and cut Morgan's line of communications. Leaving one of his divisions to watch the Federals, he pressed on to Lexington, where he arrived on the 2d of September, and established his headquarters. He met no opposition en route, except at Richmond, where he routed a small Union force on the 30th of August. Bragg began his advance the 1st of September, and arrived at Sparta on the 5th. Up to this time his movements had been screened by the Cumberland Mountains, and Buell could not obtain any definite information regarding them. That same day Buell concentrated his army at Murfreesboro, where he could cover Nashville, and could easily be joined by the reinforcements he was expecting from Grant. Here he heard of Smith's victory at Richmond, and concluded that Bragg was intending to effect a junction with him. So he left a sufficient force to protect Nashville, and marched north with the remainder of his army. On the 14th Buell was at Bowling Green, and Bragg at Glasgow. On the 17th the Federal commander at Munfordville surrendered to Bragg with 4,000 men. Bragg, who was now squarely across Buell's line of communications, remained at Munfordville several days, hoping that Buell would attack him. He then started for Bardstown to connect with Kirby Smith, and Buell marched to Louisville, where he arrived on the 25th. Buell remained only a week at Louisville, where his army was largely reinforced. On the 30th of September, just as he was ready to move against the enemy, there came an order from Halleck removing him from command and appointing Thomas in his place. But Thomas was magnanimous enough to protest against this injustice, and the order was revoked. The 1st day of October Buell began his advance. Bragg's forces were at Bardstown, and Smith's at Lexington, where the two generals were amusing themselves with inaugurating a Confederate governor. Both Bragg and Smith were deceived as to Buell's movements, and thought he was advancing toward Frankfort. They therefore moved to Harrodsburg and Versailles in order to cover the large depot of stores collected at Lexington. These maneuvers brought on an engagement at Perryville between Bragg's left wing under Hardee and the Federal left under McCook. The Federals were driven back in disorder and lost some 15 guns. Later in the day they rallied and drove back the enemy. In the counterattack, a young Union brigadier showed brilliant leadership, and the name of Philip H. Sheridan first became known to fame. Although the Federal center and right were hardly 3 miles away, through some strange atmospheric condition the cannon were not heard, and the remainder of Buell's army was not aware of the combat. The Union losses were 845 killed, 2,851 wounded; Confederate 510 killed, 2,635 wounded. The battle of Perryville on the 8th of October was a tactical success for the Confederates, but for all practical purposes it was a drawn battle. At night Bragg's forces retired to Harrodsburg, where, on the 10th, they were joined by Kirby Smith's. Bragg waited a day or two to see if Buell would attack him, then passed through Cumberland Gap and returned to Chattanooga. After following the Confederates as far as the mountains, Buell gave up the pursuit and stationed his troops at Bowling Green and Glasgow, with the intention later on of moving to some point on the railroad to Chattanooga as a base for a new campaign. But on the 30th of October he was relieved from command and succeeded by Rosecrans. Rosecrans, as already stated, had served under Grant in western Tennessee; and he had recently fought 2 bloody actions against the forces under Van Dorn and Price. The battle at Iuka on the 19th of September was not a brilliant success, although the Confederates retired after it. The second action, fought at Corinth on the 3rd and 4th of October, was a decisive victory, and established Rosecrans' reputation as a hard fighter and an able officer. Don Carlos Buell was a graduate of West Point. He was an excellent soldier, brave, able, and accomplished. Mr. Ropes considers him "as able a general as any in the service." He also expresses the rather extravagant opinion that if Buell had been placed in chief command in the West in November, 1861, it is not too much to say that the Confederate Army of the West would have ceased to exist before June 1, 1862, and that thereafter a regiment of Union troops could have marched without opposition from Nashville to Chattanooga and Knoxville. In several respects Buell much resembled McClellan. He was a good organizer, and to him the Army of the Cumberland owed its efficiency. He had the same dislike of moving until he was entirely prepared. He was equally lacking in political tact, and his removal was due partly to his having gained the enmity of the war governors of Illinois, Indiana, and Ohio, and partly to his failure to carry out Mr. Lincoln's impracticable plans for the occupation of East Tennessee. As a strategist, Buell was superior to McClellan, and he handled his men better in the field; but he was entirely devoid of the personal magnetism which made McClellan so popular with his troops. He, too, was unfortunate in being placed prematurely in a position of extraordinary responsibility and difficulty. His retirement was a distinct loss to the Union cause. By the end of November, Rosecrans had concentrated his entire army at Nashville. From this point he refused to move, in spite of urgent and even threatening letters from Halleck, until he had collected 2,000,000 rations, to make him independent of the railroad back to Louisville. The wisdom of this course was proved by the fact that his communications were broken by Morgan's cavalry on the 26th of December. In the meantime, Bragg had advanced from Chattanooga to Murfreesboro, a station on the railroad 30 miles southeast of Nashville, and on the morning of the 26th of December, Rosecrans set out to meet him. The Union army marched in 3 columns, designated as the right wing, center, and left wing, commanded respectively by McCook, Thomas, and Crittenden. As soon as the army left Nashville, it encountered Wheeler's cavalry, which reported the movement to Bragg and opposed it at every step. Aided by fogs and heavy rains, the cavalry so impeded the progress of the Federals that it took them 4 days to cover the 30 miles from Nashville to Murfreesboro. The Union cavalry seems to have accompanied the infantry on the march, and not to have taken its place in front of the columns until the 29th. Rosecrans was kept so poorly informed by his cavalry concerning the position of the Confederate army, that he ordered Crittenden, whose wing was in advance, to occupy Murfreesboro with one of his divisions on the night of the 29th, and encamp the other 2 miles outside. But Bragg's army at that time was drawn up in front of the town. The battlefield of Murfreesboro, or Stone's River, as it is generally called by the Federals, is situated west of the river, about 2 miles from the town. The river, which flows in a winding course slightly west of north, at the time of the battle was spanned by several bridges, and was fordable in various places. Hence it was not a serious military obstacle. Note: the map on page 200 shows their exact location. The turnpike and railway from Nashville traversed the northern part of the field, and after intersecting at an acute angle, passed the river by separate bridges. The center of the field was crossed from east to west by the Wilkinson Turnpike, and the southern part by the road to Franklin. The country was generally flat, with occasional hills which afforded good artillery positions. There were a number of farmhouses in the midst of cultivated fields, and many patches of cedar woods, which could be traversed easily by infantry, but formed an obstacle to artillery. The thickets were dense enough to conceal troops within them. The Confederate army was drawn up in line of battle nearly parallel to the general course of the river, and mostly to the west of it. The left wing under Hardee and the center under Polk were west of the river, while on the east side was the right wing, composed of Breckinridge's division of Hardee's corps, separated from its fellows. The general direction of the line west of the river was north and south, with the left wing somewhat advanced toward the west. Breckinridge's division was refused to the northeast, to ward off any flank attack upon the town. If Murfreesboro had been located in hostile territory, Bragg would probably have taken up a position on the east side of Stone's River, in front of the town, but he wished, so far as possible, to protect the place. Under the circumstances, but little fault can be found with his arrangements. The Union army was drawn up in a somewhat irregular line, but generally parallel to the enemy's front. The right under McCook stretched from the Franklin to the Wilkinson road. It consisted of 3 divisions, commanded by Johnson, Davis, and Sheridan. The center under Thomas comprised the 2 divisions of Negley and Rousseau, but in the plan of battle Palmer's division of the left wing practically formed part of the center. The remainder of the left wing under Crittenden, made up of the divisions of Wood and Van Cleve, reached from the Nashville pike across the railroad, and rested its left on the river. The 2 lines, Union and Confederate, were each about 3 miles in length, and the 2 armies were practically equal in numbers, aggregating about 40,000 each. By a curious coincidence, as at the first Manassas, the 2 plans of battle were exactly the same. At Manassas, both McDowell and Beauregard had proposed to turn the enemy's left flank. At Murfreesboro also, Rosecrans and Bragg had planned to turn their adversary's left. On both occasions, the course of the battle was determined by the party who secured the initiative; at Manassas by the Federals, and at Murfreesboro by the Confederates. Rosecrans's plan of attack was bold and brilliant. It was to throw the 2 divisions of Wood and Van Cleve across the river, crush the single division of Breckinridge, and place their artillery upon a commanding ridge from which the entire Confederate line could be enfiladed. Aided by this galling fire, Rosecrans then expected to break the Confederate center with the 3 divisions under Thomas, while his right under McCook would carry Murfreesboro, occupy the Franklin road, and cut off the enemy's retreat. It was for this purpose that Rosecrans massed his troops so heavily on his left, where he had nearly 2/3 of his forces. But for the success of this plan it was essential that the Federal right should be so strong and so well placed that it could hold Bragg while the attack on his right was carried out. In this particular Rosecrans failed; and his error not only spoiled his plan of battle, but nearly resulted in the defeat of the Union army. McCook's line was too long and too thin, and faced too much to the east. It should have been refused nearly to the Wilkinson road, so as to face more to the south. In this position the enemy would have had to move farther to attack it, and it could have been more easily reinforced from the center. Rosecrans had realized this weakness and called McCook's attention to it. But McCook, who was overconfident, stated that he could hold out for 3 hours, and Rosecrans did not press the matter, as he should have done. As stated above, Bragg's plan of battle was practically identical. He had massed his troops on the left and proposed to overlap and crush the Union right. Then, swinging to the north, with Polk's right as the pivot, he would take the Union center in reverse, fold it back against the river, seize the Nashville road, and cut off the Federal line of retreat. The position favored Bragg's plan, as there was no natural obstacle in the way, and the woods on the Union right formed a screen for his movement. On the other hand, Rosecrans had to throw his two divisions across the river, which, although easily fordable, would cause considerable delay. Soon after dawn on the morning of the 31st of December, Hardee, with nearly half the Confederate infantry, attacked the Federal right, which was at once thrown upon the defensive. Johnson, who commanded the first division, was at his headquarters a mile and a half in the rear, with one of his brigade commanders, and there was no one at the front to direct the troops. The Confederate attack, led by Patrick Cleburne, the ablest division commander in the West, was absolutely irresistible, and Johnson's whole division was forced to flee in wild disorder toward the Wilkinson road. This disaster uncovered the right of Davis's division, which was immediately refused, forming with Sheridan's line a salient to the enemy. Here 2 assaults of the Confederates were repulsed, but a third was more successful, and Davis was forced back. This left Sheridan's right exposed, but he ordered his left brigade to charge the Confederates, and thus gained time to form a new line facing south, parallel to the Nashville pike, and forming a right angle with Negley's division. At the same time Rousseau's division, which had been held in reserve, formed on Sheridan's right. The new Federal front, held by the divisions of Rousseau, Sheridan, Negley, and Palmer, arranged in order from right to left, was now assaulted by the entire Confederate force west of the river. The attacks at first were repulsed, but finally Sheridan's ammunition was exhausted, and he was forced to fall back. This necessitated the withdrawal of Rousseau and Negley, also of Palmer's right. But his left under Hazen stood fast, and was the only part of the original Union line to hold its ground. The entire right, center, and right of the left wing had been forced back about this point as a pivot, like a knife blade half shut. Early in the morning, pursuant to his original plan, Rosecrans had sent Van Cleves's division across the river, and these troops were actually deployed in front of Breckinridge's position before Rosecrans realized the extent of the disaster on his right. He then recalled the division to reinforce his line west of the river. It arrived just in time to hold the Confederates after Rousseau and Negley were driven back. By noon, Rosecrans had formed a strong new line on high ground along the Nashville turnpike, and here, for 4 hours, he resisted the continued assaults of the Confederates. The offensive movement against Bragg's right, although a failure, had nevertheless a decided effect upon the result of the battle, as it prevented Breckinridge from obeying Bragg's first order to send assistance to Hardee, which might have enabled him to break the Union line. The final Confederate assaults had been repulsed with great slaughter, and at 4 o'clock it became evident to the Confederate commander that his only hope of success lay in a charge upon the Union left, which, by its overpowering weight, should carry everything before it. But there were no fresh troops left except those of Breckinridge, and he was again ordered to send them across the river. As soon as the first 2 brigades arrived, Polk hurled them against the Union left, where Hazen had been strongly reinforced. The attack failed, as did another made later when the other Confederate brigades had arrived. This ended the day's battle. The 2 hostile armies bivouacked on the field within musket range of each other. There was no fighting on the following day. In the afternoon Crittenden moved a division across the river, and formed line of battle in front of Breckinridge, who had returned to his former position. On the 2nd of January, Bragg was disappointed to find the Federal army still in front of him. He ordered Breckinridge to dislodge the enemy from his position east of the river. The Union troops were driven back at first, but were soon reinforced, and recovered the position which they entrenched. There was some fighting on the 3rd, but of little consequence, and that night Bragg began his retreat to Tullahoma. Rosecrans occupied Murfreesboro, but made no pursuit of the Confederates. Like Antietam, Murfreesboro was practically a drawn battle; but the Federals remained in possession of the field of battle in both cases. The total losses during the campaign were as follows: Federals killed, 1,730; Confederates, 1,294; Federals wounded, 7,802; and Confederates, 7,945. Missing Federals, 3,717; and Confederates, 1,027. Total losses for the Federals was 13,249, and total Confederate losses were 10,266. The outcome of the campaign in Kentucky was a distinct disappointment both to the North and to the South. The government at Washington thought that Buell should not have allowed Bragg to escape, and he was removed from command. Mr. Davis felt that Bragg should have fought Buell and defeated him, instead of allowing him to retreat to Louisville, where he secured supplies and reinforcements for his army. After the battle of Murfreesboro, Bragg's corps commanders scarcely concealed their lack of confidence in him, and General Polk wrote Mr. Davis that another commander should be appointed. The feeling against Bragg finally became so strong, both inside and outside the army, that Mr. Davis sent General Joseph E. Johnston to Chattanooga, with authority to relieve General Bragg from command. After a full investigation of the conditions, however, General Johnston decided not to remove Bragg, and returned to Mobile. The excellence of the work of the Confederate cavalry during the campaign has already been noticed. In Forrest, Morgan, and Wheeler, Bragg possessed three of the best cavalry commanders of the time. As Major Steele says, "It would be hard to find in the annals of modern warfare any better cavalry work." On the other hand, the Federal cavalry was so lacking in numbers and efficiency that both Buell and Rosecrans were at a great disadvantage. Buell had again and again urged the government to remedy his deficiency in this respect, but in vain. The tactics were good on both sides at Murfreesboro. "Few battles have been fought," says Mr. Ropes, "which have better exhibited the soldierly virtues. The Confederate assaults were conducted with the utmost gallantry and with untiring energy. They were met with great coolness and resolution. The Confederates had a right to claim a victory, for they had taken 28 guns and about 3,700 prisoners. Still, the Federal army was, for all practical purposes, as strong as ever. The truth is, the Confederates were not numerous enough to complete their victory." End of chapter 10. Chapter 11, Part 1 of Campaigns of the Civil War by Walter Geer. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 11. January to May, 1863. Chancellorsville. Part 1. After the disaster of Fredericksburg, the Union army went into winter quarters on the north bank of the Rappahannock. The new commander, General Hooker, was a man of fine presence, of great personal magnetism, and had the reputation of being one of the most efficient and successful of the corps commanders. He at once instituted some excellent reforms, which did much to restore the badly shaken morale of the troops. He adopted a system of furloughs, which remedied to a great extent the evil of desertion, which had assumed enormous proportions. He abolished the clumsy grand divisions of Burnside, and reorganized the army corps. He consolidated the scattered squadrons of cavalry into a corps, under General Stoneman. The cavalry corps comprised 3 divisions, under Pleasanton, Averill, and Gregg, and a reserve brigade of regulars under Buford. The infantry now consisted of 7 corps. First, Reynolds; second, Couch; third, Sickles; fifth, Meade; sixth, Sedgwick; 11th, Howard; and 12th, Slocum. Burnside's old corps, the 9th, was sent to Newport News. By the end of April, 1863, Hooker had the largest, the best organized and equipped army ever assembled on the continent. It numbered on paper about 120,000 infantry and artillery, with more than 400 cannon and nearly 12,000 cavalry. From these aggregates the usual deductions should be made, so that it is doubtful if Hooker had over 105,000 men for combat. On the opposite side of the river, the Army of Northern Virginia, under General Lee, numbered about 60,000 men, including 3,000 cavalry. Although so near Richmond, the army was poorly clothed, shod, and fed, in spite of Lee's earnest efforts. The corps occupied approximately the same positions as at the time of the Battle of Fredericksburg: Longstreet's on the left and Jackson's on the right. Lee's headquarters were in a camp near Hamilton's Crossing; Jackson's at Moss Neck, 11 miles below Fredericksburg. The great need of rations for the coming campaign had led the Confederate War Department to send Longstreet with 2 divisions for a campaign toward Suffolk, to collect provisions and forage from the territory near the Union lines. This had reduced Lee's available forces by about a quarter, and was poor policy. At the opening of the campaign, therefore, Lee had only the 2 divisions of Anderson and McLaws of Longstreet's corps, and those of A. P. Hill, Rhodes, Early, and Colston of Jackson's corps. Hooker's plan of campaign was to force Lee to come out from behind his breastworks and fight in the open. To turn his right was very difficult, owing to the width of the Rappahannock toward its mouth, the swampy character of the country, and the practical impossibility of concealing the movement. Hooker therefore decided to turn Lee's left. Stoneman was to start upon a raid against the Confederate line of communications with all the cavalry except Pleasonton's small brigade. Sedgwick, with his own corps and that of Reynolds, was to cross the river below Fredericksburg, and make a demonstration against Lee's right. The 3 corps, of Meade, Howard, and Slocum, under the personal command of Hooker, would cross the Rappahannock at Kelly's Ford. Then the Rapidan at Germanna and Ely's Fords marched down the river, and reopened Banks' Ford, thus reuniting the 2 wings of the army. Sickles was to remain on Stafford Heights, ready to reinforce either wing. Couch was to leave 1 division of his corps on outpost at Falmouth, and place 2 divisions on the north bank of the river opposite Banks' Ford. This plan was simple, and should have been successful. The only error was in sending away so large a proportion of the Union cavalry. Stoneman was detained 2 weeks by a heavy storm, which made the river unfordable, and did not get across until the 28th of April. The result was that he did little harm to Lee's communications, and his absence from the battlefield made possible Jackson's turning movement, which defeated the Union army. Hooker felt no apprehension in thus dividing his army in the face of the enemy, as either wing was practically equal to the whole Confederate force. Sedgwick would have about 40,000 men, with the 3rd Corps, Sickles, about 19,000, on Stafford Heights, and 1 division of the 2nd Corps, Couch, at Falmouth. The main turning force under Hooker would also be about 40,000 strong, with 2 divisions of the 2nd Corps, say 10,000 men, at Banks' Ford. If Lee detached any considerable part of his force toward Chancellorsville, Sedgwick was ordered to carry the Fredericksburg works at all hazards, and establish his force on the Telegraph Road. The right wing, if not strongly resisted, was to advance far enough to uncover Banks' Ford; but, in case the Confederates were found in force, it was to select a strong position and await attack, while Sedgwick, coming up from Fredericksburg, would assail the enemy in flank and rear. It thus appears that Hooker's ambitious program aimed at nothing short of surrounding Lee and forcing him to surrender. Let us now see how it was carried out. After making several demonstrations at various points, with the view of confusing the enemy, Hooker began his grand movement on the 27th of April. The 5th, 11th, and 12th Corps started for Kelly's Ford under the command of Slocum. The small Confederate guard at the ford was easily dispersed, and by the morning of the 29th the 3 corps had crossed the Rappahannock on pontoon bridges. On the afternoon of the 30th they reached Chancellorsville, the 5th Corps having crossed the Rapidan by way of Ely's Ford, and the 2 other corps by Germanna Ford. As soon as these troops had crossed the Rapidan, the 2 divisions of the 2nd Corps joined them at Chancellorsville by way of United States Ford. Hooker himself arrived at Chancellorsville on the night of the 30th. Meanwhile the 5th and 6th Corps under Sedgwick had laid 4 pontoon bridges below Fredericksburg, and crossed the river there on the 29th. No resistance, except that of picket forces, had been encountered anywhere, and the first part of Hooker's program had been carried out successfully. In 3 days and a half he had covered 45 miles, crossing 2 rivers, and established a force of 45,000 men on Lee's flank at Chancellorsville. Hooker was naturally elated at his success, and issued a congratulatory order to his troops in which he said that "the enemy must ingloriously fly, or come out from behind his defenses and give us battle on our own ground, where certain destruction awaits him." But Lee had no idea even of a strategic retreat. Maneuver was to be met by maneuver, blow by counterblow. At first he had been in doubt as to the meaning of Hooker's movement, and even suspected that it was an advance against Gordonsville and the Virginia Central Railroad. It was not until the evening of the 29th that he received word from Stuart that the Federals had crossed the Rapidan at two fords that afternoon. Anderson's division was at once dispatched to Chancellorsville. Note: There's a detailed map on page 210. During the morning of the 30th, Lee learned that Hooker had divided his army, and that one half of it was at Chancellorsville, while most of the remainder was in his front. He at once resolved to attack one of the wings. As his army was concentrated in front of Sedgwick, Jackson at first favored a movement against the Federal left; but after a careful reconnaissance he came to the same conclusion as Lee, that the position was impregnable. A force of 10,000 men under Early was left, therefore, to hold the Fredericksburg lines and contain Sedgwick; the rest of the army was ordered to march to Chancellorsville. Jackson's three divisions, under Hill, Rhodes, and Colston, numbered about 25,000; Anderson's division of Longstreet's corps about 8,000; and McLaws's three brigades of the same corps about 6,000. Thus Lee had in hand less than 40,000 troops to meet Hooker's 72,000 men. To any general but Lee the outlook would have seemed hopeless. The field upon which the battle of Chancellorsville was to be fought was in the midst of a forest of second growth pine and black oak, the original forest having been cut for charcoal many years before. This tract, well named the "Wilderness," was about 14 miles long from east to west, toward the Rapidan, by some 10 miles wide from north to south. It was drained by many crooked brooks with marshy borders. The soil was poor, farms were scarce, and the few clearings were not more than a rifle shot in width. A terrain less suitable for the maneuvering of a large army would be hard to find. Infantry could move along with difficulty, and cavalry nowhere, except along the roads. There were a few good positions for artillery, and there was no range for the guns. Chancellorsville was merely a brick mansion situated at an important junction of roads, on high ground, about a mile back from the eastern edge of the Wilderness, with a considerable clearing to the westward. From the house, three roads ran toward Fredericksburg: the plank road to the right, the more direct old turnpike in the center, these two roads joining about midway to the city near the Tabernacle Church; and to the left, the roundabout river road, which passed near Banks Ford. East of the Wilderness the country was more open, and it was there that Hooker expected to fight his battle. Accordingly he ordered his columns to move forward on the morning of the first day of May. Slocum, followed by Howard, took the plank road on the right. Sykes' division of Meade's corps, followed by Hancock's division of Couch's corps, went by the turnpike in the center. The two other divisions of Meade's corps, under Griffin and Humphreys, took the river road. French's division of Couch's corps was ordered to march to Todd's Tavern. Before the advance began, Sickles came up with the Third Corps, and was left at Chancellorsville as a general reserve, with one brigade guarding United States Ford, and another at Dowdall's Tavern, watching the approaches in that quarter. Hooker's line of battle ran about 2 miles in a northeasterly direction from Chancellorsville to the river, covering United States Ford. To the west, it covered the plank road for about 3 miles, ending in a short offset to the north. The front was protected by entrenchments hastily constructed. Anderson, on his arrival the previous day, had taken a strong position at Tabernacle Church. When Jackson, marching since midnight, arrived about 8 o'clock on the morning of the 1st, he found that Anderson had entrenched his whole front from near Duerson's Mill on the right to the unfinished railway on the left, about 3 miles. The position effectually blocked all of the roads by which the Federals would have advanced beyond the forest, and there were 40,000 Confederates to hold it, with 100 guns and Fitz Lee's brigade of cavalry. But Lee could not afford to rest on the defensive. Only Early's small force of 10,000 men was in the lines at Fredericksburg to keep the Federal left wing under Sedgwick from falling upon the Confederate rear at Tabernacle Church. Therefore, at the same hour that Hooker began his advance, Lee's army also moved forward. Anderson was in advance with 1 brigade on the turnpike and 2 on the plank road. His 2 other brigades and McLaw's division followed on the turnpike; and Jackson's corps of 3 divisions marched on the plank road. The fronts of the 2 armies soon came in contact on both roads. The Federals, says Doubleday, were almost out of the thickets, and the general line, on the whole, was a good one, for there were large open spaces where the artillery could move and maneuver. Sykes, however, had been directed to advance only to the first ridge beyond the forest; and there he maintained his line until ordered to withdraw to his original position. Slocum's corps had not become seriously engaged when he, too, was directed to fall back. Griffin and Humphreys had advanced nearly 5 miles along the river road, entirely unopposed, and were within sight of Banks' Ford when the orders for the countermarch reached them. "Up to the moment of the withdrawal of his troops," says General Alexander, "Hooker's campaign had been well planned and well managed, and its culmination was now at hand in the open field, as he had desired. By all the rules of the game a victory was now within his grasp." Yet at this early stage of the engagement, Fighting Joe seems for once to have lost his nerve; and in spite of the protests of his amazed and indignant corps commanders, he ordered his forces to withdraw to Chancellorsville. For this Hooker has been very severely blamed, and it is not too much to say that these orders lost him the campaign. The Confederates felt that there was something mysterious about so easy a victory, and pursued with great caution, fearing a trap. At length, late in the afternoon, Hooker's tactics became clear. It was evident that he was standing fast on the defensive in a position of great natural strength. As the nature of the country rendered a night attack hazardous, Lee halted his troops, and formed a line of battle in front of Chancellorsville at right angles to the plank road, extending on the right to the mine road, and to the left in the direction of Catherine Furnace. Hooker's position at Chancellorsville was about 5 miles in length, reaching from Scott's Dam, on the Rappahannock, to Talley's Farm, on the turnpike. The left of the line was held by Meade. Then, at an angle, and facing more nearly east, came Couch's corps. French's division covering the junction of the roads at Chancellorsville, and Hancock's division in an advanced position several hundred yards in front. Next came the 12th Corps, Slocum, formed around the crest of Fairview Hill, and facing south. Then there was a gap in the line of about 800 yards, beyond which Howard's corps, en echelon along the plank road, held the right of the line. The 3rd Corps, Sickles, was kept in reserve back of the mansion. On the morning of the 2nd, 2 brigades of Birney's division of this corps, and 2 batteries, were placed in the gap between Slocum and Howard, with a strong line of skirmishers thrown out in front. The 8th Pennsylvania Cavalry picketed the roads and kept the enemy in sight. Although the Federal position was very strong in some respects, it had several marked defects. The almost impenetrable thickets made maneuvering difficult, and gave little scope to the artillery. Besides, and most important of all, the right of Howard's line was "in the air," that is, it rested on no obstacle. Hooker was aware of this weakness, and sent 1 brigade of the 3rd Corps with a battery to strengthen the line. But Howard declined this assistance, as being a reflection on the bravery of his troops or on his own military skill. As Howard had recently been appointed to the command of the 11th Corps, Hooker did not like to offend him by any action which might imply lack of confidence, so the order was countermanded. During the night of the 1st, a council of war was held at Hooker's headquarters. Some of the generals favored an early assault, others a strictly defensive attitude. Hooker himself wished to contract and thus strengthen his lines, but was deterred by Howard's opinion that his position was impregnable against any assault. He would send his compliments to the whole rebel army if they lay in front of him, and invite them to attack him. 3 miles down the plank road, under a grove of oak and pine, Lee and Jackson, for the 4th and last time, laid their plans for the overthrow of their enemy. If Hooker was still in position in the morning, he was to be attacked. The situation admitted of no other course. The Federal army was divided, the right wing involved in a difficult country, and so favorable an opportunity might never occur again. News had come from Fitz Lee, who commanded the cavalry on the extreme Confederate left, that Hooker's right wing was in the air. Lee's only chance was to cross the enemy's front and get in the rear of this exposed flank. The attempt would be both difficult and hazardous, and failure meant absolute destruction. If defeated, retreat would be impossible. But no risks appalled the heart of Lee either of odds or position, or of both combined. His supreme faith in his army was only equaled by the faith of his army in him. The decision once made, immediate preparations were begun for the movement. Wilcox was sent with his brigade to hold Banks' Ford. This was a wise precaution, for after midnight on the 1st Hooker ordered Reynolds to leave Sedgwick and march with his corps to Chancellorsville. It will be remembered that the divisions of Griffin and Humphreys, after arriving within sight of Banks' Ford on the afternoon of the 1st, had been recalled. Therefore, Reynolds, on reaching the ford after sunrise on the 2d, found Wilcox's brigade occupying the trenches, and was forced to continue his march to United States Ford, where he crossed. The 4 remaining brigades of Anderson and the 3 of McLaws of Longstreet's corps were ordered to entrench during the night. The turning movement was to be made by Jackson with his 3 divisions, his own artillery, and Alexander's battalion of Longstreet's corps. Fitz Lee, with his cavalry, was to precede the infantry and cover the flank. Lee himself was to remain with Anderson's and McLaw's troops, and contain the enemy while the long march of 14 miles was made. 2 hours after sunrise, Lee, standing by the roadside, watched the head of the column march by, and exchanged with Jackson the last few words ever to pass between them. The division of Rhodes led the column, Colston followed, and A. P. Hill brought up the rear. The sun rose on this day, the 2d of May, about 5 o'clock, and set a little before 7. There was a full moon that night. Moving in a southwesterly direction, Jackson struck the Brock Road, a narrow track which runs nearly due north, and crosses both the Plank Road and the Pike about 2 miles west of Howard's position. The Brock Road, which would have been strongly held by the Union cavalry if Stoneman had been present, was free and unobstructed. Couriers brought word that the trains in the rear had been attacked and forced off the direct road; that some of Hill's brigades had turned back to save them, and that the enemy in great strength had poured into the gap between the 2 Confederate wings, but still Jackson pressed on without a look behind him. About 2 o'clock, just as the rear brigades, after checking Sickles' attack on the trains, were leaving the Welford House, 6 miles distant, Jackson himself reached the Plank Road, where he purposed to turn eastward against the Federal flank. Here he was met by Fitz Lee with the important information that by attacking down the turnpike, instead of the Plank Road, he could take the Union line in reverse. Having satisfied himself by a personal reconnaissance that this was correct, Jackson at once changed his plans. The cavalry, supported by the Stonewall Brigade, was sent a short distance down the Plank Road to mask the march of the column. At 4 o'clock, Rhodes was on the Pike, where he was joined by Jackson. Marching down the road about a mile, in the direction of the enemy, the troops were ordered to halt and deploy for battle. Meanwhile, seated on a stump near the Brock Road, Jackson wrote his last dispatch to General Lee. General: The enemy has made a stand at Chancellor's, Dowdall's Tavern, which is about 2 miles from Chancellorsville. I hope as soon as practicable to attack. I trust that an ever kind Providence will bless us with great success. Respectfully, T. J. Jackson, Lieutenant General. The leading division is up, and the next 2 appear to be well closed. T. J. J. General R. E. Lee. Without their presence being suspected by a soul in the Federal army, 25,000 Confederates were now deploying in the forest directly in the rear of the Union lines, and overlapping them both to north and south. End of Chapter 11, Part 1.